Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Let Us Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Female Deku Had Manifested Her Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Midoriya House. It was not unusual for shouting to be heard from the Midoriya house, nor was it uncommon for there to be sounds of women crying. The scene would play out with routine. A sad and terrible routine. Hisashi would stumble drunk, angry that his dinner was not hot and waiting. Ignoring that he was 3 hours late or more and gave no notice, he was on his way home. Inko, the mother, would try to send her daughter Izumi to bed, hoping to spare the girl, but it rarely, if ever, did. Inko did everything she could to spare her daughter, begging, pleading, and debasing herself all she could think of. Izumi and Inko had attempted to seek help, but the folly of their ways was quickly and brutally showed to them. There had been a house phone, but after Izumi had tried to call the police, it was swiftly removed from the wall by force and used to teach both women a lesson. When Inko had dared to reach out for help, she had made the unfortunate error of talking to a police officer who was friends with her husband. He was the pro-hero Fire Breath, after all. The worst nights were when he didn't come home alone. Sometimes the pros umpire, the baseball hero or speed freak, would join him, or he would bring home some groupies he had picked up at the bar and force Inko to watch depraved acts. Izumi did her best to block it out, but a pillow over the head only drowned out so much noise. Back to the routine, Inko tried to distract Hisashi, but on some nights it was impossible. He would stumble in, demand food, and strike Inko before ordering his daughter to stand before him. The girl would come to do so, head down, already cowed. He would then start asking questions about school, her rankings, and her quirk. When the answers weren't how amazing school was, how she was ranked number 1, or that she had finally figured out how to manifested her quirk. The doctors had told her it was there, but she still couldn't figure out how to call it forth. Not that he allowed her to go to quirk counseling or anything, then they would see the bruises. Izumi had a nervous stutter from the abuse, and it only would get worse when she was scared, which was all the time. This would infuriate Hisashi to no end. When she would stutter, he would slap her, which only made the stutter worse, rinse and repeat. Inko would try to interfere only to meet with a slap or vicious punch to the gut. The violence would dissolve to him, indistinctly attacking the two girls as they huddled together, trying to cover the other. When it was over, he would stumble away, and they would retreat to Izumi's room, Inko trying to soothe her daughter while they did their best to ignore the pain. School should have been some reprieve, but it was a different type of hell. It is said that abusers have a way of sensing abuse victims. They can subconsciously recognize the signs, and it pulls them in. The devil that tormented her was Katsuki Bakugo. He was the son of her mother's friend, though Hisashi had made sure to force Inko cut all forms of communication. And when Izumi would desperately plead with Bakugo to pass a letter on, he would sneer and loudly proclaim that no way in hell would he accept a love letter from her and destroy the plea for help. Izumi would beg him to pass the note on, telling him it wasn't a love letter, but he would ignore it. Her cowering nature and perceived weakness just set him off. Factor in her lack of a visible or provable quirk, his overt ego, and his predator nature, and he would bully her relentlessly. First, it was because when they were little, she proclaimed that she wanted to be a hero even without a quirk. When her quirk wouldn't manifest, she would stubbornly stand before him while he was crushing pebbles and try to stop him. Then she would snivel and cry all the damn time. It just would grate on his nerves. She would have the audacity to try and compete with him in class but try for the top score. The occasional love letter, as if he would ever consider being with such a piece of trash. This DEKU. Here her father was in the top 30 heroes, a former sidekick of Endeavor, and he had such a useless thing for a daughter. It disgusted Bakugo to no end, and he made sure to let Izumi know day after day after day. Now a rational thought would be to go to the principal or counselor for help. When Izumi did so, it earned her mother a broken arm. When it did seem like someone was going to step in, they suddenly disappeared. The pro-hero Strobe listened and assured Izumi that she would help, only to vanish without a trace. Izumi had lost all hope. She was practically quirkless, beaten down, all she could do I dream, but even those were slipping away. The only dream she would hold on to was a day without a beating. Her 10th birthday was the day everything changed. The day she had progressed normally. Morning beating, verbal abuse, after-school torment, few hours of tenuous peace at home, door opening, her father walking in. Inko had made a small cake for her daughter's birthday. They had enjoyed it immediately upon her arrival home, quickly hiding all evidence. He arrives loudly, calling directly for Izumi. When she comes down, he throws a notebook at her and a dollar store pack of pens, slurring a happy birthday. Izumi thanked her father as if he just bestowed upon her the crown jewels. It is an attempt to mitigate the routine. Everything erupts when his dinner is not presented to him hot enough. Inko isn't even allowed to bow and ask for forgiveness when he proclaims he will do it himself. His quirk roars to life, lighting part of the kitchen on fire. Izumi runs to grab a fire extinguisher, only for a backhand to collide with her chest, sending her sprawling. Inko uses her quirk to pull the device to her and tries desperately to use it. Useless, the both of you. All I demand is subservience from those I provide for, and all I get is an abject failure. Imagine the rise in popularity I will get when tragedy befalls the great fire breath. He slurred, ill intent filling his eyes. Inko immediately pleads for their daughter's life, offering to throw herself on the pyre. Izumi tries to run past him into the street only to be snatched by her hair and thrown over the kitchen island like a rag doll. Inko rushes to cradle Izumi, using her quirk for all it's worth, trying to hurl objects at the man who will try and kill them. Hisashi laughs as he bats away the more prominent things and ignores the smaller ones. Looming over them, Izumi sees the green light building in his throat, a telltale precursor to what is about to erupt. Quietly, desperately she reaches for her quirk. It's inside her, just under the surface. Maybe it was certain death staring her right in the face. But it is different this time. The slight tingle is replaced by a roar of an animal screaming to be let loose. As the fire erupts from her father's mouth, she flings her hands forward to oppose death. The fire never touches them. A shield of faint white has formed in front of the terrified girl, the fire wrapping around them but not touching them. The heat is intense. Hisashi stumbles back in shock. Izumi knows it won't last long. She screams from all the pent-up pain, all the pent-up anger, from a pit of rage held so deep she didn't even know it was there. The shield explodes, destroying the house and extinguishing the fire from sheer force. Hisashi was thrown violently from the house. Standing in the rubble with her mother at her feet, struggling to stand, stood Izumi. The shield pulled back to her, cracked but holding as she stalked forward. She was unthinking about the commotion or the neighbors pulling out cell phones to record while others phoned the police. Useless, he growled, stumbling to his feet. Why can't you just die so you can be useful to me for once, you wretched girl? You don't even have the dignity to be pretty so that I could sell you for something useful like a case of scotch. He steadied himself. Before firing his fire breath at her, the shield was still intact, holding for the moment as the cracks began to increase in spiderweb. It was all the encouragement that Hisashi needed, stalking forward, billowing out more flames, driving his daughter to her knees. Inko leaped wildly at him. He snatched her by the throat out of midair, strangling the life out of her. Izumi pushed the shield forward, trying to shape it into a pillar. She succeeded. It momentarily stopped the onslaught of fire, and her mother was dropped to the ground gasping for air. Izumi struggled to her feet, but Hisashi rushed forward with a heavy fist. The shield shattered as Izumi tumbled away. He was on her instantly, his hands around the poor girl's throat. Frantically, she clawed at her throat, her mind going hazy. A pressure was inside of her. It filled up suddenly, like if it didn't release, she would explode. Without conscious thought, she focused it on her hand. She weakly punched at the man strangling her. The impact was minuscule, but the force that erupted inside her exploded through her, breaking her arm. But Hisashi was launched off of her like he had been hit by All Might himself. As he tumbled into the street, he did not immediately rise. Pain exploded everywhere for Izumi. Her arm, then her head. The last thing she saw was her mother rushing to her, cradling her in her arms before the world went dark. Hisashi slowly rose to his feet, his eyes finding Inko cradling Izumi, who had blood pouring from her nose and ears, a broken right arm from the punch she had landed on him. His mind was in terrible pain. The ringing in his ears was drowning almost everything else out. It was a sign of an apparent concussion. He stumbled forward, ready to end this. A mighty roar built in his throat. A pink gas filled the area. Turning, he saw that whore Midnight. "You beach," he sputtered out as he fell to the ground. Midnight. She had never liked fire breath, from when she debuted in what we should call an exciting fashion choice to later in life whenever she had the unfortunate opportunity to cross paths with the man. From the unwanted advances to even more unwanted touches. He was on the list of people she would have to consider saving from a burning building. Now she was in front of his destroyed home, him in handcuffs because she came upon the scene of him about to attack a mother and child. A child who had fought the disgusting pro-hero but had passed out due to overusing some unknown quirk and suffered a broken arm. As she contained the scene, the family's neighbor to the east came forward with the battle video and said they had heard and witnessed fire breath beating his wife and child. Then another bravely came forward. Then another, all with video and the same stories. When the pros umpire and speed freak, a little girl pulled Midnight down to a knee to whisper how she had often seen those two over at her neighbor's house. Discreetly, she called present Mike and Eraserhead requesting immediate backup. When questioned, she responded with code 45. Questionable backup present, unsafe. The two friends from school reacted immediately with an ETA. Midnight had to play the stalling game until others arrived. When she radioed code 54, questionable police present, need outside assistance. More calls ran over secure channels. Soon the local officers were met with detectives from the Hero Division as Eraserhead arrived. She pulled her friend to the side and explained what she had learned from the neighbors, and that umpire seemed a little too keen on escorting the mother and daughter to the hospital for her taste and speed freak wanting to handle fire breath. Midnight, she was smoothly stepping in for the scared mother, offering to ride with her to the hospital, using the excuse of being a woman. Inko quickly agreed to choose the possible devil she didn't know for the one she did. Eraserhead convinced Speed Freak that it would be best for the two of them to escort Fire Breath to a different hospital so finer doctors could look him over. Speed tried to make futile arguments, but the underground hero quickly shut him down. The ambulance ride was quiet. When Inko went to talk, Midnight just put her finger up to signal that to not do so here. They arrived quickly at the emergency room, and Izumi was rushed into treatment. Midnight escorted the mother to a private room before she turned to the shaking brunette. "Is your husband abusing you?" Inko knew that tonight Hisashi had intended to kill the two of them, that if she were to return to him, he would follow through. So many times, she had put her trust in other authority figures to be heard, but it was now or never. Hisashi would recover quicker than Izumi due to his status as a pro-hero. At that point, he would be here taking Izumi to God only know where to do who knows what. Inko couldn't abandon her daughter in some attempt to save herself. "He is abusing me and my daughter." Her eyes welled with tears, pleading to the heroine to save them. "Please, you have to help us. He will try and take her. Izumi's quirk manifested when he tried to kill us tonight, which is why we are alive." Inko lifted her shirt to show the bruises, burns, cuts, and scars. "We tried to get help, but he is so well connected. Please, Ms. Midnight, if you don't do something, we are as good as dead." Fire Breath was in the top 30. This would be difficult. She needed help. Midnight thought about leaving the room to call, but she knew the mother was anxious, thinking Midnight might betray them. Others had. Instead, she pulled out her phone and called the most intelligent person and the most excellent doctor she knew. Nezu's chipper voice answered. Midnight put the phone on speaker so there would be no secrets for Inko. She laid out the situation, the video the neighbors had taken, what they had heard on the video, their statement of abuse, the mother's statement of abuse, and the attempted murder. Inko didn't understand who was on the other side of the phone, but she heard an animalist growl as the person gave orders. "Send all the videos to the servers at the school. Take as many photos of the wounds on Mrs. Midoriya and her daughter, record her testimony, and send it all immediately. Snipe and Ectoplasm will interview the neighbors and do the same. When a member of the Hero Commission arrives, and I expect that to be in the next 5 minutes, 10 minutes, do not go anywhere with them. Mrs. Midoriya, do not exit the room with them. Please do not take anything from them. Please do not allow them into the room with your daughter. Midnight, I don't care if you have to gas the hospital. Do not let them into that room. IOMW now with Vlad King." Inko was wide-eyed as the conversation ended. "Who was that?" Midnight, he looked to Inko. "That was Nezu, the principal of UA. And he is pissed. Let me call one more person, and we can take the photos and your testimony." The second call was short. An older woman's voice sprang to life from the other side. "Nezu just informed me, honey, I am on my way. I called a friend there at the hospital. She is going to take over the daughter's case. Do what you need to do." Midnight then had to ask Inko to disrobe so she could photograph the visible wounds. Inko was uncomfortable with it, but if this were finally a chance for her and Izumi to escape, she would have to do it. Sure enough, a duo from the Hero Commission arrived no sooner than they had finished, and they were standing out in front of her daughter's room, waiting to see her. They immediately tried to pull Inko aside to talk with her, but Inko refused. They offered coffee, and Inko said she was too nervous to drink anything. When they offered to wait with her, she politely declined, saying that she would prefer the company of Midnight as the two of them had met at a hero gala and had gotten on rather well. When the commission officers said they would wait in the waiting area and left, Midnight looked to the woman whose shoulders visibly sank once they had left. "That was very impressive, Inko," Midnight said. "If I don't do all I can, he will finish the job. Please, Midnight, don't make me a fool for trusting you," Inko responded, wringing her hands. "Nimuri," Midnight said. "My name is Nimuri. You should know that since we hit it off at a gala. Inko, I promise you that even if I must gas this hospital, I will save you and Izumi. Save her, if it comes down to it, save my daughter." Inko pleaded. "If, for some reason, it comes down to that, you savor her cause, I am going down swinging to get you two out of this." Midnight extended her hand to Inko, who slowly took it. They sat silently until the doctor retrieved them to review the child's injuries. Midnight fought back the tears as the doctor detailed the injuries the young girl had suffered. Not only tonight, but the history of abuse road mapped upon the young girl's body. The list of burns, scars, cracked ribs, and history of concussions was extensive and heartbreaking. The girl was undernourished, as was Inko. Her arm had been broken from the fight. There was some bleeding in the brain's parietal lobe due to her quirk usage. There shouldn't be any permanent brain damage, but his kind of repeated brain trauma, on top of years of other head trauma, was perilous and needed to be addressed. An older woman with a cane entered, introducing herself as Recovery Girl. and immediately grabbed the chart and began to read, her knuckles turning white as she visibly angered. With permission from Inko, she examined the girl. I can speed up her healing that would make her sleep for a while. We must get her statement to help get the order of protection for her and you, the woman said to Inko. Inko nodded. Then wake her up, please. I understand that time is of the essence. They placed some smelling salts under the girl's nose, and immediately she tried to bolt upright. Midnight and Inko held her down, calming her, and quickly her mother explained the situation. Izumi could process that they were temporarily safe and that this was their only chance of truly being safe. Midnight recorded her testimony of the abuse and what had happened tonight, particularly the circumstances that led to Izumi awakening her quirk and all she could remember. When asked about the burns, she tried to deflect. Inko took her daughter's hand. Honey, this is our chance to end all the abuse. They can and will do things not like that filth-ridden school. Please, baby, don't hold back. Through tears, Izumi gave details of the daily abuse she would suffer at school, how she had tried to go to the principal and counselor for help, and how her father had broken Inko's arm for the attempt. She had, by chance, encountered the heroin strobe, and she had disappeared. She looked to Midnight and Recovery Girl and began to beg and plead for them to save her. She just wanted a day without being beaten. Give her one day, and she could die happy. She just needed one day. Inko broke hearing these words from her daughter, and soon they were both a crying mess. She was holding each other. Midnight fought back the tears, soon replacing them with furious anger and an almost divine fury. Recovery Girl was all fury. She stepped back and pulled out her phone. Toshi, I don't care what you are doing. I don't care where you are. I am calling in some of all the debt you owe me. Get to Musutafu General and get here yesterday. Not waiting for a response, she hung up the phone. Not only has this disgusting excuse for a human being wormed his way into the top 30, but he has also broken his daughter to the point that if she lived one day without being beaten, she would die happy. To hope for simply one day. What has this monster done? If Nezu doesn't handle this, then I will for sure, the pro-heroine thought. Recovery Girl then gently kissed Izumi on the head, and the girl drifted off to sleep as her body began to heal rapidly. Looking to Inko, your turn now, dearie. Inko just nodded and stepped behind the curtain to be examined. Inko had just finished getting dressed when a knock at the door made her jump. Umpire was there and wanted to check on them. Inko shook in fear, but Midnight touched her shoulder gently. It's okay, Inko. I will handle this. Midnight stepped into the hall. What are you doing here? Spat Umpire. I am here to protect Inko and Izumi Midoriya. We have already received their testimony and that of their neighbors. Interestingly, you and Speed Freak came up in all the testimonies we heard tonight, Midnight said as her hand rested on her whip handle. She saw Umpire's hand on his bat. I don't know what you are talking about. Now get out of my way. I want to check on my friend's wife and daughter. They do not wish to be disturbed, so I suggest you leave. Little girl, you are playing with something you do not know. Now if you turn and walk away, I will let it slide. Now, the day I take threats from a 2-bit thug like you is the day I hang up the whip for good. You poor excuse for a pissant. Listen, Beach, either step aside, or the next thing you will be serving as my D with your body. Maybe you don't get it. Umpire, I would rather see the whole race die before I let you anywhere near me. If you want to force this issue, I will show why I am in the top 20 and you can't even sniff 100. Umpire went to draw his bat when a knife was suddenly at his throat, Midnight's lips curling into a sneer. He felt another blade at his crotch. Now, if the next thing you do is not to leave here and not come back, you will be singing soprano for the rest of your miserable life. Now nod your head like a good beach if you understand. Umpire nodded as sweat ran down his face. Now good beach, begone. Umpire fled. Midnight put the hidden blades away once more and calmed herself. It wasn't a side of herself that she released unleashing, but it emerged every once in a while. It was evident that Umpire was involved with the commission, probably as a lackey to fire breath. He thought he was the big fish when he was just a tiny fish catching a ride. He only hoped that Eraserhead was having better luck. Eraserhead, now it's okay, Speed Freak, just write everything down, and I will make sure the judge knows how much help you were. Thank you, Eraserhead, Speed Freak managed between choked sobs. Here you go. Now start writing. The legend. For years and even decades to come, officers would pass on the tale of the interrogation of Speed Freak handled by Eraserhead. The speedster arrived with the underground hero after they escorted Fire Breath to a private hero hospital to receive treatment for the bizarre attack at his home. How he got the speedster to come to a police station is the beginning of the legend. What was said or what was threatened is not known, but it is believed that Eraserhead convinced him to do so through a level of charisma hidden in a capture scarf's depths. What is not in dispute is that the Speed Freak was confused and incredibly upset upon walking into an interrogation room. He was ready to leave when Eraserhead walked in again, offered him a cold drink, and said that Speed Freak was crucial to getting to the bottom of the attack and that without his testimony, Eraserhead was afraid the villain would walk free. When Eraserhead returned 30 minutes later, he placed a notepad and pen in front of the speedster, much to Speed Freak's confusion. Now this is where the legend kicks off. Eraserhead leaned down and whispered something, at most 1 or 2, maybe short sentences. Speed Freak's eyes went wide. Then he started sobbing, writing, and willingly handing over his phone and password. When he exited, he handed the phone to a tech that raced off like the devil was chasing them. Detective Tsukachi stared at Eraserhead. What did you say? A shot in the dark. I had some suspicions. The detective's truth quirk rang. Truth. Eraserhead walked away to get a cup of coffee. 45 minutes later, they had a full confession from Speed Freak before the Hero Commission knew where he was. The miss. All Might had never moved as fast as he had after Recovery Girl's phone call. The retired pro-heroine was one of All Might's closest confidants. She had healed him after many major battles or training incidents while he was a student. She had been there to comfort him when his mentor had died. For most of the critical milestones or aftermaths, she was there. Now she had called him and was calling in a favor. Recovery Girl never did that. The tone of her voice left no room for questions, no room for argument. After a quick phone call to Sir Nightai and Torino about canceling their meeting, the pros protested till he told them the nature of the phone call. Their protests immediately stopped. All Might arrived approximately 1 hour after receiving the phone call, as he made his way into Musutafu General. No one dared to stop the #1 hero as he made his way through the hospital. He did stop and offer reassuring words to a few children he saw along the way through. When he entered the hero wing, he immediately saw Midnight, who waved him over, opening a door behind her to admit him. All Might braced himself as he was unsure what kind of scene he was walking into. In the bed was a woman and her daughter. Both looked battered and bruised. They were wrapped in each other's arms, asleep. Recovery Girl was standing at the foot of the bed like a sentinel. She turned at his entrance, moved from her post, and pulled him into a corner. What is so important that you called me here like this, Chio? He whispered. First, those two are the wife and daughter of Fire Breath. He almost murdered them tonight. He has abused them for years in ways that make my skin crawl. I called you because of the wife, Inko Midoriya. Her maiden name was Inko Shishio, after her adopted family. Before that, her name was Inko Shimura. She is Nana's daughter. All Might was stunned. Then he went to the medical report on Izumi. He had to restrain himself from snapping the chart in his hands. Chio filled in the information on Inko and how their attempts to get help had been thwarted. The involvement of Umpire and Speed Freak. The apparent interference of the Hero Commission, the link to the disappearance of Strobe. Toshi, the commission is here. Umpire has been poking around. We are building a strong case against Fire Breath. I don't want them to fall back into his or anyone else's hands. Help them. They will be safe, no matter what I promise, he growled. Rooftop. Lady Nagant sat looking through her scope into the hospital room. She had been sent to deal with 2 high-priority targets. She was told the targets were a mother and child currently in Mustafa General. Lady Nagant had fallen to the point of not asking questions. Though it gnawed at her soul, she felt she was in too deep. Has she done too much? What if she was doing wrong? The little girl inside that dreamed of being a real hero, of doing good and making the world a better place, was screaming to be heard. No matter how much booze, sex, or other distractions, Lady Nagant couldn't keep her quiet for long. With a deep breath, she took her position, her quirk activating. She formed the bullet and loaded it into the chamber. The curtains were open, and she had a good view. As her eye lowered to scope, she prepared to do what had become so routine that it was making her sick. As the crosshairs locked on the target, she froze. Inko. That's Inko. The scope drifted to the bed and the sleeping child, green hair, and freckles. That must be her daughter. Why would they want to shoot her and her daughter? What could they have possibly done? Look at them. Gaunt, battered, bruised, apparent signs of physical abuse, mental trauma. Who did this to you, Inko? Lady Nagant knew this target personally deeply. Inko had been her senpai in school, her senpai in the photography club, and little Lady Nagant had the most profound crush on her senpai. Inko senpai was excellent. She stood up to people, fought for what she believed in, was passionate about photography, and treated everyone with respect and dignity. Inko senpai and Mitsuki senpai had taken her under their wings. She was their precious Kohei, the dear underclassman. It was the first time she felt like she had fallen in love. She never told her senpai, she kept it all inside. She would tell herself that when she became a great hero, they would meet again and tell Inko all that was bottled up inside, the torch she carried. She needed to know. She needed answers. Something crossed her field of vision. All Might. What is he doing here? I cannot do this. Not to her. No shot, sir. All Might is in the room. She radioed in. Clear the area. Hold for new orders. That was the only response. This wasn't how things were supposed to work. She was supposed to be doing good, being a damn hero. Someone that Inko senpai could be proud of. Someone that she could be proud of. Sadly, she wasn't that person. She had lost her way. She was lost in the darkness. Was there any way out? I should just go put a bullet into the head of the damn commission. But that won't necessarily solve the problem. If I expose them somehow, it will cause such chaos that I will spend the rest of my life in a cell. It is the least I deserve. If you want out, come to dinner at the corner of 86th and 125 East. A voice rang over her headset. Who is this? Someone that knows what it is like to be in a cage. The line went dead. The man, Mammal, Nezu sat in the back of the limousine, setting down the radio. Vlad King stood outside waiting. Nezu turned his attention back to the person sitting there patiently. Thank you for your assistance, Lo-Fi. I can tell you the last thing I expected was a phone call from the principal of UA. I half expected to find the cops waiting for me. Why, you may be a vigilante and wanted in some questionable robberies. You and I both know that they were just fronts for illegal operations. Besides, I heard you hung it up and turned over a new paw. I did. Got a wife and a little girl to look after. Went legit. My baby is the most important thing to me now. Children have a way of putting life into perspective, don't they? That they do, so we have a deal. When my little girl submits to join your school, you will look the other way about her being my daughter. I am a mammal of my word. Lo-Fi, what's the little rascal's name? Lo-Fi lights up. May and that girl are going to change the world or possibly blow it up. Nezu smiled and exited the vehicle, ordering the driver to drop his guest wherever he needed to go. Climbing onto Vlad's shoulder, let us go see the mother. The war is just about to begin. The bastard. Hisashi awoke in a hospital room. His mind was fuzzy and sore. Slowly the memories put themselves in place. His daughter had manifested a quirk, but she had used it to fight him off when he was trying to kill them. He knew he had drunk a lot that night. Then those damn twins had offered him something called Stardust. After that, it was very blurry. When he came home and saw them there, he just decided to kill them. I mean, he would do it anyway, so why not now? But that damn useless daughter of his had decided now, after all these years, this was the night to manifest. Had she done so sooner, she may have been worth something. As it was, she was so damn scrawny that he couldn't even really sell her. The problem was that now that his wife and daughter were alive, sure, the neighbors would have seen the fight, but he could spin it. His wife is having an affair, turns his daughter against him, and they try to kill him. Yeah, that was the ticket. The commission would sweep everything under the rug like always. Now to turn to the tears, play the sympathy ticket, get his hand back on his possessions, and after a short break, a sympathy boost in his rankings, and he would be on the rise again. He hit the nurse button, doing his best to pull tears from his eyes. Like clockwork, the door opened, and the nurse walked in, expressing surprise that he was awake and immediately checking to see if he needed anything. Nurse, where is my family? Are they okay? I will have to check on that for you, sir. They were taken to a different hospital. Please try to calm yourself. I will get the doctor for you immediately. She exited the room. The doctor came in soon after, informing him that his wife and daughter had been taken to Musutafu General Hospital, that his daughter had not regained consciousness, and that his wife was by her bedside. He understood Fire Breath's desire to be by his family's side, but it would be against medical advice as he still suffered from the lingering effects of the concussion. The doctor leaned in and whispered that he would expedite the paperwork to get him released and arrange transport. Fire Breath thanked the good doctor. He began processing his scheme when the door closed. He needed to get a hold of the commission soon, but he needed his phone. Where in the hell were Speed Freak and Umpire? Those damn toadies were never around when he needed them. No matter, he could manage this on his own. The mother, Inko, awoke to the gentle nudging of Recovery Girl. Izumi was still sound asleep, and her daughter had a peaceful look on her face. Inko had not seen anything like that in a long time. Slowly and expertly, she disentangled herself from her daughter. There is someone here to see you. They will help you, dearie, Recovery Girl said with a gentle smile, pointing to the door. When Inko opened it, she saw Midnight rise from her chair just outside and offer a gentle smile, pointing to a room across the hall. Midnight she then sat back down to resume her watch. Inko walked to the other room, unsure what to expect. Worst case, it was Hisashi or the commission, but she doubted that Midnight would go through all this trouble to turn her over now. What she saw as a rat, dog, bear thing in a suit sitting in a chair drinking tea beside him was some pro-hero she did not recognize. Please come in, Inko. I am afraid I don't have much time. Normally I would love to offer some banter or wit, but must tell you I am the principal of UA, Nezu. And this is the pro-hero Vlad King. You're the person that Midnight called. Yes, that is correct. Now I have some paperwork for you to fill out for the restraint order for you and your daughter against your husband. He has just regained consciousness and will be arriving here soon or attempting to. The commission is trying to move to cover everything up as we speak, but we have a signed confession by Speed Freak, a whole mountain of evidence against your dear husband provided not only by you and your daughter but your neighbors as well. Why are you helping us? No offense, sir. Why do you care? The truth is that you and your situation will be the first shot I need to go against the Hero Commission. The commission is protecting heroes that have no place to be free, let alone heroes. Your husband and his cronies are a prime example. The system has failed you, your family, and thousands of others, and needs to be corrected before it all burns down. If this continues, it will only be a matter of time till the commission has so much power that it controls every hero. We will find ourselves controlled by a totalitarian regime leading to civil war. Japan will crumble, and so will other countries, plunging the globe into a quirk war that will take centuries to recover from, if ever. How do I know that we will be safe? I want my daughter to be safe. The full might and resources of UA will be in your corner, as will several heroes that are loyal to me. I can protect you. You have just met me, but I ask for your trust. Midnight called me to keep you safe. Trust her judgment in me. Inko needed help finding where to turn and know where to run. Izumi was in no condition to run. They needed money. Her only hope was to trust those willing to fight for her. We will be in your care, Inko said. She saw no other way out. While Nezu's motives weren't pure, he had the only option she could reasonably agree to. The other option would see Izumi dead or worse. Excellent. Let us get those papers signed. What happens when the hero known for his smile is not smiling? Very few people on the planet have seen All Might without his trademark smile. The number of people could be counted on both hands and not using all the fingers. That number increased by 1 this night. As All Might opened the door to Fire Breath's room, the number 1 hero's smile faded as soon as the door closed. Fire Breath was not expecting All Might to come to see him or the look All Might had on his face. Any words that Fire Breath was about to say fled his mind. It was taking significant measures of self-control not to void his bowels. All Might handed him a folder. Slowly, Fire Breath opened it, seeing a restraining order barring him from contacting or coming within 300 yards of Inko and Izumi. Finding his bravery or arrogance would depend on whom you asked. What is this? He asked, venom permeating his voice. That is a restraining order. I know you may not be familiar with them. Let me explain. After I am done, I am positive you will fully understand. Before Fire Breath could respond, All Might's hand was around his throat. And with ease, Fire Breath was lifted off the ground. We know everything. I know everything. You will not go near them again. Do you understand me? If I even hear you looking in the general direction, maybe the last thing you will hear is the wind as I remove your head from your body. Please feel free to tell anyone you want about what I said. No one will believe you. I am All Might, and you are a piece of trash. The Commission will not save you. There is no one you can hide behind, and there is nowhere you can run where I cannot find you. Many people owe me many favors. Fire Breath clawed futility at All Might's hand. Tell your handlers I am coming for them and the whole Commission. With that, All Might dropped him to the floor unceremoniously and headed to the door. As he opened it, his trademark smile returned. Glad to see that you are recovering, Fire Breath. Best of luck to you. The door softly closed, but it sounded like an iron door just closed to Fire Breath. The lady, wearing a dark nondescript hoodie to hide her trademark hair, Lady Nagant, walked into an empty dinner. The man behind the counter nodded and jerked his thumb around the corner. As she made her way over, she was not expecting the principal of the UA sitting there. She had recommended the building and the surrounding area. There were no pros in the area, and he sat alone. Walking over, she posed as the principal poured her a cup of tea. Time is precious, my lady, so I will not waste yours. I plan to take down the Hero Commission and want your help, he said. I know what you have done. I know that you are starting to see the Commission for what it is. What is it? Power-hungry, maniacal, oppressive, and vile. What does that make me? Someone who once believed in what a hero was meant to be. Someone that understood that sometimes somebody had to do the dirty work. Someone willing to do the dirty work so others could be clean. So, you want me to trade their targets for yours? If it comes to that, yes. I am willing to go as far as needed to stop the Hero Commission, and I believe you are too. You have lost your way. They took you and twisted your dreams and reality to suit their needs. I will not sit here and say I will never ask you to remove a target, but I will tell you why. I will not force you to take the shot or think less of you should you choose not to. Lady Nagant, I will burn the Hero Commission to the ground. It will be dirty and dangerous. If the Commission is not stopped, we will destroy our society and lead to an eventual worldwide war. Tell me why the Commission sent me after a mother and child tonight. Gladly, but we should order something to eat. I, for one, am famished. El Bastardo. Fire Breath stepped out of the hospital into the crisp early morning air. Glancing around, he saw the waiting vehicle and made his way over. The driver stepped out and held open the back door. Fire Breath stepped in and was face to face with the Undersecretary Hina, the eternally petite and youthful girl, who sat waiting with a stiff drink in one hand and file in her lap. Hina was blessed, cursed with one of the most dreamed about Quirk's healing factor. The problem is that no one ever considers what would happen if that ability awakened when you were 4. How many years would you have to live to even look like anything more than a prepubescent child? No one knew the answer except maybe Ms. Hiro, but no one dared to ask her. Mrs. Hiro, I wasn't expecting you this evening. No, Mr. Midoriya, I wouldn't have been expecting me either. You have managed to light off a shitstorm in a single night that I wouldn't have thought possible in 100 years. The Commission has for years covered your indiscretions and blatant F-ups, for the simple reason that the Vice President, for some unknown reason, had decided that you were worth it. That situation is like the ocean ever changing. Mrs. Undersecretary, I can assure you that I am worth the time the commission has invested in me, that this little situation is nothing but a momentary hiccup. If the commission would see fit to continue their investment, I am sure they will be happy with the results. Mr. Midoriya, let me be clear. We at the commission are extremely disappointed with what has transpired tonight. Not only did you recklessly decide to come home and execute your family in one of the dumbest ways possible, but you also failed to do so and instead had a quirk battle with your daughter, which you lost. During the battle, you stated things that should have never been said out loud, and those comments were recorded and disseminated into the sphere. For all his stupidity, Umpire decided that threatening Midnight outside your family's hospital room was a great decision, and your wife is refusing all contact with commission officers. When a cleaner was dispatched to handle this situation, they informed us that Midnight, All Might, and Recovery Girl were involved. Would you care to elaborate on the conversation you and All Might had? Fire Breath started to sweat. It took a moment before he could relay his conversation. Mrs. Hiro finished her drink and put it into the cup holder. Ma'am, if you just let me talk to the vice president I can explain everything to him. I am afraid that is not an option, Mr. Midoriya. He retired suddenly, she said. Hisashi suddenly was even more aware of his precarious position. You see, Mr. Midoriya, if it were up to me, you would retire as well. But that would raise far too many questions, especially with All Might seeing you all healthy and suck. Instead, you will be tied to the stake and burned alive. When everything breaks, and it will soon, you will stand there and do everything we tell you to as we attempt to salvage this. You do not speak to anyone without a representative next to you. You will not decide for yourself without a representative to sign off on it. What about those useless excuses for a wife and daughter? They are going to walk away for now. You are going to do exactly what All Might said, or we will hand you over to him if we feel that may placate him for a day or two. When the divorce papers arrive, you will sign them and give them everything as an act of contrition. We will see if you can be rehabilitated. If you can, you get to keep breathing. If you can't, you will join the vice president in retirement. Are we clear, Mr. Midoriya? Yes, ma'am. Good. Now you are going to exit his vehicle, walk into the safe house, and await further instructions. Get out of my car. Hisashi stepped out of the vehicle, unaware that it had been in motion during the conversation, his mind racing and slowly filling with anger and rage. It was all that damn girl's fault. He should be standing in front of cameras receiving sympathy and attention. But now the commission was upset. Threatening his position, he knew what he had to do. He had to prove to them that he could salvage the situation. He just had to make sure he killed them this time. Waking in pain and misery was nothing new for Izumi. She had been doing it for years. The familiar warmth of her mother wrapped around her was just as usual. The unfamiliar concerned her. Fatigue was not an adequate description. A less proper term would be dead tired. Her bones felt tired. The soreness and tenderness of her arm drew her attention more than anything else. As that sensation was assimilated, the sound of all the monitors in the room and the smell of sterilization began to fade in. Her mind, as ever sharp, relayed that she was in the hospital. Captain Obvious would have been proud. The events from the night before, the attempted murder, her quirk. She had a quirk and had not only fought her father, but she had beat him back. She didn't know if she would beat him, but she had held him off long enough to be taken to the hospital. The memory of giving her statement to Midnight and Recovery Girl danced in her mind. Her mother telling her this was their chance. She desperately wanted to cling to that hope, but it had been ripped from her so many times. But Midnight had been there, and Recovery Girl, there was no way that her father could get to them. Was there. Opening her eyes, she saw her mom, the hospital room, and everything she had expected and remembered from the night before. What she didn't expect to see sleeping in a chair near her bed was the #1 hero of Japan, or quite possibly the galaxy. All Might, Katsuki Bakugo. It was odd not seeing that damn Deku show up to class. As he had taken his seat, he heard some whispers about Fire Breath being attacked in his home. That was that dumb Beaches, old man. He wasn't the most extraordinary hero but tough and didn't take shit from anyone. Katsuki always thought it was a cruel joke that he would have such a useless daughter. At least she stopped trying to slip him love letters, stupid Deku. In the third period, his name was called out over the intercom system, summoning him to the principal's office. Flicking his tongue in annoyance, he rose from his desk and stomped out of the room. A few snickers about him being called could be heard, but the damn extras knew better than to say something he could hear. His interest was piqued when he entered the room, and he saw his parents in the room along with what, at first glance, was some hobo, but if he was here, he had to be some pro, probably underground. Here he is, Mr. Eraserhead. As you can see, this young man will someday be a good pro. Is there anything else you need before we begin? The sniveling principal said. The pro looked at the sycophant. I am sorry, sir, but would you mind allowing us to use the office privately, as this is part of an active investigation? His parents must be present by law. The principal had a brief look of annoyance before the mask fell back into place, and he excused himself, telling them to take their time. When the door closed, the pro turned his attention to Katsuki. who still looked annoyed to be there. "Sit down. I can stand," the boy responded with an irritated tone. "That wasn't a request." Eraserhead responded with a tone that left no question that he would not tolerate any foolishness. Katsuki took his seat more to find out what the hell was going on. He was sure it had to do with effing Deku, but why it involved him, he had no idea. Profoundly confident in his actions and superiority, he took a seat. "Are we going to begin?" his father, Matsuo, asked. As soon as he didn't even get to finish his statement when the door opened, and a police detective entered, carrying a manila folder that he handed to Eraserhead. "Allow me to introduce myself, Detective Naomasa Tsukachi with the Musutafu Police Department. Before this goes any further, I must, by law, inform you that my quirk is a lie detector and is self-explanatory. Now, Mr. and Mrs. Bakugo, are you here of your own volition?" "Yes," they responded. "Truth. Now, would someone please explain what is going on?" Mizuki said in an exasperated tone. The lead detective settled against the desk, taking the lead in the questioning. "Yes, Mrs. Bakugo, do you know Inko Midoriya, formerly Inko Shishio?" "Truth. Were you aware that she has a daughter?" "Yes, but we fell out of touch when our kids were very young." "Truth. So, you were unaware that her daughter attended this school and was in the same class as your son?" "I didn't know that." "Truth." She looked at her son, wondering why he never said anything or even mentioned that. "Katsuki Bakugo, at any time, had Izumi Midoriya given you letters or notes and asked you to pass them to your mother?" "No." "Lie. Would you care to rethink your answer?" "That stupid Deku gave me some stupid-ass love letters saying I should give to the hack." "Truth. Did you ever read the letters?" "No. Why would I read a stupid love letter from that disgusting quirkless trash?" "Truth." "Katsuki," his mother yelled, half rising out of her seat. "What's she if nothing but a effing Deku? Whom the hell cares?" "Truth." "Katsuki Bakugo, those were, in fact, not love letters, but they were cries for help. Izumi Midoriya was trying to get a message to your mother. In the past years, Inko and Izumi have been victims of extreme domestic abuse." Suddenly a loud commotion could be heard as the shouts of police could be heard and someone being tackled to the floor. "Do not be alarmed. That is simply the police raiding the school," Eraserhead said as he continued reading the file's contents. "Do you mind if I take over, Detective?" "No, sir, go right ahead." "Katsuki Bakugo, have you ever used your quirk on Izumi Midoriya?" The supreme confidence began to fade. "No lie." The detective just raised an eyebrow. "Yes, but I had to put that dumb whore in her place." "Truth. Were your parents aware of your actions?" "No." "Truth. Were any of the school faculty aware of your actions?" "They understood she needed to be put down. It wasn't just me. Many people did it. It would have been better if she had just jumped off a bridge." "Truth." His parents gasped, and even the detective was surprised. Eraserhead leaned forward. "In my hand, I have a medical report showing Izumi Midoriya had detectable and noticeable traces of nitroglycerin in her bloodstream and burn marks constant with being exposed to close-range explosions. Not only that, are signs of multiple concussions and pulmonary barotrauma or blast lung, not to mention a nice handprint on her back containing foreign DNA. Katsuki Bakugo, you are under arrest." "No," his parents said, rising to their feet. "You can't arrest me. I am going to be the next #1 hero. That worthless beach will never be anything but a useless Deku. She doesn't even have a quirk, for Christ's sake. When I am done with you, you will be lucky to be able to use your quirk to light a campfire," Eraserhead said. The detective stepped forward and restrained the boy, securing the quirk suppressant cuffs. "Katsuki Bakugo, you are under arrest for assault and unlawful use of a quirk. Mr. and Mrs. Bakugo, you are welcome to follow as he will be transported to Musutafu Child Detention Center." Katsuki was dragged out of the principal's office screaming and raving like a madman, demanding that he be released as the next great hero. That Izumi had gotten whatever she had deserved, that he was superior, and that this was a great mistake. His parents watched in horror the monster they had raised and let run rampant. Mitsuki was breaking down. Her son had taken after her so much, and she had paid no heed to his demeanor and behavior, stepping in to defend him and his attitude from her husband. She had failed Katsuki. She would have to do everything in her power to try and save him, even if she had to keep him from himself. An extraordinary hospital room. All Might. The sudden outburst startled Inko and the #1 hero woke up. Inko then saw All Might next to the bed, and she shouted, "All Might." Soon both girls were struggling to get up and make themselves presentable. The hero was flustered momentarily before he could get them calmed down. Inko was now standing beside the bed while Izumi was sitting up. "I apologize for startling you ladies. Recovery Girl and Midnight have returned home to get some sleep after the long night. I volunteered to watch over you till they returned, and I am ashamed to say I fell asleep myself." "There is no reason to apologize, sir. I can only thank you for taking the time to watch over Izumi and me. I know you have much more important things to do," Inko said, bowing several times. "I am sorry that you had to waste your time on someone like me, sir," Izumi said weakly. Nonsense. Both of you raise your heads. It is not my place to speak, but I want to tell you that I will do everything in my power to keep that man away from the both of you. The girls were in stunned silence. Hope had been dancing in their minds, afraid to come to light as if doing so would cause it to fade away. Yet, now here was the number one hero telling them he was on their side and would do everything to protect them. It was too much, and soon the tears exploded from the two. All Might tried his best to placate and calm them, but the raw emotion for the mother and daughter was too much. Just knowing that it was now a real possibility that the nightmare might be coming to an end was too much. When mother and daughter finally composed themselves, Inko finally asked the question. All Might not say that we aren't grateful you are here, but I have to ask why you are going this far for us. All Might paused. Do you know your birth mother? I have some memories of her, but not a lot. She gave me and my brother up for adoption when I was very young, and my brother was but an infant. What does she have to do with this? Your mother was Nana Shimura, the hero Sky Gal. She is the one that trained me before her death. I was young and unable to save her. I never knew what had happened to her children, knowing that you and Izumi have suffered in such a fashion. He took a deep breath. I feel like I have failed her all over again. I know that not knowing gives me an excuse, but I consider it an excuse. I ask that you allow this fool to do all he can to help to alleviate his conscience. Inko was lost for words. Her mother had trained the All Might, and now the number one hero was asked to protect her and her daughter. Inko was an unselfish woman. She never wanted a lot. She never asked for much, and the thought of being this selfish tore at her core. But Izumi, she was Inko's world. Her daughter had suffered, and she wanted to see her bloom and grow. See her dare to dream for something more than a day without violence. See her have an absolute dream and be able to achieve it, whatever it may be. We are in your hands, All Might, Inko said, lowering her head to the number one hero. Yagi Tashinori, he responded as the two girls looked at him, slightly confused. That is my name. Please call Yagi or Toshi if that is too much. The trio sat in silence for a moment. Mr. Toshi, Izumi asked softly. Yes, young Izumi. What happens now? When Ms. Midnight and Recovery Girl return, we can discuss your options. The first thing will be to find a safe place to live and replace your possessions. I did tear up the house, didn't I? Izumi said with a hint of sadness. You did so to save yourself and your mother. Recovery crews are already hard at work, and I promise I will make sure any sentimental items are recovered and returned to you. I don't know how we will find a place to live. We have very little money. He made sure of that, Inko said. Then I will provide you with all the money you need. He could see Inko immediately going to protest. Please, Inko, years of being a hero have made me quite wealthy, and I have nothing or anyone to spend it on. Allow me to use some of it for you and Izumi. With that, they waited, making small talk which didn't last long. When Midnight and Recovery Girl returned, the two heroes stepped off to the side as Recovery Girl went into doctor mode, examining her patients. The both of you are extremely malnourished, but I congratulate you, Inko. You managed to keep Izumi from any lasting harm. I think we can get her on track with a proper diet. We need to ensure that she is eating right and getting some exercise to help rebuild her. Eating properly and resting safely will do both of you wonders. Speaking of which, Midnight said, after speaking with All Might, I was wondering if you two would like to come to live with me. Inko and Izumi just blinked. Fire breath has already been released, but rest assured he will not be allowed anywhere near you. The restraining orders have been granted, and I delivered them to him personally, Toshi said. My place is safe and unlisted. This way, I can help keep you two safe like I promised. Midnight added, I can always give you your place if you would like, but I won't be there as much to watch over you. Midnight can solve that issue, and I have offered to help with any financial needs. Also, I am sure it will give you peace of mind that she is there looking out for you both. And it would also help me. I could use someone to help me at home. Being a pro and a teacher, I hate to admit that having someone to make sure I eat right alone would be worth its weight in gold. I figure I could pay you to be my housekeeper, and that will give you time to adjust and maybe go back to school to finish your degree or whatever you choose to do. We could help each other out. Inko looked at Izumi, who nodded. Midnight had been the first to take a chance on them and had set all this into motion. She made Izumi feel safe. We will be in your care, Nimuri, Inko said. A new beginning. Midnight. All Might and Present Mike escorted Inko and Izumi out of the hospital through a private exit. They were then taken to their new home in a private SUV through a parking garage. Inko and Izumi were nervous throughout the ride, anticipating a possible trap or unexpected event. Upon arriving at the spacious penthouse apartment, Izumi frantically searched for him, but he wasn't there. She returned to the living room and nearly broke down in tears while telling her mother he was nowhere to be found. The two held each other, having dared to dream. They feared it would be taken away. They knew mentally that there was no way that All Might or Midnight to betray them, but the fear was deep. All the years of punishment and abuse they had left deep scars on them. During the night, All Might slept on the couch while the mother and daughter shared a bed. Nimuri stayed up late discussing plans and actions for the future with the number one hero. All Might had to depart the next day, but he wished to accompany the group for shopping to purchase clothes and essentials before leaving. A vital operation was on the horizon, and he wanted to ensure they were in a good position beforehand. The family woke in the morning expecting the nightmare to start again when it didn't. Slight trepidation walked alongside their hope. Going out in public was difficult. They were nervous and fidgety, Izumi more so than Inko. Their heads constantly looked for danger, especially as they were outside their regular approved routes and going to places they had been forbidden. They only managed to handle an hour or two before it overwhelmed them, forcing them to return to their new home. All Might quietly seethed with anger. He understood how long of a journey they would have, but bearing witness angered and hurt the number one hero. He couldn't punch this into oblivion. The psychological trauma would take time. While his date with Destiny was on the horizon, he would do everything he could to ensure their future would be bright and a place where they could dream in peace. Katsuki Bakugo, having spent the night in a juvenile detention center or the JDC, was spent not in reflection or with life-changing epiphanies but in anger and rage. He had done nothing wrong. It was all that damn Pebble's fault. Now his perfect story and perfect ascension were marred by this incident. Here he was, the next great hero, dealing with pathetic lowlifes and future villains. Being forced to breathe the same air as these rejects was almost enough to make him sick. He had just finished telling one of them what he thought of him when a group of older boys cornered him. Katsuki readied to blow these damn extras back to whatever hole they had crawled out of, but the quirk-suppressing bracelets quickly reminded him that he was quirkless. The bracelets did wonders on emitter types but could do very little on mutant types, as Katsuki found out. He had always fancied himself a fighter, but he had never been in a fight. It was always one-sided beatdowns, ones facilitated by his extraordinary quirk. Now he was without his quirk, and the 10-year-old would learn a painful lesson. He had tried to fight but was quickly overwhelmed. In the end, he was on the floor in a ball, covering his head, wondering where someone was to end the attack. It lasted for 10 minutes before someone came and broke it up. This wasn't a one-off occurrence. On the third night, when it happened again and again, no one came till the guards noticed, lacking any real effort, making their way over to stop the attack with a light verbal reprimand. He sat there wondering why no one interfered, why the others just walked away. You are wondering why no one jumped in. A small voice with a noticeable lisp rang out. Katsuki turned and saw a tiny boy with purple orbs for hair. He was holding out a damp cloth so Katsuki could clean himself up. Not waiting for a reply, the boy continued. I bet you were the top dog in your school and ran everything. You could beat on whomever you wanted and do anything your heart desired. It was all might makes right. No one dared to stand up to you, and those that did wouldn't do it a second time after you taught them a lesson. Am I right? Katsuki nodded. Here you are, dog sit. No one knows you or cares. You have no quirk here, no power, nothing that makes you special. You might as well be quirkless. It sucks when the world decides you are on the bottom and you can do nothing about it. I can get stronger and show everyone who they are messing with. Katsuki snarled. And then you will go too far and end up back here, or worse. You do. Maybe if you get out of here, remember how you felt and that someone weaker than you in every way possible offered you some kindness. What's your name? Minoru Mainta, the boy said as he walked off. Flame breath. As ordered, he sat in the safe house. The guards watching him didn't interact or offer conversation. On the second day, the news story broke an exclusive video of the hero attacking and fighting his daughter. His stock plummeted. He was thankful they had confiscated his phone, as he was sure it was blowing up. Umpire spoke up in his defense, talking of how Flame Breath was a great hero and father, constantly working to give his family everything. Nothing from Speed Freak, he had just disappeared. The following day he was presented with a statement that made him just puke. There are no defensive claims of mind control, how his daughter attacked him, or even the infidelity, attempted murder. He was defending himself. When he brought it up to the commission agent, the agent turned on the television and turned up the audio with his voice ringing loud and clear. Luckily for him, the agent had multiple copies of the prepared statement, as many were burned that day. Inko and Izumi, Nimuri notified them before the news story broke, and Flame Breath was about to release a statement. They prepared as best they could but needed to prepare for what happened. They watched as he stepped on the stage, dressed in his hero costume, a very recognizable stern look on his face. He stepped to the podium as the light bulbs flashed. I would like to thank you for coming today as I address the allegations that had been made against me. They are all true. I have been an abusive father and husband to two people who did nothing to deserve it. I will step away and seek the help I need to ensure that I can become a better person. For those who had put their faith and trust in me, I can only offer my most sincere apologies and beg for your forgiveness and understanding. To my wife and daughter, I offer no platitudes for what you endured due to my actions. I will ask no forgiveness from you and expect none. I ask that you and the media please allow them the time and space needed to heal. I will surrender to authorities to accept and bear any punishment our great legal system lay before me. Thank you. He stepped back and bowed deeply as Endeavor stepped onto the stage and placed his former sidekick in cuffs. placing him under arrest and leading him off the stage. Inko and Izumi hugged and cried. They could do nothing. The nightmare was over. They were free. What now? Izumi asked Nimuri. It is time for you two to heal, the pro-heroine said. The scars will never be gone, and they will never be forgotten, but things will get better in time, I promise. It is safe to dream again. Katsuki Bakugo. He stood outside the JDC with his parents. They had posted bail for their son. On the trip home, he looked at the news reports, how Flame Breath had admitted to everything. The entire car ride was silent. He remembered all the pain and suffering he had already inflicted on Deku, and how he had a chance to be a hero and failed. Now his future was up to the courts. His dream of being a hero was dangling by a thread. Izumi Shimura. It had been 6 months since that terrible but wonderful night. The divorce papers had been fast-tracked, but a stellar legal team and her mother's demands had been met without contention. She no longer had to bear that monster's name. She was now Izumi Shimura, the granddaughter of a great hero. A healthy diet and a safe place to sleep had done wonders for the little family. Nimuri was a gentle and reassuring presence in their life, giving space and gentle nudges. They had clothes, things they had chosen on their own. Nimuri had taken them to get their hair cut, bought them skincare products, and did all she could to bring them back to life. Therapy had started at first with sessions in the condo before the girls were comfortable enough to leave the house and attend sessions at the doctor's office. Recovery Girl continued managing their medical recovery. All Might would check in to reassure him. As Izumi sat with All Might one evening, she looked at the pro. All Might, she asked, fidgeting with her hands. Yes, young Izumi. Can I be a hero? Do you want to be? I think I do. I had always wanted to be before my quirk came in. I wanted to be a real hero, not like the monster that he was. But then I was trying to survive. But now, I think you can be a great hero with or without your quirk, young Izumi. You have the heart of a hero. And if that is what you desire, I swear I will do all I can to help you become a magnificent hero. Then please train me, All Might. I want to be a hero. Safety plus peace plus love plus time equals a whole new life. Healing is a journey with bumps and pitfalls and is often never a straight line as much as we desire it to be, not quite as much as we want it to be quick. It is a constant process of moving forward through slow, occasional steps back, but nevertheless a continual journey ahead. It has to be like time, unrelentless, undetermined, and unstoppable. Izumi was like time. Undaunted by the pitfalls, bumps, or backsteps, she would not let it stop her. She had glimpsed the promise of tomorrow, its taunting rays of light and hope, and pierced her dark world, which was glorious. She would not live in the dark anymore. She was constantly moving for that sweet promise of tomorrow. You live for today, you remember yesterday, but you never forget that precious promise of tomorrow. Inko and Midnight were concerned when one morning they found the young girl in the exercise room with All Might, sweat dripping off her as the mountain of the man shouted encouragement and motivation to keep pushing forward. They wanted to jump in and chastise the man, but Izumi was responding. It was when he shouted at her, "What do you want to be? A hero. Can a hero stop moving just because they are tired? A hero never stops, they always move forward. Now keep going, young Izumi. Push forward, go beyond. Plus, ultra." At dinner, they addressed it. Inko and Nimuri sat and asked the girl eating a healthy portion of baked chicken, "Izumi, honey, do you want to be a hero?" Inko asked. "I do, Mama," the girl responded. "Why, baby? There need to be more heroes like Midnight and her friends, people who are willing and able to help people like us. We can't be the only ones who suffer like us, if not worse. I want them to know that a hero will help them and listen even if they think no one will." Inko wanted to tell her daughter no, to keep her close and safe, away from that terrible world. But this was the first thing Izumi had been passionate about in such a long time. Her shields were strong, and they would only get even stronger with time. Then be the best hero you can be, Izumi. I will support you 1,000,000%. Me too, Izumi. When you are comfortable, I will even ask Eraserhead and President Mike to help out when they can. Thank you. Izumi managed to wipe away a few tears as she focused on her meal, her mind drifting back to the 2 notebooks on her desk. The American Dream Training Program Vol. 1 and Heroic Analysis for the Future Vol. 10. Fear plus self-loathing plus time equals a kick to the head. Katsuki Bakugo sat in the courtroom as the charges had been read. The prosecution had presented its case, and the defense had done its best. It was evident from the initial interview, eyewitness testimony, video footage, and even the defendant's testimony that Katsuki Bakugo was F-ed. He knew what he was doing was wrong in some fashion even as he did it, but he was a child, 10 years old, and for 6 years, he had been allowed to run rampant without a leash or any measures in place to ensure some system was in place to prevent him from becoming what he had become. The judge looked at the boy standing before her with his parents by his side. Katsuki Bakugo, you have been failed by the system and very institutions that were there to help correct and report your abusive behavior. Your parents failed to notice your antics or crimes and failed you. After reviewing all the facts in this case, I was ready to enact the maximum punishment, not only for you but for your parents, as your actions and their inactions have led to you being here before me on this day. Do you know what the maximum sentence is? No, ma'am, my lawyer did tell me that I could be up to 20 years in prison. The boy responded. That is close to correct. I was ready to do just that, Mr. Bakugo, along with the requirement of Quirk suppressing cuffs for the rest of your life. Till a young girl came to see me. Katsuki's eyes widened as his head tilted down and shot up, looking directly at the judge. This girl, obviously scared and shaking, came to me and asked that I give you a chance. Do you know who that girl was? Izumi, he answered in a whisper. Correct, the judge said, leaning forward. The victim of your crimes came to me and asked that you not be sent to prison but be allowed a chance to prove yourself worthy of the title hero. At first, I was flabbergasted that this must be a result of her traumatic abuse, a case of Stockholm Syndrome, and that she would come and ask such a thing. I made her explain herself, and she said the system had failed you just as much as it had failed her, that while you may have been part of the failing, you could still make a difference. If she had insisted you walk free, I would have dismissed her entirely, but she wants you to be punished, not obliterate your life. Katsuki Bakugo, you have been found guilty on all charges and are sentenced to 15 years probation as a result. An order of protection has been established for yearly review by this court between you and Izumi Midoriya with an annual review for renewal. A distance of 1,000 yards is to be maintained at all times, and all forms of communication are strictly forbidden. You are to attend mandatory psychiatric counseling in a lockdown facility for the period of no less than 1 year, at which point you will, upon release, participate in court-ordered counseling per the recommendation of your case manager. You are to wear Quirk-suppressing cuffs at all times when you are not inside your home. You will serve 10K hours of community service. You will follow the law at all times. Should you have any infraction, you will immediately be taken into custody and serve your sentence of 15 years plus any additional time for the inciting offense. This shall be done consecutively without the possibility of parole or early release, with no time considered for time spent on probation before the incident. Should you desire to enroll in a hero course for university, this policy will stay in effect with a faculty member appointed by the court to be in charge of your Quirk-suppressing cuffs. You are not to leave the country without the express written approval of this court. Masaru and Mitsuki Bakugo, you are hereby ordered to pay a fine of 36 million yen which will be held in trust for the victim. 500 hours of community service. You must attend and pass mandatory parenting classes and court-ordered counseling as a couple and a family. The terms of your payments may be structured if you cannot pay them now. Your negligence is as much to blame as those sorry excuses of former educators down the hall. Your saving grace is that there is no evidence you witnessed any of your son's crimes. But as his parents, you are responsible. Before you leave my courtroom, Katsuki Bakugo, let me make something clear to you. You walk out of here today and not jail because Izumi Midoriya came to my chambers and pleaded that you were someone worth saving, that you were someone worth a second chance. You would go to jail if it weren't for her impassioned plea. All it takes is a simple act of kindness to change someone's world or an act of forgiveness to give someone a second chance. There will not be another chance, young man. The court is adjourned. Please see the clerk outside for all your paperwork before you leave the building. With a clang of the gavel, it was over. He wasn't going to prison. Izumi had come and begged him to have a second chance. He wasn't worthy of a second chance. He was the real Deku. He could have been a real hero if only, for 1 second, he had listened and passed a note on to his parents. His parents led him out to be fitted for his QSCs and to file all the paperwork needed to allow them to go home for a little bit. The worst part was that he couldn't even tell her he was sorry for being a piece of trash. Truthfully, he knew he wasn't worthy of doing so. He was only home for a short time before he was assigned his mandatory treatment facility. His parents drove him up to the place. It was high in the mountains. Unfortunately, they could only take him to the gate, where he would be escorted in. They promised to visit often, but he turned and said, "Please don't, I need to figure out what is wrong with me. I will let you know when I am ready to see you." "Can we call you at least?" his mother asked. "Yay, I would like that. Mom, Dad, I am sorry for failing you. I promise I won't mess this up. I will prove to you and Izumi that I deserve this second chance." He bowed to his parents, fighting back his first tears in a long time. "I know you will, brat, I know," Mitsuki said, hugging her son tightly. Katsuki stiffened before returning the hug. "Don't call me a brat, you hag," he replied softly. When they broke apart, Masaru stepped forward and hugged his son. "Become the man I always knew you could be," was all he said. "I will, Dad, I swear," he said. He watched as his parents stood there with their arms around each other as he turned to the waiting guards, handing over his duffel bag with items approved for him to bring. Katsuki Bakugo reporting. Solitude plus anger plus stupidity plus time equals self-destruction. Hector Berlioz once quipped, "Time is a great teacher, but unfortunately, it kills all its pupils." A French romantic composer. His words would far outlast most of his work, but his words, like time, were everlasting. Except, of course, for Symphonie Fantastique, some things are timeless. A piece of music that tells the story of an artist's self-destructive passion for a beautiful woman or a disgraced hero's obsession with two women that stood up and said no. For 9 long months, Fire Breath had sat in his safe house. Only a few representatives from the commission were present, and his movement, habits, and online access were all monitored and restricted. The only accurate contact was when Ms. Hiro walked in, dropped his divorce papers in front of him, and forced him to sign. The press conference had done its job of making him look like a terrible person. Some corners were offering sympathy while others were calling for his head. A simple 2-hour stay in a holding cell was all he had to do to be released on bail till his trial. He was at first angry about the trial, but when he began to meet with lawyers, it at least provided him with some interaction that he had been starved of. He was about to get some other interaction from a young nubile paralegal who just needed some convincing when Ms. Hiro interrupted, and the girl was whisked away, a longing in her eyes that Hisashi recognized, a longing that only he saw. Anger turned to rage as not only was there to be testimony from those vile beaches, his ex-wife and daughter, others had started coming forward, ridiculous claims of coercion, blackmail, sexual assault, and RP. Women he had taken to the gates of heaven were now coming out and spreading these misnomers and outright lies. They had come to him, begging to be pleasured, begging to know the feel of a real man. Now they were part of the greater conspiracy to try and destroy him. It didn't matter, he would set it all straight and come out the following number 1 by the end of everything. It all started when he could slip a note to Umpire. The plan would be simple. Some villains attacked the courthouse when his ex and Izumi were in court. They happened to die in the attack. He uses his fantastic quirk to fight them off. They die as he is so overcome with grief that he can't regulate his quirk correctly. Bam! Instant reputation salvation. Day 1 of the trials was, of course, a media circus. He did manage to slip a soundbite out, though they told him to say nothing. As reporters were screaming for a comment, he gave them one. I love my wife and daughter. I only hope to find redemption in their eyes, not for me or anyone else. They chastised him, but he saw the smiles on some of the ladies of the legal team. Yeah, it was working. He wasn't surprised at all the attention he was getting. After all, he was the man, Fire Breath, fast-rising hot hero, in every way, oh yeah. He looked around the galley and noticed that neither Inko nor Izumi were present. He was ready, no plea deal. He was going to declare his innocence and show everyone how it was done. Now he just needed to ensure that Inko and Izumi made it inside to die from the villain attack Umpire had arranged. Gross stupidity plus overconfidence plus did I mention stupidity equals Umpire. He understood what Fire Breath had told him. Make sure Inko and Izumi don't make it to trial. Umpire needed to do this for his friend. He had to make sure he walked free so things could return to how they used to be, drugs, girls, and booze. He knew Inko was in love with him, but they had to maintain appearances. The way Inko would shed joy during coitus was all the proof he needed. He hadn't been able to get off without it, but bros before hoes. He had to do it. He hadn't been able to find them before the trial, but he knew they would be at the trial. When he saw the car pull up and the familiar heads of green hair emerge, he was momentarily stunned. They looked so different. Inko seemed particularly impressive. He moved closer with his perfect disguise of the dark blue hoodie, sunglasses, mask, and bat painted black cleverly hidden. 2 good swings and it would be all over. Before he could move, he felt an arm around his waist and was yanked into the air and deposited harshly on a rooftop. Before him was a lurking monster of a man known for his smile. But he was not smiling. Behind him was a murderous hobo that never smiled. These 2 men did not get along. They both viewed and approached heroics on completely different fundamental levels. One enjoyed coke, the other action movies to period drama. The true divide was that one felt that dogs were the ideal pet while the other championed the devil's favorite cats. They could agree on a few things. Inko and Izumi were to be protected at all costs, and Fire Breath wouldn't be drawing breath much longer. Inko and Izumi. They entered the courtroom, taking a position in the back row with Nimuri there as support, along with President Mike for protection. They were there to witness the guilty plea and the punishment phase. A plea deal had been made and accepted. He would get to make a statement, then Inko and Izumi would also have a chance to create one. It had been a worry that upon seeing him, fear would overcome them, and for a split second, it did, but then the fear was replaced by anger and pain. Their therapist had told them that the odds were that there would never be proper closure between them, as it was doubtful that Hisashi could ever be shown that his actions were wrong. He was sure that he had acted in the right way and was right. When he looked over his shoulder and saw them, he did his best to intimidate them with a mere glance. Inko almost threw up at the revulsion that she had performed intimate acts with him, and Izumi saw nothing of the man she had wanted so desperately to make happy and earn praise from, but instead a sad and pathetic person. He was shocked at how they looked at him, quickly returning to the proceedings. Any second now, he thought, any second now. He had a perfect view of the outside. Then his blood ran cold. There was Umpire beaten and in custody standing between All Might and Eraserhead. He saw the number 1 slash across his throat as they moved out of view with umpire. He was stunned into silence. He didn't even notice that his plea deal had been accepted, and it was his turn to make a statement. Words couldn't form in his mind as he stood before the mic. He stumbled back to his seat. Izumi leaned over to her mother. Both were holding their statements. "Mom, let's just go," she whispered. "Are you sure, honey? Us telling him anything won't matter. He won't listen to it anyway. It is just a waste of time. I said I wanted to come and do this, but now I would rather get some ice cream with you and Nimuri. He isn't worth our time or our thoughts anymore." Inko looked at Izumi and glanced at Itoshi. He looked like he had just seen a Shinigami. He looked pathetic. That was just how Inko wanted to remember him. "Okay, baby, let us go." She turned to Nimuri. "We would like to leave and get some ice cream if that is okay." Nimuri looked at them with surprise. She turned to see the judge looking at her. She waved the judge off and led the girls out of the room to a parking garage so they could leave. President Mike said nothing but instead told them of this great little ice cream stand that overlooked the ocean, run by this little old couple and their daughter. "Can we go there?" Izumi asked. "Of course, Izumi," Nimuri responded. She didn't say anything else as she knew that Hisashi was already taking them there anyways. A great hero always keeps their promises. Hisashi was regaining his senses as he was escorted into an empty courtyard with high walls, concrete flooring, with various drainage holes. He looked around with no cameras, no surveillance, only the metal door he had just been brought through. His mind was trying to put facts together. The prison transport troops had no markings on their uniforms, full face plates concealing their identity. Not a word had been said after he was walked out of the courthouse and secured in the transport truck. "Wait a minute. I am not supposed to go to jail. That isn't part of the plea deal. I was supposed to return to the safe house." Panic began to grip the man. He remembered seeing umpire being taken into custody outside the courtroom window, and standing next to umpire was All Might. "If I even hear you looking in their general direction, maybe the last thing you will hear is the wind as I remove your head from your body." The wind wrestled. The cleaning crew, Akemi and Kazuo, sat in the waiting area in their cleanup suites when the light above the door turned from red to green. They entered the stone courtyard and saw the body lying near the center. A quick look saw what they assumed to be the missing head or the splatter impact on the wall. Akemi hauled the massive blue barrel towards the body as Kazuo sighed and pulled out the pressure washer, heading towards the wall. At least it was rather clean this time. "We should be done in less than an hour," Akemi called to his partner. "Yeah, so I am thinking of pizza tonight for dinner," Kazuo replied. "I could go for a pie." A year after, Hisashi went missing before Izumi felt ready to re-enter school properly. It had been almost 2 years since that fateful July night that her whole life had changed. The celebration of her 12th birthday was the second best birthday she had ever had, the best being her 11th, the first actual birthday she ever had. It was nice. Aizawa and Hisashi came over along with Toshi. She couldn't help and cry tears of joy as they sang happy birthday and when they gave her actual gifts, not something her father would throw at her in the night that he had stumbled upon. Inko was overcome watching the changes. They both had changed and gotten healthy, at least physically. Mentally was still a daily exercise, and their therapist was happy with the progress they made. The first steps was for them to take fundamental outside excursions that were not wrapped in fear and anxiety. One would have assumed that a great prize was won when Izumi went down to the lobby on her own to retrieve the mail and talk to the receptionist and someone in the elevator on the way back up. Today, though, when the candles were blown out, Izumi said, "I want to go back to real school." There were questions and concerns, but seeing how determined she was to take back another part of her life, her support network could only do that, support. It was determined that she would attend an all-girls academy as men still understandably made her uncomfortable. The only exceptions were Toshi, Aizawa, and Hisashi, who had been slowly integrated into her life and she felt safe around them. But due to her experience in Aldera, others made her nervous. Nimuri was looking into something they could comfortably afford, but Toshi was having none of that, and instead had lined up for an interview with the prestigious all-girls academy, Megami Takai Educational Academy. He didn't bother to mention that the interview was a formality and that Izumi's spot was already secured. Being the number 1 had its benefits. Plus, when you factor in that Izumi was rather intelligent and when allowed to study without harassment had scored in the top 1% of all her testing, it wasn't a hard pitch for the number 1. The school offered discretion and privacy as it catered to some of the top families in the country, not to mention its stellar curriculum, which would guarantee Izumi a spot in any field she chose to pursue, including heroics. They had a few former pro-heroines on staff to teach heroic and quirk theories as well. When Izumi exploded with joy at being accepted, the pro just kept quiet, not wanting to take away from the young girl's sense of accomplishment. To his surprise, in private, Inko hugged him and thanked him for pulling whatever strings he did. When he began to protest, she told him that she could tell from the nature of the interview that Izumi would be admitted. With Izumi returning to school, Inko decided to do the same, wanting to finish her nursing degree and see about being a surgical assistant. Her quirk would be helpful in the field and perfect with some training. It was Aizawa that she turned. He was surprised but did not refuse her request to train her quirk. When they were alone, he was surprised when she told him to teach her how to fight. She would not let herself or her daughter be a victim again. When he was soft, she chastised him. When he went hard, she thanked him. Her spirit was being reforged, and she would not tolerate anything other than complete rebirth. First day of school. Izumi was ready or about as prepared as she could be. She was nervous, integrating into a new school, one where she wouldn't know anyone was going to be, for lack of a better word, scary. But it was a type of difficulty that she wanted to tackle. All the time in therapy and training had helped to rebuild a small fraction of her self-confidence. Her quirk was a prominent backbone of it. She had focused on learning to strengthen her shielding not only to keep herself safe but to keep anyone she was trying to protect safe. All Might had figured that piece out when the object was to hold a shield to keep him from laying a finger on Nimari during training. In Izumi's mind, she knew that Nimari could protect herself, but the knowledge that someone was behind her, depending on her, allowed her to push to higher levels. It was almost like that night. Her shields kept at a hole from hurting her mother. Taping into that feeling and holding it had become the breakthrough she needed. She was slightly worried about her mentor, though he was on a secret mission and wouldn't tell them anything about it. The years had been good for Izumi, once again a healthy weight, and thanks to the guidance of Recovery Girl, her suppressed development had started to catch up, though that came with the caveat of training bras, which Izumi was not a fan of. Thankfully, there wasn't much there to train, but if her mother were any indication, that wouldn't be the case for long. She didn't want anything like that to draw attention to herself, her fear and apprehension around men being the main factor. The morning she woke to bloodied sheets was not one that would soon be forgotten in the household from the shattering scream that woke everyone. Part of her wanted it never to happen, a naive hope, but one she had held on to for a bit. But that crimson awakening was just another sign to herself that she was getting better, average, not a freak, or somehow deficient in some way. In the end, it was a complicated relationship with womanhood. At least her new school uniform looked cute. Black with pink accents. Izumi had opted for the knee-length skid option, though there was a shorter one hiding in her closet that she couldn't bring herself to wear yet. She stood in front of the ground staring at the beauty of the tree-lined walkway, the way the other girls walked with what she perceived to be exquisite taste. She looked as the guards at the gate, who gave her polite smiles as she stepped across the threshold. It was her imagination, but it felt like the air had changed. Nervously, she made her way to the entrance, switched out her shoes. She could feel her locker mates looking at her in curiosity as being new. She stood out, trying not to squeak or make any weird sounds. She went to the office to report in and receive her room assignment. As she entered the office, she was greeted with the hustle and bustle of activity. Not sure how to approach, she was spared when a kind-looking woman with white hair up in a proper bun waved her over. "Hello, dear," the woman said, her voice radiating a calming sense. "You must be a new student. I am Ms. Gachai. What is your name?" "Izumi Shimura, ma'am." She got out with a slight squeak to her voice. "Don't worry, dearie, I don't bite. Now, Izumi, welcome to our academy. I will hand you over to a member of our welcoming committee. They will take you to get your ID and gym clothes and give you a tour, after which they will escort you to your homeroom. They will be your buddy for the next few days, helping you navigate the school and get used to things." "I don't want to be a bother. It sounds like a lot of work for them." "Nonsense. That is what the welcoming committee does. Now let's see who they assigned you." The woman looked down at her sheet and smiled. "Well, you are in great hands. I am sure your escort will be here soon. Why don't you take a seat over there?" The wait sparked more of a nervous excitement inside Izumi, wanting to start this new step in life but fearing that it would not go well. She sat looking at the floor, fretting slightly. Her nervous habit of nibbling on the edge of her hair had reared its ugly head. Her nervousness dissolved into mumbles. "What if no one likes me? Or if I do something that makes everyone mad? Could they all hate me already? They may know me from the news. What if they were fans of the hymn? Where has he disappeared to? Mr. Toshi says everything is fine. Mom seems to feel that way. Not to mention Auntie Nimiri. Even Mr. Aizawa seems confident about it. Though he did tell me how to strike the throat for maximum damage, if necessary. What if no one likes my quirk? Well, if I don't see how, you can make everyone mad. People shouldn't judge someone just because of what they have seen on the news. In my opinion, to have come through something so terrible and still push forward is very admirable. Thank you for saying so. But what do I say when I meet them? What if they are mean? I don't think I am mean, though I am a bit awkward sometimes despite my upbringing. Being around others my age is a new experience. But how about you just say hello?" It took a moment for Izumi's brain to register, and with a surprised eep, she jolted back, bringing her legs to her chest, and looked up at the person who had been listening to what she thought had been an internal dialogue and had even responded. Izumi expected to find a look of scorn or disgust. Instead, she saw big dark onyx eyes and a gentle smile. Her hair still in the corner of her mouth, Izumi had to reboot. Momo smiled at the girl who sat mumbling. She had tried to get the girl's attention. As she got closer, she could hear the girl muttering to herself. As Momo listened to the girl rambling, the girl's words drew her in. It took Momo a moment to recognize that what the girl referenced was the case with fire breath. Momo was aware of the issue more so than most because her parents were heavily involved with the hero community, their support department, and hero healthcare. Momo looked at the girl fondly as she let out an eep and jumped back. The piece of hair hanging in her mouth made Momo smile at how cute the girl looked. "It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Momo Yaoyorozu, a member of the welcoming committee," she said, still smiling as she offered her hand. "Izumi Shimura, it is a pleasure to meet you," her voice coming out soft and slightly unsteady. "I didn't mean to startle you, but you seemed lost in your own world." "I'm sorry. Don't be. It is understandable with all you have been through. You know who I am." "Yes, but trust me, I have no positive thoughts about fire breath. I am only more aware of the case due to my parents' company and their ties to the hero community." "Are your parents the head of the Yaoyorozu Corporation?" Izumi asked. Momo winced as this was where things would generally shift to someone sucking up to her or looking to exploit something. "Yes," she responded as she stood to her full height, ready to distance herself. "That's cool," Izumi said. "I was in one of their hospital wards after the incident. They took excellent care of me." Izumi got to her feet, grabbing her bag. "Thank you, Yaoyorozu, for welcoming me to Megami Takai Academy. I will be in your care." Izumi pulled the piece of hair from the corner of her mouth and politely bowed. "If you do not mind, why are you worried about an adverse reaction to your quirk? Is it perhaps bizarre in nature or unconventional? I create energy shields. I can change their shape or strength depending on the situation. I just haven't had it for very long, so I am still learning everything I can do. My trainer has been beneficial." "You have a quirk trainer?" Momo asked inquisitively. "Yes, he was a friend of my grandmother's. They had lost touch, and he found us after the incident." "What's your quirk?" "I can create non-organic things from the lipids in my body as long as I know the chemical composition. It manifests from my skin, so I have to have it exposed a lot to use it properly, which is rather embarrassing." Momo replied with a blush. "That would be troublesome, senpai." "Senpai?" Momo looked at Izumi with a questioning look. "I'm sorry, I just assumed you were older than me due to you being so mature," Izumi fumbled. Momo knew it was because of her development. Even at her age, she was assumed to be a few years older due to her development. "No, I am the same age. It just seems that puberty decided to overly bless me. The doctors think it has something to do with my quirk due to the amount of calories I consume and the rich nature of my diet. I have been given this." She motioned to her body. "Trust me, I wish it hadn't. It makes me uncomfortable around members of the opposite sex. I attended a different school but decided to transfer here last year due to their actions." Izumi felt terrible for her comment. "I am sorry, Yaoyorozu. I didn't mean anything by it." Momo could feel genuine remorse from the girl as she lowered her head, making Momo think she had kicked a puppy. "I may have come off a little harsh, Izumi. I apologize. It's hard to make friends. Even when they discover my family name, it becomes them sucking up or attempt to use me for something. Then there are the snide comments about my body, that plastic surgery has been involved, and how desperate I must be to do something at such a young age. I think you are very nice, Momo, not just because of your body or family line. You have made me feel like it's okay for me to be in this little time we have been talking even though I have messed up. I don't have any friends either, so if it's not too presumptuous, I would like to be your friend. I don't come from a rich or high-ranking family. I have no desire to get into the medical or support field. I want to be a hero to protect those that can't protect themselves. I want to be a hero myself." Actually, Momo thought, she only had a handful of people that she would consider a friend. And most of those were on the welcoming committee with her, and only one of them was even in her year. Part of her wanted to say no immediately but could also sense how lonely Izumi seemed and recognized that loneliness. Momo decided to take a risk. If it didn't work out, she could distance herself. "I think we can be friends, Izumi," Momo said hesitantly, saying the girl's first name. This action was not lost on Izumi as she heard Momo call her by her first name. It made Izumi almost painfully aware of the pit that had been buried inside her for so long, for being ostracized for so many years. She had lost her only friend when she was 4 and had never found another one in 8 years. She wouldn't cry. She didn't want to seem like a total weirdo. "Thank you, Momo," she said shyly. The campus was impressive and leagues beyond anything Izumi had any previous experience with. Everything was very high-end as it catered to those of station. She was relieved when Momo informed her that 25% of the student body was on scholarship and that everyone had to test to get in. High standards were to be maintained, and bullying had a zero-tolerance policy. That only some students were part of some prestigious family helped to put Izumi at ease. She stopped, picked up her gym uniform, located her locker, and retrieved her books from the student store. Their final stop was the cafeteria. where Momo went over the options for lunch and that breakfast was offered if she arrived early enough. All the meals were included in the tuition. The only thing that took any money was the vending machines and the drink bar in the quad. Izumi had begun to relax during the tour, finding it easy to talk with Momo whenever a question arose. They stopped before 2A. Momo turned to her and smiled. "We are in the same class, so you will at least know someone." Momo entered first and spoke with the teacher as Izumi straightened herself out, ensuring she looked presentable. She heard the teacher call her and with a deep breath, she stepped in. She looked over her class and saw more looks of curiosity at the new arrival than the looks of disgust she was accustomed to at her last school. "Introduce yourself and then sit behind Yaorazu," the teacher said. "Greeting, my name is Izumi Shimura. I hope to make friends with all of you and look forward to getting to know you all." She finished with a bow and made her way to sit down. "Good job, Miss Shimura. Please pull out your modern Japanese history book and turn to chapter 4. No spitballs, no taunts." There were no snide comments. Izumi smiled, doing as instructed. This was a chance to start over, a new beginning, a rebirth. A few girls introduced themselves at lunch, asking Izumi what she thought of the campus and course. One of the most critical questions: "What is your quirk?" It was the first time that, in a school setting, she could answer the question in class and not immediately have the room turn against her when she would say it hadn't manifested yet. Momo gave her an encouraging smile. "I call it shield. It allows me to create force fields in different sizes and strengths." Instead of dismissal, she got a few favorable comments and asked if she wanted to be a support hero. One girl seemed interested and asked if she could lift things with her shield and how strong they could get. Izumi smiled and continued the conversation until the bell rang, calling everyone back to their seats. Of course, it was not all rainbows and butterflies. There were cliques and groups like any social structure. Nothing too disturbing, but it was present. Some tried to quietly dissuade her from hanging out with Momo, and others just left her alone because she didn't wear specific makeup or follow certain celebrities. But nothing like she had experienced before, so it was all pleasant to Izumi. Those who attempted to dissuade her were quickly rebuffed. But of course, that meant Izumi would be part of whatever gossip would be spread. The biggest problem arrived when she was asked about boys, and Izumi replied that she didn't like boys as they made her uncomfortable. Immediately she was questioned about her sexuality when Izumi answered truthfully that it was something she had ever thought about, only adding fuel to the fire. Momo introduced her to Kanoko Komori at lunch, another member of the welcoming committee, and a student in the same year as them. The girl was quiet, making Izumi wonder how she was a welcoming committee member. But when the conversation about Kanoko's quirk mushroomed, suddenly the girl came alive. Momo smiled as Izumi came alive herself, and they were talking excitedly about Kanoko's quirk. It was an excellent beginning overall, having a regular gym class. Though some of the girls questioning her sexuality acted exaggeratedly while they were training, it wasn't physical assault, so Izumi brushed it off. It was a beginning, and that was all Izumi wanted. Everything starts somewhere. Soon school was like a familiar sweater. Izumi had her routine and had made some friends. Momo and Kanoko were her circle. The three would text and study together. She got along with others in class well enough, a heaven-sent gift in Izumi's mind. But the two members of the welcoming committee were her confidants. She even joined the committee to help herself come out of her shell more. The side benefit of hanging out with her friends more was not lost on her. Inko almost cried the first time Izumi asked for permission to go to Momo's house to go swimming, or when she asked to go to the movies with her friends. It took some time, but Izumi eventually could fully confide in her friends about her living with Midnight and over a very emotional sleepover about her past traumas. Izumi was afraid of rejection, but she wept at the tight embraces and soothing words instead. Not to say their outings were not without trouble, with boys hitting on the trio or harassing them, but it never escalated to the point of danger. Thankfully, it also helped that Momo had a private driver so they could avoid using public transportation. The three girls had a common goal of becoming heroes and decided to start working out together. All Might supported their efforts by creating exercise plans for them. Momo and Kanoko also got to know Izumi's uncles and Inko quite well. They spent much time together, often staying at each other's houses or going out. Their parents were used to seeing them together and didn't question it when one or both girls showed up at the other's house. As she embraced her heritage, Izumi blossomed into womanhood with her unique charm. Though different from Momo, she became undeniably cute with a fuller bust, curvier figure, and even slightly taller. Thanks to the help of Momo and Midnight, Izumi also learned to manage her curls beautifully. Momo stepped out of the house in her new bathing suit and saw Izumi emerging from the water. Momo couldn't help but stare at her best friend, perplexing her. However, Izumi didn't seem to notice and quickly hugged Momo before using her shields to launch them both into the pool. It was a typical day for them, minus Kanoko, who was on a date with a boy she had met at her parents' shop. "Do you think her date is going okay?" Izumi asked as she floated by Momo on a floaty. She said she would call us after, but I hope it goes well. She seemed excited. Momo responded. What about you, Izumi? Do you think you will ever go on a date? I don't know, she said. I haven't met a boy I would even consider going on a date with, but then again, don't meet any unless we go out. I think they are hitting on you too, and they talk to me so as not to exclude me. What about you? Don't you have another ball coming up? I do, but I do it more because my parents asked me to. I am supposed to meet the youngest member of the Ida clan, but I don't think it will work. Why is that? We have talked a few times, but I don't feel any spark or connection with him. It's okay, Momo, we can get married when we are older and cause a scandal. We will use artificial insemination so I can bear you children while you run the world. Momo laughed. What about being a hero? And pass the opportunity to be a kept woman? Hell no. Izumi said, laughing. I think Mr. Aizawa has a thing for my mom. She added nonchalantly. Wait, yeah, he has been training her for a few years now, and how he looks at her when he thinks no one is watching gives it away. Is she interested in him? I don't know. She seems open to it now that she started working and stuff, but after my sperm donor. He hasn't popped up, has he? No, not a word. But did you hear about Mr. Quick? He got arrested for attempted RP yesterday. He was shot in the leg when he attacked a fan in an alley. No, I hadn't heard that, but I don't follow hero news like you do. I know you are too busy stalking Caliban from The Sound of Fury, Izuku said, teasing her friend's celebrity crush. It's not stalking. I like to stay updated on my future husband's whereabouts, Momo said confidently. We are not even married yet, and you already have lovers lined up. Look, if I am ruling the world, I should be surrounded by as many lovers as I want, baby. You know you will always be number one, Momo said, doing her best to sound sultry. I guess I can live with that. Two girls erupted in laughter. Kanoko phoned later and shared that her date went well, leading to plans for another one. The trio conversed for some time, exchanging giggles and inquiring about Kanoko's experience. However, that night, as Izumi snuggled next to Momo before sleeping, Momo found herself more conscious of her friend's presence. It was in the 15th year of Izumi's life that everything changed again. Inko woke her daughter up in the middle of the night, immediately putting her on edge. Inko calmed her some when she told her daughter that this had nothing to do with him. But instead, All Might had been critically injured and was in the hospital. The two got dressed quickly and raced off into the night. Izumi worried about what or who could have critically injured the number one hero. Inko and Izumi, after they showed proper identification, were rushed into the nondescript building, past armed guards, and into the back. Being led down a maze of corridors, they eventually found themselves staring at Gran Torino and Sir Night-Eye, who both looked like they should be confined to a bed themselves. The two heroes paid the two of them no mind as they stared through an observation window. Inko and Izumi hesitantly made their way to the window, unprepared for what they saw. All Might was in the middle of an extensive surgical procedure. The doctors were moving in what could only be considered controlled chaos. There was so much blood, and it was clear that the damage was extensive. In the middle, like a conductor for an orchestra, was Recovery Girl, directing the chaos with skill and composure, though her face told a different story. What happened? Inko managed. Sir Night-Eye, without taking his eyes off the happenings, we tracked down the person responsible for your mother's death. We have been tracking him down for a long time, dismantling his vast network in hopes that it would lead us to him. That man was the most dangerous person on the planet. His evil and vile knew no bounds. We won, but we don't know if All Might will survive. His voice was steady, hints of passion and anger seeping through his composure. That fool is too stubborn to die. If he doesn't, I will make sure to drag him back so I can beat that into him, Torino said, his voice heavy with fear. Izumi just stood there, frozen as she bore witness to the scene. It moved in slow motion and, at times, like a time lapse at other times. She offered every prayer she could remember to every spirit or deity she could think of. Everything was just a blur for Izumi. She didn't answer her phone, which was blowing up with increasingly concerned messages from Momo and Kanoko. Eventually, it registered enough for her to respond that she was okay, telling them that her uncle Toshi had been in a terrible accident, and she was at the hospital with her mom as he was in emergency surgery. The girls offered to come down and wait with her, but she had to refuse so as not to reveal her uncle's secret. Shortly after, she discovered that Aizawa and Midnight were also in the hospital, but their injuries were not life-threatening. Inko and Izumi visited them, with Aizawa at once bristling over Inko, fussing over him while enjoying her attention. Midnight, she contented herself with Izumi's fussing. 38 hours later, Recovery Girl emerged completely exhausted. Other doctors had rotated out, but she had been there the entire time. Torino, Sir Night-Eye, Inko, and Izumi sat with bated breath. He is stable, but the damage is overwhelming. I don't know if he will be able to recover, and if he does, it will be at a fraction of what he was. He is awake and asking for everyone. Inko and Izumi walked right in as Recovery Girl held the heroes back. He wants to pass it on to her. I got him to hold off for now. I understand. He wants to return it to the Shimura line. I think the girl may not be ready, but I won't go against his wishes. He has been training her for the last few years, and her dedication is admirable. I worry about her trauma, though, Sir Knight, I said. The zygote will be great. Her desire to protect is possibly even stronger than his, and she will be an amazing hero. Torino said, besides, we will help her along. That we will, Knight, I added before they stepped inside the room. Toshinori Yagi. No one expects to be in this position. No one believes they will ever be here. Yet here he was. He watched as Inko and Izumi came to his bedside. Inko's eyes filled with worry and Izumi's so terrified. Like the extraordinary people he knew they were, they smiled for him. Inko immediately scolded him for getting hurt, and Izumi held his hand smiling. He could feel their love. It warmed him. They cared for the man, not the hero. That difference was what mattered to him. I will be all right. This is a flesh wound, he said with a sly smile directed at Izumi, who giggled for him. There it is, sweet Izumi. There is no need to fret. The road to recovery is still long, but it will be one that I conquer. Though I believe my time as the #1 hero will be ending. SHH, don't say that, Uncle Toshi. There was a time where I foolishly believed that I could continue forever, such is the folly of youth. But tonight, though I was injured, I avenged your grandmother. The man that took her has been removed. But with that, I want to ask you something. I want you to inherit my quirk, the same quirk I inherited from Nana and the one she inherited from her mentor. And one day, you will pass it on to whom you deem worthy. How is it possible to pass on a quirk, Toshi? Inko asked, worried he was becoming delusional. My quirk is called One for All and has been passed down since the earliest days of quirks. The vile creature that I did battle with once had a brother. One he thought was quirkless. It angered and bothered him as he could steal people's quirks and give them to others. He forced a quirk upon his brother, a stockpiling quirk. Little did he know his brother did have a quirk, the ability to transfer power to other people, and One for All was born. A quirk that couldn't be stolen but could only be given freely and with the intent to do so. Thus began a long journey of One for All that now resides within me, and I now want to pass on to you. Am I worthy? You have come so far in the years I have known you, and you will go even farther. You have overcome and continue to face your obstacles and traumas. You once told me that you wanted to be a hero for all those who needed someone to be there, to listen and help those that felt help was beyond them. Has that changed? Of course not. Nothing could change that. Will you also step in to protect all those in danger? Yes, Ben, my sweet Izumi. You are worthy, the hero said with a smile. The world needs to know that even if I am gone, there is a hero that will step up and say, I am here, she whispered. They need to know that everything will be all right. All Might wants me to carry on his legacy not as the #1 hero but to let people know everything will be all right. Okay, I will do it. Good girl, we will discuss it later, but please excuse me, ladies. I need to talk to Sir Nidai and Torino. Inko and Izumi leaned down and kissed the hero's cheeks before leaving the room. Izumi. Inko left her daughter as she went to check on Aizawa again. Izumi made her way to a courtyard and sat under the shade of a tree before pulling out her phone. Three Musketeers group chat. Izumi, he will be okay. Not great, but he will live. Momo, thank goodness. Izumi, I was so worried. Kinoko, I was, also. I know you and him are close. Momo, are you and Inko okay? Do you need anything? Kinoko, Momo, you took the words right out of my mouth. Izumi, no, now that we know he will be all right, we will head home to sleep and recharge. Kinoko, if you need a hug or talk, hit me anytime. Izumi, I wouldn't want to interrupt your date with Rikido. Winky face emoji. Kinoko, really, you are going to start teasing me? Izumi, it tells me everything is right with the world. Kinoko, he has a friend I could introduce you to. Momo, unless it's Caliban, I am not interested. Izumi, nah, I'm good. How was your ball, Momo? Momo, fine, much like I anticipated. There was no spark with this one either. He was polite, but I will wait for my true love. Kinoko, are there going to be any more? Momo, I don't think so. Mother was talking to father, and she seemed to have convinced him to stop pressing the matter and let me decide. Izumi, thank goodness, I guess. I know you didn't like these matchmaking balls. Momo, I did not. I felt pressured to connect even if there weren't. Izumi, I am going to head back in. Thanks for chatting with me. It was nice. Should be back in school on Monday. Momo, Kinoko. What do you say we visit Izumi to help her with all the assignments she has due? Kinoko, that sounds good. Rikido is busy this weekend anyways at his parents' bakery. They have a bunch of weddings. Izumi, Sare, 9, Momo and Kinoko. We will be there. Izumi closed her phone and stared at the trees. Her mind wandered to what Uncle Toshi had told her. She sat thinking about One for All and whether to share the truth with her friends. No hero ever stood alone. Toshi had Sir and Torino. She had Kinoko and Momo. For some reason, she missed the raven-haired girl the most. She just wanted her around. Something about knowing she was near. By Island, she screamed, and inventions flew through the air. Her Uncle Might was hurt. Her Uncle Might, the symbol of peace, the man that told her she could do anything, had been critically injured and almost died. Her father had said to her that he wouldn't make a full recovery, that his time as a hero would be ending. Melissa Shield sat staring at a destroyed room, her heart racing, her mind suddenly becoming clear. Someone had to step up, and someone had to carry on Uncle Might's legacy. She would do just that, quirkless or not. The world would know the name Melissa Shield, the quirkless hero. A new obsession formed, a new fire burned, she had a new purpose, and she would not be denied. Recovery. Toshinori Yagi was never what one considered to be patient. He tended to live his life in a plus-ultra state, but being injured as he was and confined to the hospital was almost complete torture. Somehow, they would always catch him when he wasn't supposed to be doing something. Whether it was Recovery Girl, Inko, or the absolute worst was Izumi. He had been out of bed just doing a few push-ups when the girl walked in, and her scolding had him sitting in bed, arms crossed, pouting. His feeble attempts to rebut her attacks or defend himself were skillfully dismantled in a way that hurt his head. The doctor had come in, heard a fraction of it, and walked back out. When she was done, she threatened to hold him in bed with her shielding if he didn't stop. For 6 months, he was in the hospital, and for 6 months, the questions of his absence swirled. Thankfully, a friend from the U.S. announced that All Might was on a particular assignment. He remembered to send her a thank you. His dear friend David along with his niece Melissa came to visit him so David could deliver some synthetic organs to help All Might be able to leave the hospital. Melissa was more difficult to calm as the blonde girl cried and held on to him, afraid he might disappear. It took the arrival of Izumi to calm her finally. Ultimately, Izumi and Melissa seemed to bond over their love of heroes and Uncle Might. When Melissa revealed that she was quirkless, she expected Izumi to react negatively. But when the green-haired girl instead showed nothing but support, Melissa felt relieved. After hearing from Izumi how it took until she was 10 for her quirk to manifest and the circumstances involved, Melissa realized that Izumi had gotten to experience some of the pain of being quirkless. While Melissa had been sheltered from the more brutal aspects due to her father's position and growing up on Island, it was a shared experience from which they could build. The two girls bonded during Melissa's visit, with Melissa even meeting Momo and Kanoko. Melissa had led a sheltered life, so the concept of being able to make friends even if they were far away was appealing. Also, with her hidden mission to become a quirkless hero, it would behoove her to make some contacts with possible classmates, Shota and Inko. 1 month after he had been admitted, Inko sat on the edge of Shota Aizawa's bed, feeding him some apples. While the man grumbled about being able to feed himself, he only did so half-heartedly. Inko sat there patiently, waiting for him to open his mouth before she could feed him another slice. "The doctor says I can go home tomorrow," he said. "Yes, he told me," Inko said. "I already had Nimari give me the spare key to your apartment so I can come to cook for you. I am fully capable of cooking for myself, you know." "Are you saying you don't like my cooking?" "No, I never said that. But why would you do such a thing?" "Because I take care of what is mine," Inko said. Shota sat there, his mouth slightly agape. He saw Inko flick her hand upward and his mouth close. Before anything else, she leaned over and lightly kissed his lips. She then stood and walked out the door. She was there every day, cooking for him, and at the end of the day, she would walk over and kiss him again. "See you tomorrow," she would say and then leave. Shota sat at lunch with Nimari and Hisashi, as the two teased the underground hero without mercy as he described what Inko was doing. "For the love of God, Shota, please tell me you are kissing her back," Hisashi said as Nimari clutched her side. "Well, yes, but what, you blockhead," Nimari said. "I think I should tell her that while I appreciate her cooking and cleaning," Nimari said. "And doing your laundry," added Hisashi. "Did you know she even feeds his cat?" Nimari said to Hisashi. "You mean Princess likes her?" he said as he looked at Shota, to which their friend could only nod. Hisashi rubbed the bridge of his nose. "Let me get this straight. You have a beautiful woman like Inko coming over and playing house with you, and all she seems to ask for is a kiss when she leaves." Shota nodded. "And she has been doing this for over a month now." Nod. "Listen, you idiot. If you don't snatch her up, I will steal her." Shota thought about it, and his blood boiled. Hisashi was his best friend, and he realized he would fight him tooth and nail for Inko. "What do I do?" "Oh, I don't know, you idiot. Ask her to dinner, kiss her first, tell her to stay," Nimari said. "Isn't that a bit much? I could talk to Inko and probably tell her to wait in your bed if you need it any clearer. She wants a relationship with you, to get back into the world, and to be with you, dumbass. And if you even say she should say something, I will hurt you badly. What if I go too fast or too far? Or I hurt her?" Shota said, looking down at his tea. "You let her set the pace," Hisashi said. "She is the drummer of the band. She controls the beat. Start with dinner or kiss her first and see what happens. When she wants more, she will say so, or if she needs to slow down, let her say so. If you want this, Shota, then stop being so scared and take a risk." The next day, he did just that when she arrived. Before he sat to eat, he kissed her first, which she responded to. "Now, eat breakfast." What time do you return from patrol tonight? About 5 a.m. I will ensure your food is ready so you can eat and go straight to bed. Just leave your hero costume outside your door so I can wash it. Okay, hey Inko, he said, suddenly feeling nervous. Yes, Shota. Are you available for dinner Thursday? Are you asking me on a date, Shota? Yes, I am. Her smile almost melted him. I would love to go to dinner Thursday. Now eat your food before it gets cold. Izumi was incredibly happy for her mother but also a little worried. But the happiness won out. The transfer. Izumi and Toshi stood in the medical center of UA. As Recovery Girl drew a vial of blood from the pro before turning to the young girl. This is your chance to say no, Izumi, Toshi said. Not on your life, Izumi replied, extending her arm. Recovery Girl gently inserted the needle and pressed the plunger. What now? We should head to training ground beta. Sir Nidai and Torino are waiting for us. As soon as you feel anything, say something immediately. Recovery Girl quickly attached a few electrodes, so I can monitor your vital remotely for anything. The two walked in silence to the training area. Soon they came to where the other two pros were waiting. Anything yet? Torino asked as Izumi shook her head. Well then, why don't you warm up to get the blood flowing? Izumi immediately did as instructed. She didn't notice anything. Not knowing what else to do, they started with a light spar of having Izumi create a shield to deflect Torino's attacks while Nidai launched tennis balls at her from another angle which she had to dodge physically. After about an hour, Izumi threw the sign to stop, and everyone froze. Her face squinched up as Recovery Girl said that Izumi's pulse and blood pressure had increased. How do I call it forth, Uncle Toshi? She asked. You have to feel it. I never had to think about it, he replied truthfully, to which Torino sighed. And Nidai rubbed his forehead. When you create a shield, you describe it as pushing the energy out and into what shape you desire instead of spreading it to your body. Sir Nidai said, stepping forward. Izumi nodded and did as asked. She closed her eyes and concentrated on spreading it inside of her instead of releasing it from the outside around her. The mental image of her body forming her stopping point. Toshi smiled broadly as the girl closed her eyes as dancing white lights appeared under her skin, spreading out till her body gave a white glow. They saw the glow get brighter and brighter, and they heard Izumi grunt in pain. You are unleashing too much, girlie, dial it back some, Torino yelled. Izumi seemed about to protest, but she remembered how she had promised her mom that she would listen to her uncles today. As she dialed it down, she adjusted it till she felt comfortable. Slowly she opened her eyes, noticing the glow coming from her body. Cool, she said, smiling. Is it supposed to do that? It is different for everyone, Toshi said, stepping forward and smiling broadly. She really would be a beacon of light, he thought. Can you move? Torino said. Izumi moved slowly. It felt good, excellent. Yes, how about creating a shield? Nidai said. Izumi thought momentarily. Oh yay, she said with a wicked grin. Izumi's shields were hard to see most times, depending on their intensity. This time it exploded from her in a brilliant green hue. The heroes braced to be struck, but it passed around them before they were encompassed. It feels different, like you told me that Grandma's was called Float. Then she could suddenly fly. Can you retract it and expand it? Nidai asked. Definitely, she said, and they watched her push it farther and even surround them with a few buildings, then pull it around her tightly. I could go bigger and stronger if needed, but he feels pretty strong. I think it's more like a barrier than a shield. But can you move? Torino said. They watched her blur from her spot and appear before the hero. What do you think, old man? She said with a smirk. Old man is it, Magamusum? You are going to regret that. They disappeared from their spot into the city. Toshi watched and smiled as they began to battle. Izumi's speed wasn't on par with Torino, and she couldn't move like him, but she was learning, and her shield creation was quicker and didn't break. In the end, Izumi was down to a knee panting, but her shield around herself was holding. She smiled as Torino came at her, and suddenly he stopped violently, encased in another shield. All Might couldn't help himself and leaped in, yelling, Detroit Smash. Suddenly bulking up, a third shield suddenly manifested, and it didn't break. It was cracked, but it held. All Might could also see the cracks shrinking. Wonderful, my girl, wonderful. That you did, Asaru Musum. Sir Nidai and Torino smiled as Toshi carried Izumi in his arms. Grinning like a dope, Recovery Girl did scold them for pushing Izumi so hard but told them she had overexerted herself, and there were no evident injuries. When Izumi awoke, she looked at the group around her in the medical wing. Feed me, say more. She yelled. No, seriously, I need food ASAP, I am starving. What would you like to eat? Nidai said, pulling out his phone. Izumi thought for a second and placed an order similar to what she had seen Momo eat. Nidai said nothing and placed the order while Recovery Girl handed her some protein bars. It took the edge off her hunger pains. I want to tell Momo and Kinoko. She told Toshi, "They are my most precious friend, and we are all going for UA. You know them, you have trained them." Torino went to speak, but Toshi held his hand to stop him. "I understand, Izumi. And I expected as much. You may tell them. I know how dear they are to you, and it would be almost impossible for you to lie to them." Torino stayed silent. They disagreed, but he knew his Magamusume, and he didn't want her to be alone again. It was a small group, and if they knew, they could support her and stand by her side. "Can I continue training with them?" "Of course." "Now how was it?" "Magical, absolutely magical." Author's note. This feels like a good space to end this. What follows is what I had written initially, but I stopped and stepped back before I went a different direction, so this is an alternate universe thing, I guess. Let me know what you think either way. The O part is rough as I just stopped writing and didn't return to do edits, just a warning. Toshinori Yagi. No one expects to be in this position. No one believes they will ever be here. Yet here he was. He watched as Inko and Izumi came to his bedside. Inko's eyes filled with worry and Izumi's so terrified. Like the extraordinary people he knew they were, they smiled for him. Inko immediately told him that everything was going to be all right. Izumi told him he was too strong to let this beat him. He smiled, but inside he knew the truth. It had become apparent to him when Nana appeared at the foot of his bed. "Izumi, come here," he whispered. The girl came closer, leaning over him. He heard her whisper back that it would be okay because she was there, doing her best to smile like he had taught her. A hoarse laugh escaped his lips. "Listen, Izumi, I don't think I am going to be able to finish teaching you, but there is something that I need you to do." "Uncle Toshi, don't say that. I need you to be there. You are supposed to give me away when I get married and give the speech when I graduate from UA. I wish I could, Izumi. I wish I could, but I need you to listen now. I was born quirkless, and your grandmother bestowed upon me her quirk. I know you have questions, but I need you to listen. She saw the potential in me and allowed me the chance to become the hero I am now. Please take up my legacy. And the legacy of your grandmother. The world still needs a hero to stand up and protect those who can't protect themselves. Sir Nidai and Torino will train you, I promise. I know you can do it. Can you do that for me? Izumi, can you be a hero that protects others, not for the money or fame but because it is right? Uncle Toshi, I don't understand, but I promise I will always protect those who can't defend themselves and everyone I can." "Recovery girl," the hero said. The heroine walked over and drew some blood. "You need some of my DNA to inherit my power. Izumi, this is your last chance. Do you agree?" Izumi's head was in a panic. She didn't understand what was going on. She only knew that if he was dying, this was the most important thing to him. She nodded. "I will do it, Uncle Toshi. I will take up your legacy." Recovery girl injected the blood into her. Izumi saw her uncle smile. He turned to the heroes. "Torino, Nidai, train her, shepherd her, make sure when the time comes that she is ready. Inko, I am sorry I won't be there, but no, Hisashi will never bother you two ever again. Izumi, I love you. I wish that if I ever had a daughter, she would be as wonderful as you." Izumi couldn't stop the tears as Recovery girl ran to grab help. "I'll make you proud, I promise. Now hang on, don't go anywhere. I did it. Nana, it's home where it belongs," he muttered. He extended his hand to the space at the foot of his bed, and he smiled. It was the smile that had sheltered the world for decades, that had brought hope and peace to so many, that had become a symbol. His hand fell limply to the bed as his last breath escaped him. At 3:36 p.m. on October 2nd, the symbol of peace died. Katsuki Bakugo. The emergency broadcast alert rang across every phone, television, and radio. The students in his school all froze and looked at the television monitor in the hall. The Prime Minister came walking onto a stage, obviously shaken. They stood at the podium with tears falling. "People of Japan, I have come before with a heavy heart. Today at 3:36 p.m., the greatest hero the world has ever known, All Might, has died." After that, Katsuki didn't hear anything else. The world became mute as students and teachers cried. He heard yells that it had to be a prank and that this had to be a lie. But Katsuki knew it wasn't. Momo. She stood in front of the television, shaking her head. All Might was dead. The symbol of peace was no more. Kinoko. As she gazed at her boyfriend, he stood silently, not saying a word as tears cascaded down his cheeks. Their bag of groceries tumbled from his grasp. They had been on the way back to his house to bake up some sweets. Now they just held each other. Neither could speak. "Please, God, let this be a cruel joke," she thought. Unknown location. "Did you hear that, Master? He is dead," a doctor said to a body floating in a strange tank. He saw the hand twitch. "Yes, Master, I understand. We must find out if it died with him." The Hero Commission. "Ladies and gentlemen, All Might is dead. Now is the time for us to move forward and secure the seat at the head of this country. The hero community will be looking for guidance, and we will be the ones that guide them. Nezu wanted a war. Now he will get one. There is nothing and no one to challenge us. For the greater good. For the greater good." The room shouted back, Yue. Nezu reached into his desk and pulled out a bottle of bourbon and 2 glasses. After filling them, he slid one over to Lady Nagin. To all might, she said, raising her glass. To all might, Nezu echoed as they drained their glasses. The commission is going to come for us full bore now. We have to hold on till the next generation takes the wheel. What if they aren't ready? She countered. Then we hold till they are. Todoroki household. It didn't matter anymore. None of it mattered anymore. All the training, all the sacrifice, it just didn't matter anymore. He was supposed to see his greatest creation rise and take the ranking of #1 hero from All Might. Not of it given, but to snatch it away. Toya's death, Shoto's training, it wasn't worth anything now. Endeavor crawled into a bottle. Island, she screamed, and inventions flew through the air. Her Uncle Might was dead. Her Uncle Might, the symbol of peace, the man that told her she could do anything, was dead. A void in her heart formed similar to the one that had formed when her mother died. Melissa's shield raged against everything. Raged against the loss, the hurt, whatever crossed her path. Someone had to step up, and someone had to carry on Uncle Might's legacy. She would do just that, quirkless or not. The world would know the name Melissa Shield, the quirkless hero. A new obsession formed, a new fire burned, she had a new purpose, and she would not be denied. Goodbye. The funeral for All Might was a week-long affair as millions paid their respects. Heroes from all over the world converged on Japan, and crime stopped just from the sheer presence of so many heroes. The villains hid, wanting to make sure it was true, that he was dead. On the final day, all across the country, at 3:36 p.m., silence was held, and everyone stopped. On the other side of the city, a small funeral was held with only a handful of attendees. Toshinori Yagi was laid to rest next to Nana Shimura. There were no long flowery speeches, just tears. As the attendees laid flowers, they spoke to their hero, friend, uncle, teammate, and student. Momo was there to support her friend. She knew how close Izumi was to her uncle and how much she looked up to All Might. Izumi's uncle had been caught up in the destruction of All Might's final battle. The last mourner, a blonde girl, stood there with her hand on the marker. She seemed to be making an oath to the fallen man. Opening salvos. It started with a daytime robbery by a low-level gang of villains. When they succeeded, it emboldened the others out there. Soon more and more began to come out of the darkness. They had been held there by the threat of All Might, but now that threat was gone. Sure, there were heroes out there, but even the heroes had become lax. Gangs began to form, first in the back alleys, before they surged onto the streets. People waited for a hero to come to save them. Unfortunately, they had to keep waiting. The Hero Commission started to send their soldiers onto the streets. Rules of violence were loosened, and steps had to be taken to secure the safety of the people. The Hero Commission training facility opened, promising to train the next generation to take back Japan, the security of a brighter tomorrow. They pressured the regular hero schools to put students on the streets paired with a Hero Commission officer. That this extraordinary time called for exceptional measures. When the schools fought back, they appealed directly to the students. Didn't they want to step up when the world needed them? Didn't they want to be the ones to turn the tide? Hero Commission heroes opened their agencies and supported the propaganda being spread that it was time for those that could do so. They would sober Endeavor up long enough to trot him out. The new #1 would smile and wave, read the script and take out the villains who were unfortunate to cross his path. The people looked past the death. It was either them or the villains. The mugging was stopped one night. When the witness was questioned, they said it was a person in an All Might mask. Then it happened again. On the web, sightings began to appear across the country. Momo and Kanoko sat there flabbergasted as Izumi sat before them, terrified. She had just dropped a revelation on them that turned their ideas of quirks and parts of the world on its head. A few mushrooms sprouted around Kanoko, who took one and handed another to Momo. These should counter any hallucinogenic that we may have been exposed to, the girl said flatly as she popped the mushroom in her mouth. Momo, without questioning, did the same. How long? Was the only thing she said. 5 minutes, maybe sooner due to your metabolism. Good. Izumi, please sit and say nothing for 5 minutes, Momo said. Izumi did just that, taking a seat and experiencing the true menace of life waiting. Her mind whirled with irrational thoughts of being abandoned. She worried about losing her friends, that they would see her as a monster, curse and toss her aside, that she was indeed unworthy. As she fought back, tears were lost in her mind. She felt 2 sets of arms wrapped around her. Stupid, nothing could drive me away from you, Momo whispered, holding Izumi. Even if you hated mushrooms, I wouldn't abandon you, Kanoko added. Izumi realized that she had voiced all her fears while waiting, but she couldn't complain in the embrace of his friends. Instead, she just hugged them back as they all processed everything, getting themselves under control. So, your Uncle Toshi is All Might, and his quirk is called One for All. It is a transferable quirk that dates back long ago, and he has given it to you after avenging your grandmother's death. Who gave the quirk to him? Momo said, working it out as she spoke. Your uncles and aunt are all pro heroes as well. Kinoko chimed in. Is Auntie Inko some secret hero as well? No, though she and Uncle Aizawa are dating. No distractions, Momo said. Izumi looked down sheepishly, hoping to change the subject. Yes, Uncle Toshi is all might. You now have 2 quirks. Kinoko pondered out loud. No, but kind of, Izumi said. My quirk has fused with one for all and gotten stronger, but it also makes me stronger. Explain, Momo said. Izumi thought about it and instead just stood up and activated one for all. The glow surrounded her, and she tossed Momo over her shoulder and Kinoko under her arm and walked outside carrying the 2 girls like nothing. Once they reached outside, she wrapped them in a barrier, shot them high above Momo's house, and rapidly brought them down safely. Izumi, Momo chastised her friend, partly because of the surprise. But it made Momo feel something she still didn't understand, which bothered her more. I figured a demonstration would be easier, she said. Then she smiled so brightly at Momo, adding to the poor girl's confusion, my shield stopped a Detroit smash. Are you serious? Momo exclaimed, like full and stopped it. My shield cracked, but it didn't break. Izumi, that is so effing awesome, Kinoko yelled. You stopped an attack from All Might, but wait, doesn't he have his quirk anymore? He says he has embers, which will allow him to keep doing some hero work, but he will be stepping back. He said it could be for years as my grandmother had all her abilities for a bit after she passed the quirk to him. How does it make your quirk stronger then? Izumi thought about it for a minute. Your quirk, Momo, is limited by the lipids you have available to fuel it. Momo nodded. Mine draws on an energy pool. Imagine you have an ocean of energy or a giant fuel tank of lipids that you can tap into. My grandmother's quirk was float, and she shrugged, well, float, but after, she could fly. Are there any drawbacks? Kinoko asked. Well, I can't use it at full power. It will break something. I get wicked hungry, may be able to eat Momo out, and am terrified. I fear you guys will leave me, and I won't be good enough. I won't be able to live up to the legacy. Izumi Shimura, your fear is unfounded. And while you may need to train more to harness this new ability, you will more than live up to the legacy. And we will be with you every step of the way. If you think we are just going to walk away from you, then you are sorely mistaken. We are together forever, Momo said. Even if you suddenly were allergic to mushrooms, I wouldn't leave you. Izumi, don't you get we love you? Kinoko added, hugging the greenette tight. Besides, we all have to train harder. Uncle Toshi said you can train with us if you want, she said, hugging Kinoko. Taking one hand, she tugged at Momo to bring her into the group hug. Well then, of course, Momo said, joining in. It turned out that Izumi could not out-eat Momo after training, but she could seriously make a run at it. It was that simple. The 3 girls stood united and wouldn't let anything tear them apart. Their new training started to pay off physically as the girls' muscle tone developed even further, giving them impressive abs and well-defined muscles. For quirk training, Momo and Kinoko found themselves in the hands of Sir Night Eye a lot of the time. Though the pro hero was busy, he would always prepare lesson plans for them, and Torino would guide them through the steps. Toshi would pout as he remembered how harsh Torino was on him, and by comparison, he was a doting grandfather on the girls. In truth, he was just as strict but didn't feel the need to bop them on the head as much as they rarely repeated the same mistake and had much better heads on their shoulders than Toshi ever did. While they were all maturing into beautiful young women, Izumi's body changed the most as she was now on a rich diet, and all the years of repression seemed to finally fall off with the addition of one for all to her life. Her bust increased as did her posterior, giving a generous curve, and her waist seemed to tape in even more as all the baby fat was gone. Izumi had developed into a knockout and was utterly oblivious to it. Kinoko was very pretty and had curves, and she knew that, and she would use it to tease her boyfriend of the past year and a half. Momo was still on that goddess tier. Her bust was more significant than Izumi, and her waist-to-hip ratio was enough to give her an hourglass and add height. She was a model. The 3 of them turned heads whenever they went out together. Izumi would be oblivious to this instead of just bouncing around having fun, and she did bounce. A flurry of their sweet 16 seconds was each affair to remember. Izumi's was quiet and more private, with just her 2 friends joining her family on a trip to an amusement park. That alone was enough for the girl, but all her aunts and uncles had made sure to take the day off to be there. Inko and Aizawa even held hands during the trip and may have snuck a kiss here and there. The Ferris wheel was an event. Somehow Momo and Izumi ended up alone with the others in different cars, and Kinoko opted to stay on the ground and visit a shop. Momo couldn't help but look over her friend as she excitedly bounced around. Momo took the opportunity to give Izumi her present. Izumi started crying. Was a beautiful necklace that had Izumi, Kinoko, and Momo's birthstones all together. Momo revealed that she had one for herself made and one for Kinoko as well. When Izumi had Momo put it on for her, those strange feelings came over Momo again. She noticed herself keenly aware of Izumi and even found herself distracted by her friend's dress or undress, depending on the situation. In the light of the Ferris wheel, she suddenly thought of kissing Izumi. This shocked Momo and yanked her back. When Izumi hugged her, though, she felt a warmth that wasn't like before and she didn't understand. Thankfully, they started moving again so Momo could distract herself. Momo's was an affair to remember. Momo's mother was not taking no for an answer when she dressed her daughter and friends in elegant gowns with rather generous necklines. The whole affair was this grand ball attended by a stunning amount of young men and women from the upper crust of society. Izumi and Kanoko, not from this circle, drew much attention from some young men. Izumi managed to keep her fear in check, not to lock herself in a barrier when one would come to talk to her. Instead, she became very adept at making reasons to leave the conversation, sticking close to Momo and Kanoko when she could. Kanoko was having fun but made sure to let each boy know that she was taken. One particular young man who had been in hot pursuit of Izumi had finally outmaneuvered the poor girl, and she found herself on the dance floor about to have a panic attack when Momo tapped him on the shoulder and asked to cut in. Of course, Momo led as they continued to dance. "Whatever am I going to do with you, Izumi? I leave you alone for 5 minutes, and you are out on the dance floor about to freak out. Oh, thank you for saving me, Momo. I don't know what happened, but I much rather dance with you." Momo felt her heart thump when Izumi said that. "Don't worry, I'll always dance with you." Izumi smiled and laid her head on her friend's shoulder. One of those times, Izumi was keenly aware of Momo. She felt happy that Momo would always dance with her. Something about it comforted her and warmed her. When the dance ended, Izumi felt she missed her friend's warmth. At the night's end, Izumi gave Momo a gold bracelet with the simple inscription, "To my Momo, together forever. Love, Izumi." The bracelet promptly became a permanent part of Momo's everyday dress. Kanoko's celebration was what one would consider a typical teenage party. There were people from school, and her boyfriend even invited some friends. It was almost a mixer but without forced conversation or adult supervision. Kanoko cried when she received her best friend's necklace to match Izumi and Momo's. She also received a bracelet from Izuku that read, "To my best friend, Kanoko, from Izumi." That inscription made Momo happy, and she couldn't understand why. The party was lovely. And between Momo's and Kanoko's party, Izumi was finding it easier to be around boys. They weren't causing her the emotional distress that they usually did. And it may have also helped that her barrier had managed to withstand a full for Manchester smash. She had even managed to punch Toshi through a building. With Izumi reaching control of 25%, their lives were going great. Momo's confusion found a new level when she witnessed Izumi talking to a boy. Not only was she talking to him, she was doing so off to the side. Something about Izumi doing this and laughing at some joke triggered an unfamiliar feeling to go with all the others that Momo was battling with. She honestly contemplated creating a dart gun to shoot the boy with. Fortunately for Momo and disappointment of the boy, Izumi ended the conversation and walked away. Momo was not pleased with how he looked at Izumi as she did. "Who was that?" Momo asked, trying to sound casual. "Oh, his name is Denki. He is going to apply to UA as well," Izumi responded. "So, are you going to talk to him more? Maybe he was funny, though he kept looking at my chest, which I didn't like. But all the boys here keep doing it except Kanoko's boyfriend, which is fantastic. I like him even more now." "Well then, have fun," Momo said and walked away, going to talk to some other guests. She wasn't sure why she said that or why she was doing what she was doing. Izumi felt hurt that Momo had walked away from her, and she didn't like it. Fortunately, the two girls soon found themselves next to each other again, realizing they liked it better that way. The night soon ended, and the two girls found themselves helping Kanoko clean up after the last of the guests had left, and they provided their friend some cover to make out with her boyfriend. As the girls snuggled down for bed, Momo felt that warmth and tingle run through her as Izumi snuggled up for bed. It wasn't unusual, but it made Momo feel weird over time, but not in a way she wanted it to end. As the year turned, they focused on the actual goal, UA, and the entrance exam. With only a few months left, they doubled down and entered full preparation mode with more intense training and study. Fortunately, while Kanoko and Izumi were not stupid, they were not on Momo's level. The heiress could help them in any subject. She had been invited to take the recommended exam, which she was about to decline until Izumi and Kanoko made such a fuss about its honor that she reluctantly agreed. Katsuki Bakugo. He had spent 2 years in the ward. When he emerged, he was on a better path and had picked up a sister. 2 of them, to be exact. A 1-year-old named Mizuki and one his age named Himiko Bakugo, formerly Toga, but that was in the past. He and Himiko had become friends in the asylum, and she was on her way to a life outside the law like him. At first, they clashed like cats and dogs, but soon they could find some common ground. Like how the system needed to be changed while she was more a victim due to her parents neglecting her need for blood due to her quirk. And he was a product of that system that had told him he could do no wrong because his quirk was so incredible. The system needed to be changed. That quirk discrimination was terrible both ways. He saw another version of Izumi in her, kicked down by those who were supposed to care for her and discarded by society for not fitting in. He was not about to let that slide again. He knew this still wouldn't atone for his crimes, but this was a start to being the hero he wanted to be. Once his parents started to visit him, he told them about Himiko, what she had gone through, and what he wanted. At first, his parents were reluctant, but as soon as Mitsuki met Himiko, she knew she couldn't leave her behind, thus beginning the process. It was a long process that took the better part of 2 years before Himiko came to live with them, and about a year after that, she became Himiko Bakugo. The two siblings sat at the coffee table while Katsuki reviewed Himi's practice exam. "You only scored a 70. Retake it if you want that ice cream," he said. "But Katsuki, Himi, the exam is not that far away, and I thought you wanted to go to UA with me so we could graduate and improve things." "Fine, but after I pass this, you better give me my ice cream, and we are bringing some anime after Mizuki goes to bed." "Okay, but only 6 episodes tonight. I had a hard enough time waking you up for school last time. If I score a 90, can we do 8? "Yes, but hurry up, or you won't be able to bathe with Mizuki." Himi pouted at him before taking the exam and focusing as she had definite prizes in mind. "Hey, bro. Yeah, are you hoping she will be there?" "I know she will, but yeah," he said. "Just so you know, even if she isn't, I am proud of who you are. I wouldn't be here if it weren't for you," Himi said before turning her attention back to her test. Katsuki smiled at his sister and looked towards the ceiling, wondering what Izumi was doing. Once the realization that Momo was lusting after her friend, it snapped Momo back to reality. She felt terrible for objectifying Izumi in this way. She closed her eyes and realized she could call so many memories of Izumi in undress or naked from the times they had bathed together. While she could remember Kanoko this way, those memories were unclear or failed to make her feel the way Izumi did. "Am I a lesbian? As Izumi, I want to kiss her and be touched in ways I shouldn't think of." No man has ever inspired these thoughts, not even her flights of fancy about her celebrity crush Caliban. She wanted him to sing to her and dote on her. She thought of kissing him and other thoughts she had just been entertaining about Izumi and nothing. She wanted to pull away from her friend but also hold her close. It was a very confusing feeling. Who can I talk to? Does Izumi get the same feeling? Does she like girls or boys and is afraid of them right now? Do I like girls? Do I like Izumi? The thoughts and worries were almost enough to keep Momo up all night. It wasn't until Izumi snuggled in closer and her rhythmic breathing lulled Momo to sleep. To say things were awkward, at least on Momo's end, would be to put it lightly. Izumi either didn't notice or chose not to. What Izumi did notice was that there was a wall between her and Momo that wasn't there before. Kanoko noticed something as well, going as far as to pull Momo aside and talk to her privately. Momo was able to dissuade Kanoko by blaming the upcoming entrance exams, with Momo taking the recommended exam while Kanoko and Izumi were taking the regular exam. In truth, Momo was confused and trying to figure it out when she caught a look of pain on Izumi's face after she had made up an excuse to spend time away from her friend. She realized that she was hurting her friend. Momo understood that Izumi was afraid of abandonment and left to the side. While Izumi respected Momo when she said she needed to do something, it had become such a regular occurrence that Izumi was beginning to feel like Momo was leaving her. Izumi knew it was her insecurities. She talked to her therapist about it, her Aunt Nimiri. She didn't like it. Kanoko had a boyfriend that took much of her friend's time, but she didn't feel like Kanoko was pulling away. The mushroom girl would always make time for their training and to hang out. In Kanoko's absence, Momo and Izumi had become even closer than they already were. Now, Momo was pulling away for some reason. Momo knew her answers wouldn't manifest out of anywhere, or by pushing Izumi away, I would make them come even easier. She missed her friend, and once she realized she was hurting her, she knew it wasn't right for her to continue doing so. The next day when Kanoko and Izumi were talking, Momo came up behind Izumi and wrapped her in a big hug. "Want to spend the weekend at my house?" Momo asked. "That would be nice," Izumi replied. The two girls looked at Kanoko. "Do you think your boyfriend can spare you for at least one night?" Momo said, her head resting on Izumi's shoulder, looking up at Kanoko. Izumi's hands held onto the ones Momo had wrapped around her, smiling. Kanoko had a wild thought about how much Momo and Izumi looked almost like a couple that way. "For my two girls, I am sure he will understand," she said as Momo and Izumi opened their arms to pull her into a group hug. Momo sat at the table nervously, turning her teacup around in her hands and looking for the words to start the conversation. Fidgeting was not something she usually did, but after much thinking about the subject, she decided that she needed to talk to someone, and that was how she found herself in this particular predicament. With a deep breath and closed eyes, she spoke. "I know this is out of the blue, and I am bringing this to you solely because you may be the only person who understands what I am going through. Have you ever had feelings for a girl?" Midnight was surprising on many levels. 1. Momo has asked to speak to her privately. 2. While she suspected this to be a conversation about love and maybe sex, the same sex feelings were not what she was expecting. "Not quite what I expected today, but yes, I have," the pro-heroine replied. "This is not something in the public eye, but I am bisexual." "How did you know you liked girls?" Momo asked, still very interested in her teacup. A better question is, what makes you think you like girls? Midnight said, resting her elbows on the table, leaning forward. Well, Momo said, fidgeting in her seat, I get all warm when I am around this one girl, and I find myself staring at her, and the thoughts that run through my head are, shall we say, erotic. Momo blushed at the final statement. Is it all girls or just one girl? Just one. Do any boys make you feel that way? No. Momo's blush went nuclear at this point. I have tried to ... when thinking about a boy, and nothing happens. But if I can recall the slightest details or sense when I think about her. I see, Midnight said, sipping her tea to get her thoughts in order. Does this girl like other girls? I don't know. Do you think this other girl likes boys? I don't know. I don't think so, at least not in that way. I have never heard her talk about a boy or anyone like that. Do you think about her a lot? Constantly. Momo sighed into her hands. All the time. I mean all the time. If I am not with her, I wonder what she is doing. How is she doing? Did she eat right? What did she eat? Should I call? Should I text? Should I kiss her? Should I tell her that I think I like her in that way? What will my parents say? What will she say? Yeah, that sounds like you are interested in her in more than a friend's way, Midnight said, setting her teacup down. So, does Izumi know how you feel? Momo froze. I wasn't talking about Izumi. Why would I be talking about Izumi? Well, I know that you and Kanoko are close, but she has had a boyfriend for a while now, and you don't spend nearly as much time as you do with Izumi. And if you think this much about some other girl when you are not with them, that would only leave when you are at school, so by my guess it's Izumi. Momo stuttered and stopped about 5 times before putting her head on the table in defeat. Yes, it's Izumi. Please, Nimuri, I don't know what to do. It all started so slow and weird. Then it just got worse and worse. Nimuri smiled and touched the young girl. Tell me how it started, Momo. Momo started talking about how it was just noticing her more or being aware of her. Then the strange feelings were when she would see her in a bathing suit or sleep together during a sleepover, the whole escapade with the Ferris wheel, and when she wanted to kiss her. Well, Momo, I have to say that from everything you are saying, I cannot say that you are a lesbian or anything, but I can say that you are in love with Izumi. Momo sighed again profoundly. I know, and she doesn't seem to notice anything, like how cute she is, how pretty she is, or when I am just staring at her. She notices many other things, but I want her to notice. Nope, Momo said, throwing her hands up in exasperation. Nimuri gave Momo a friendly smile. She just jumps in the bath with me and gives me the most amazing back rubs. Damn you for showing her how to do that. Walks around the room in a pair of panties. Sometimes, I don't know what to do, Nimuri. I tried to keep my distance, but that hurt her so much, and I wouldn't say I liked it. She has no idea how pretty she is. She wore the short skirt to the mall the other day and bounced everywhere. I mean everywhere. Momo grabbed at her hair. ARGH. Nimuri chuckled at that part. She doesn't understand how pretty she has grown up to be. And now she is all super strong and got those muscles. She can pick me up and... Momo just put her hand over her mouth and screamed. Sorry, I got a little emotional there. It is okay, Momo. It is good sometimes to let loose and vent out the emotion or stress instead of bottling it up. But I suggest you figure it out sooner rather than later. I guarantee that once she gets into UA, she will turn many more heads, male and female. While I don't know which she prefers, I am sure one of them will sweep her off her feet. I know, but I don't want to lose her as a friend. According to my mother, being friends comes before anything else. While I'm unsure of Izumi's romantic feelings toward you, she deeply cares and would do anything for you. She is happiest when she's with you, and I hope you feel the same. I do, Momo said. I am in love with Izumi. She said not only to Nimuri but also to herself, and admitting the truth. Entrance exam. Izumi woke bright and early, a bundle of nerves and energy. Inko couldn't help but giggle as she watched Izumi zoom around the house from one thing to another. Inko had to remind her 4 times to eat and 2 times to not forget her bag, which she still almost did. Izumi stood in front of the gates and just stared. She had been here so many times before with Toshi for training and other stuff, but today the air felt heavier, the gates and buildings were more prominent, looming over her, daring her to walk in. She took hold of the necklace Momo had given her and took a deep breath. Nothing would stop her. She had a legacy to continue. Nothing would stop her except for gravity, as her foot caught the edge of a raised stone, and the ground was coming up to kiss her. She didn't even have time to activate her barrier when she realized she was floating. Then she realized she was beginning to float upside down and had chosen to wear a skirt today. With a loud eep, her bag fell from her hands as they had more important things to do, like keep her from flashing her underwear to everyone. Oh my god, oh my god. She heard a panicked voice call out. I was just trying to stop you from falling and hurting yourself before the exam. Let me get you upright, and I will release my quirk. Izumi tracked the voice as she saw a curvy girl with auburn hair stepping forward and giving Izumi a little spin, allowing gravity to pull the poor greenette skirt back to its proper place. The girl's auburn eyes showed worry as she pressed her fingertips together, saying, release. Izumi's feet landed back on the ground. The girl stepped forward, steadying herself. Wow, that was interesting. Is that your quirk? Yes, it's called zero gravity, the girl said, bowing frantically. I didn't mean to use it on you without your permission, but then I saw you fall, and it happened. I am so sorry, please forgive me. Izumi placed a hand on the girl's shoulder to try and calm her down, smiling at the brunette. It's fine, nothing got exposed, and I didn't kiss the concrete either, so thank you. I'm Izumi Shimura. Achako Uraraka, the girl responded, placing her hand over her heart to calm it. It is nice to meet you, Achako. Now, let's hurry before we are late, Izumi said, picking up her bag. Thank you, Izumi. Good luck on your test, Achako called, jogging off. Izumi had just started walking again when she heard her name called. Not loud, almost like a prayer. Though it had been long, she knew that voice as soon as it danced into her ears. Turning, she saw Katsuki Bakugo, and standing next to him was a girl with similar colored blonde hair tied up into two messy buns. Elsewhere, my lord, a sniveling voice called out. What is it, doctor? Have you found me super regeneration yet? Or some other quirk to fix this broken body of mine? The hollow voice of the All-for-One responded, barely audible over all the machines keeping him alive. No, doctor, but I have just been delivered something I believe you should know about. Something of great importance. What? I have the list of applicants for this year's UA entrance exam and their quirk registry. I looked them over to see if anything could assist you, my lord, and while I did not come across a quirk, I did come across a name. And what is this name? Doctor, the villain said, tone betraying his annoyance. Izumi Shimura, daughter of Inko Shimura. Excellent indeed, doctor, and what quirk has little Izumi been blessed with? It was first registered as Shield but was recently updated to Barrier, almost like it had gotten stronger suddenly. I want to know everything. Yes, my lord. Reunion. Bakugo, she said back quietly. Yeah, it's me. Are you here to take the exam? Of course you are. Look good. And oh, damn it, he said, grabbing his head and trying to find the right words. The girl beside him rubbed his back and said, It's okay, bro, just take a deep breath. I am glad you are here to take the exam, Bakugo, Izumi said, catching the boy's attention. If we both pass, let's try talking then. Bakugo nodded as Izumi turned and hurried off into the school. Was that her? Himiko asked, rubbing Bakugo's back as he took deep breaths to calm himself down. Yeah, as soon as I heard her voice, I knew it was her. She looked so different from then, but of course, she would now that she can eat. She isn't being starved or having some jerk throwing her lunch away, he said, clenching his jaw, his eyes shut tightly. It's okay, Katsuki, you have worked so hard to be better than the person you were back then. You, Mom, Dad, and Mizuki helped to save me and give me a second chance. Remember that girl spoke on your behalf and gave you one as well. Let's pass this test to show her how far you have come, Himiko said. You're right, Himi, let's do it. We will both pass, and I will talk to her, he said, finding his resolve again. Written test. Izumi had known, in theory, that it was possible she would bump into Katsuki today, but she hadn't considered it. She hadn't seen or talked about him in so long, not since his trial. The court order of protection had been allowed to lapse just this year. She had been sent notice of it, as he had met and exceeded the court's expectations in the regard, but she could file an appeal to have it reinstated if she so desired. Even without one for all, she knew her quirk was enough to keep her safe if, for some bizarre reason, Bakugo showed up to attack her. But now, with one for all, that wasn't even a remote concern. She saw that he still had on his quirk suppressant cuffs, and his voice wasn't fierce or angry, scared, instead it was nervous. A sound that Izumi knew very well. She was right now wasn't the time for them to talk after they passed, when they would meet as 2 hero course students in UA. Equals, sitting for her exam. She cleared her mind and refocused as the packet was placed before her. This was just the first step. She had already tripped once. She was not about to stumble now. Practical exam. After the written test concluded, as she made her way to the auditorium, she was happily reunited with Kanoko, the two hugging. She smiled and greeted Rikido, her friend's longtime boyfriend. They were talking momentarily when she heard her name called. Turning, she saw Denki walking over. Behind him were 2 boys looking at their friend questioningly and at Izumi in a way she had become all too familiar with. Izumi, Denki said again. It's so good to see you. How did you do on the written test? I think I did well. What about you, Denki? It was tough, but I think I passed, he said. Hey, do you have any plans after the exam today? There is this cool restaurant near the school. I do, Izumi replied. I am supposed to have dinner with my family to celebrate the test. Oh, yeah, cool, he said, rubbing his head. Maybe another time or something. Sure, well, we should get to our seats. Good luck on the practical exam, she said, bouncing off with Kanoko kissing Rikido on the cheek before following her friend. Dude, how do you know a hottie like that? The short boy with purple orbs for hair said to Denki, grabbing the front of his jacket. I met him at Rikido's girlfriend's sweet 16 party, the one you said would be super lame, he said, smacking the boy's hands. Does she have a friend? The second boy with black hair asked. He was rubbing his odd-shaped elbows absently. Mona, Naomi, something like that. She is tall and has a bigger chest than Izumi, I think, and she is hot as hell. Her name is Momo, Rikito said, rolling his eyes. Now, let's go sit before they lock us out. He walked into the auditorium, the others walking in behind him. Dibs, the purple-haired boy said. You can't call dibs like that, Minoru, that is so unfair. Eat it, Hanta. If Denki is already talking to one hottie and says there is another out there, she is just waiting to meet the love machine Minoru Minta. The two boys went to their seats, arguing the code of dibs and bros. Izumi and Kanoko were sitting next to each other chatting as Kanoko made a few mushrooms and handed them to Izumi. I know you probably want a snack right now, those should hold you over till after the exam. You know me so well, Kino. If Momo doesn't marry me, you are free to do so, Izumi said with a broad smile as she popped the mushrooms in her mouth. Her hand flew to her cheeks. So delicious. I don't know if I could afford you. I see how you eat, Kino said, teasing her friend. Kino, you know I get so hungry after using my quirk. Are you saying I am getting fat? She said, her hands flying to her midsection. No, it all goes to your boobs and butt, you lucky beach, Kanoko said, giggling. I blame genetics, Izumi said with a pout, causing Kinko to giggle even harder as they started attracting more attention from those around them. The two girls blushed as they realized the additional attention on them. Thankfully, they were spared by the lights dimming and present Mike taking the stage. Hello, and welcome to the practical exam of UA. Can I get a hey? He called out. Hey, Izumi and Kanoko yelled, jumping out of their seats. The only ones that responded. The only ones in an auditorium full of examinees. The only ones. The two girls blushed and sat down quickly, their hands covering their mouths as they suppressed their giggles. Present Mike immediately recognized the two voices and smiled, giving them the double finger guns. Thanks for that, little listeners. Now, if you would pay attention to the multimedia extravaganza that we have prepared for you today, of a booklet and a slideshow, we can get this show on the road. You will be divided up and sent via bus to different testing areas for your practical exam. You will engage in combat with robotic villains that have taken over your testing areas. Now everyone nod their heads if they understand so far. He saw a bunch of heads nod. Very good. Now, any attacks against your fellow examinees will result in your immediate removal from the test. Kill stealing is a no. No, and just so you don't get any ideas, we have cameras everywhere. Now everyone raise your right hand in the air if you understand. He waited as slowly all the right hands went up. Now move it from left to right 5 times. He watched and smiled as they all complied. He saw Izumi and Kanoko trying hard not to laugh. Oh yay. Now open your booklets to page 4 here. You will see the point values of your robot villains. They range from 1-3. Excuse me, sir. A loud voice rang out from the audience. The spotlight clicked on, illuminating a tall boy with blue hair, glasses, and a very rigid posture. Yes, examinee 7717. The pro hero called out. While I have to question the validity of calling this a multimedia extravaganza, I see that there is nothing listed for the 4th villain in the booklet, and nothing is listed on the slide as well. I refuse to believe that such a prestigious institute like UA would make such a folly, he said, pushing his glasses up before turning around. And would you 3 please be quiet? You have been talking about dibs and bro code the entire time. If you are not here to take this seriously, you should leave. Another spotlight lights up, illuminating Denki and his friends. There is always one, Present Mike muttered. Why thank you, Examinee 7717, for critiquing our multimedia extravaganza, but as there are booklets and slides that qualify as multiple forms of media. Second, if you had bothered to let me finish, I was about to address your 4th opponent. Is that all right with you? May I continue? The blue-haired boy blustered as laughter erupted around the auditorium. Instead of speaking, he sat back down. Thank you, Present Mike said. Now, the 4th robot is not worth any points. We call it the 0-pointer. It is not to be engaged, but it is an obstacle to be avoided. But fret not, little listeners. I will not just send you off into battle unmotivated. Today you come here with your dreams held aloft for all to see. Today you stand amongst strangers and friends ready to lay it all on the line for your dreams. While all of you will not be able to pursue that dream within these halls, today is not a day to hold back. Today is not the day to second-guess yourselves. You are in the halls of UA, and we do not hold back. We do not do things with half efforts, we go beyond. Plus ultra. The auditorium roared back. Now get changed and get out there. Little listeners, show us what your dream means to you. The lights came back on as the students headed to the locker rooms to get changed. Kinko and Izumi slipped into their black reinforced combat pants gifted to the girls by All Might for battle training after a few wardrobe malfunction. Kanoko pulled on her red and white polka dot shirt, while Izumi's was dark green with white trim on the arms. They were a bit form-fitting, but they were reinforced much like the pants. They zipped and locked in place, keeping everything where it was supposed to be. They methodically laced up their boots and checked to ensure everything sat right as they had been trained. After double-checking everything, they hugged tightly. You got this, Kanoko, Izumi said. Show them what you got, Izumi, she replied. Izumi slipped on her black gloves. Closing her eyes, she pictured her family in order, starting with her mom and ending with Momo. The last one filled her with warmth. Izumi didn't understand it. I confused the girl, but she knew Momo was the best part of her days. Momo had already passed the recommended exam and been admitted. Momo was waiting for her to join her at UA. Nothing was about to stop that from happening. Bus 4. Boarding her bus, she looked around and noticed the blonde girl that was Bakugo at the gate. She was sitting by herself. Izumi bit her lip, wondering if she should sit with her. The girl looked up and saw Izumi. Her eyes widened, but she offered her best smile and motioned for Izumi to sit with her. Izumi walked over and sat down. Hello, I'm Izumi Shimura, but you already know that. The blonde girl nodded. I am Himiko Bakugo. I have heard a lot about you. I am not sure how to respond to that, Izumi said, looking at her hands. You are about the same age as him, but I know he didn't have a sister his age. I am adopted, Himiko said, fidgeting with her hands. Look, I know what Katsuki did was bad and incredibly stupid, but I want to say thank you for going before that judge and getting him a second chance. Why do you say that? Izumi responded, looking at Himiko. Because you did that. They ordered him to go to a lockdown mental health facility where we met. I was there because of my quirk, Himiko said, maintaining eye contact. What is your quirk? It's called transform, Himiko said, watching Izumi's face keenly. I can transform into anyone, but to do so, I need some of their blood. But like Vlad King, I need blood just as part of my dietary needs. Izumi nodded. My birth parents hated my quirk and used to make me suppress it. They denied me blood and sent me to counseling. I wanted to make them happy, so I tried to be the daughter they wanted until the hunger got too strong, and I attacked someone at school. I ran away, was caught, and got locked up in the same facility that Katsuki ended up in. That wasn't right of your parents to treat you like that, Izumi said. All kinds of quirks have strange or unusual dietary requirements, but blood quirks get a bad rap. People call them villainous, and that is just stupid. No quirk is evil. The person and how they use it dictates if a quirk is evil. He said the same thing when he found out what happened to me. Himiko said, smiling. He saved me, Izumi. He and I used to fight like cats and dogs. But eventually, he wore me down and helped me to understand that it was their fault, not mine, and that there are people in the world who would understand, and that was him and his family. They emancipated me from my birth parents, took me in, and eventually adopted me. I know you may not believe me, but all he talks about is proving to you that he can be a hero worthy of the second chance you gave him. You don't know me and don't owe me anything, but can I ask a favor? Go ahead, Izumi said. After we get into UA. If you are ready, only if you are ready, would you please talk to him? Himiko said, her eyes damp. That's all. You don't have to forgive him, talk to him once. That's all I ask. I can do that, Izumi said, looking away. I think there are some things I want to say to him as well. I asked him why he was trying so hard to save me. And he told me that he had failed someone so completely that he wasn't worthy of being a hero. The person he failed had given him a second chance, and he wanted to prove to them that he was worthy of that chance and wouldn't fail again. The bus arrived at the examination area, and Izumi looked at Himiko. I am glad that he was able to save you, Himiko. Good luck with the exam. The practical exam. Testing ground Epsilon. Izumi stepped off the bus and headed into the darkened waiting area. She pushed the conversation with Himiko from her mind for the moment and began to go through her mental exercises, getting her mind ready for the situation in front of her. Sir Nightai had emphasized the importance of not only the physical but of the mental state before a battle or an operation. She stretched, loosening up her body, getting it ready to move and react. Gran Torino taught her the importance of being flexible, of having a body that could move with the impacts and bend with the world around it. She fired a rapid series of punches bouncing on the balls of her feet. All Might had taught her that you have to fight for what you want, that you have to fight for those you care about and those you wish to protect, and that you have to fight for every inch, every victory. He had given her the ultimate tool to fight, one for all. The quirk sprang forth at her call, the light spreading out from her core, the orbs reaching to her fingertips before the small ones began to seep out. The room was dark no more. The other examinees watched the green-haired girl standing there as the light filled her body, the white lines on her shirt springing to life, the green lightning hugging her like a beacon, and hidden white stripes on the sides of her pants spanging to life. She opened her eyes. They glowed a brilliant electric green. Himiko was starstruck. Her heart thumped against her chest as she looked at the girl. Holy cow, she is beautiful. The doors hissed and opened, calling everyone back to the world around them. Izumi dashed forward faster than everyone, leaving a divot in the ground behind her. As she passed the door, she created a shield under her feet, launching her like a catapult into the city. She soared through the air into battle, a smile on her face. Watch how I fight for my dream. Testing ground Zeta. Melissa's shield stood there waiting for the doors to open. Taping the side of the visor, the heads-up display sprang to life. Command code Kappa Rho Alpha Tau Omicron Sigma, she thought. The metal harness of her across her chest began to shimmer, as did parts of her clothes and massive gauntlets on her arms and hands. The gauntlets morphed into giant daggers with a golden hilt resembling a skull. Golden chains ran up her now bare arms wrapped. A golden chest plate and single shoulder bracer materialized on her right, and a red robotic eye opened on the shoulder bracer. Her legs were now wrapped in a white shimmering metallic fabric with golden boots. Golden tribal lines ran from her left bicep over her shoulder and down her hip into the strange pants. The gold looked flowing and moving. The doors opened, the nanites kicking in, reinforcing Melissa's body like a second skin, a second set of muscles pushing in unison with her. They kicked forward into the testing ground, enemy units' locations appearing in her unit display. She smiled, breaking from the pack and heading to large grouping in a 10-story office building. As she burst in, she spun, the blade flying in a graceful arc from her hand, the chain attached unraveling beautifully. It struck 2 3-pointers that had just burst forth. A hiss erupted as the blade made contact, the edge glowing white-hot. As Pass thought, the robots like a hot knife through butter, because that was precisely had happened. Melissa flicked her wrist. The chain snapped the blade back, the chain coiling perfectly, the blade landing perfectly in her hand. Poyos, cannibalize and assimilate command units. A group of robots burst from a wall as one of the blades turned into golden tendrils writhing through the 3-pointers' corpses. The red eyes glowed, and a golden orb flew out. A red beam fired from the eye struck the golden orb, passing through, striking another robot and shutting it down. Another red beam fired, the sphere never moved. This time it redirected the beam to a different target with the same results. Cannibalization completed. Melissa, 4 minutes gain. Good job, Koyos. Find me more units. Affirmative, Melissa. There are 18 units in the building for 35 points. Time, 8 minutes. Plot course. Melissa raced off into the building. She had to pass and make it into the hero course. The world needed to know that there was someone here to defend them. Today was the day the hero Athena was born. She knew she couldn't be the symbol of peace her uncle was, but someone had to let the world know that everything would be okay because she was here. Observation room. All Might sat stunned. David had told him that Melissa would apply for UA. He had told him she was applying for the support course and wanted to branch out from my island and work with the next generation of heroes. His niece had been different since his injury. She had been hyper-focused on her inventions. He never expected to see what was happening on the screen before him. Here she was, participating in the hero course practical exam. She was running through the building in what could only be considered a controlled rampage, destroying the robots systematically. She would pause and plunge the blades into the fallen corpses periodically before moving on. She seemed to know exactly where they hid and was not above springing their ambushes to the name of expediency. He flinched when he saw her take a direct blow from the missiles of a couple of 3-pointers. When the smoke cleared, she smiled and brushed off her golden chest piece before adding them to the scrap heap. His gaze shifted the screen to Izumi. The girl was on her own rampage, moving through the city that would make Gran Torino smile. He was. Robots were swept up into the glow of her shields as she yanked them towards her glowing fist, spreading through them quickly. When encountering an overwhelmed student, she shielded him, allowing him to recover, handing him a makeshift bat that had the greenish glow of her shielding around it, giving it the look of an energy axe. She smiled at the sleepy purple-haired boy and raced off. He saw the boy staring at her dumbfounded for a second before using the weapon to behead a 1-pointer. Then the smile that erupted on his face. He turned to Training Ground Alpha, where Katsuki Bakugo was on a relentless pace to end the scourge of robot villains in his training ground. Maneuvering through the city somewhat clumsily but with great speed, thanks to the intelligent use of his quirk, his explosions propelling him like rockets, he would engage with great speed and end the threat just as quickly. The look on the boy's face was one of constant determination until he saw it falter. A green-haired girl with a frog quirk had leaped in and saved a boy with yellow hair with the dumbest expression on his face, who was walking around in a daze just as another examinee had trained a small group of robots in the area. The girl fought to save the boy and tried to escape but was knocked out of the air by a missile. She and her rescue victim fell to the ground. All Might noticed the girl roll so she would absorb the impact. But when Bakugo saw this, his face shifted to a look of panic and absolute rage as he leaped and landing in front of the 2 downed examinees before the massive exposed he unleashed temporarily blinded the cameras and kicked up an enormous cloud of smoke. When the smoke cleared, the robots were no more, and the streetscape had massive damage. Bakugo's arm hung limply at his side as he spun around and yelled something. The audio hadn't come back up yet, but All Might saw the frog girl nod her head. Then it looked like she asked a question that made Bakugo step back before he said something in return and dashed off holding his arm. It is an exciting crop of examinees this year, the blood hero Vlad King commented. That it is, said Aizawa. He watched all the monitors but found himself watching Izumi more due to his closeness with the girl and his relationship with Inko. What is that blonde girl's quirk? Asked Snipe. Whatever it may be, it is certainly interesting. Yes, that is Melissa Shield, daughter of David Shield, And she is quirkless, responded Nezu as he took a sip of tea, and the room broke out into surprise. Then how is she doing all that? Nimari asked in shock. Nanomachines, created by her, Nezu said. Power Loader almost fainted when he reviewed them. She has already been granted a chair in the support course, but she refused it, saying she wanted the hero course. But I think we have gone soft on them long enough. Cry havoc and let loose the dogs of war, he yelled, his fist slamming down on a red button in front of him, his maniacal laughter filling the room. The 0-pointers emerged onto the battlefield, testing ground gamma. Here, eat this. I promise it will help with your stomach, Kinko said as she handed a mushroom to the blonde boy she had just saved from a group of robots. Mercy, the boy said, eating the mushroom and smiling as the pain in his stomach subsided. The entire exam site shook, causing the examinees to freeze. The loud crash caught their attention as the massive 0-pointer emerged onto the field. What in the name of all that is shrooms is that? Kanoko yelled, helping the boy to his feet. We need to get out of here. Together the two ran. The examinees were racing down the streets. Kanoko saw the small boy with orbs for hair from earlier get knocked down violently. She ran over and yanked him to his feet, yelling at him to run. He looked at her gratefully. She heard him mutter, Rikito is so damn lucky. Testing ground Zeta. Melissa stood in the middle of a pile of robot corpses, breathing heavily as her nanomachines cannibalized the corpses for energy. The shaking of the ground and the screams from the main street pulled her attention back. What is that? Koyos. Unknown at this time, Melissa. According to readings, it is much larger than anything else we have encountered. With the availability of the data, it is the 0-pointer. Melissa ran out to the main street and saw other examinees fleeing. She turned to follow when she heard a scream of pain. A brunette was trapped under some rubble and calling for help, but her cries were ignored. Melissa was angry that these future heroes ignored the girl's cries. We have to help her. Melissa ran towards the girl, her reinforced second skin propelling her forward at great speed. Sliding next to the girl, she offered a reassuring smile. Don't worry, I am here. The girl smiled at her gratefully. Please help, my foot is trapped. Koyos divert to the second skin. Analyze target. Understood. The target has a fracture to their talus. Melissa bent down, the blades and chains disappearing instead. Golden gauntlets formed past her elbows as she bent down and lifted the large rubble, pinning the girl. Can you wiggle out? I think so, the girl responded, pushing herself free. Oh, thank you, thank you. Seeing the girl clear, she let it fall. As the warning sensor on her visor lit up, the warning power went down to 25%. Melissa bent down, helping the girl to her feet, putting her arm around her shoulder, and tried to move from away when the ground shook again, and the 0-pointer rounded the corner. Oh, shit, Melissa called out. Leave me behind. Get out of here, the girl said. I don't think so. We get away together, or we go down together, Melissa said. What's your quirk? 0 gravity. I can remove the effect of gravity from an object. Great, now do it to yourself. The girl touched herself. Gravity slipped away. Attach her to me. A gold chain wrapped around the girl's waist. Now me, the girl did as asked. Melissa pushed off, sending them up. A blade reformed in her other hand as she fired it out towards a building, yanking with all her might. They rocketed ahead. Melissa saw her power reading dropping further, 15%. She saw the building coming closer. She yelled out, turn it off. Release, the girl yelled, pressing her fingers together, gravity suddenly reassuring its hold on them, causing them to swing down 9%. The blade tore from the building, swinging them like a pendulum. Melissa wrapped her arms around the girl tightly as she crashed to the ground. Melissa's head bounced off the concrete as the buzzer sounded. She smiled at the girl in her arms. See, we made it. The girl smiled, but her face morphed into concern seeing blood pooling under Melissa's head. The last thing Melissa heard was the girl yelling for help as she tore off her shirt and pressed it to the back of Melissa's head. Training ground Epsilon. The 0-pointer rumbled into view as Izumi watched the other examinees fleeing. She was about to exit when she saw Rikito come stumbling out of an alley, trying to carry Himiko. He was in a horrible state, bare-chested. His top was wrapped around what appeared to be a naked, unconscious Himiko. There were numerous wounds all over his body, and a vicious gash on his head that was bleeding profusely. He fell to a knee with the ground shaking around him. The building began to fall, rubble plummeting toward them. Rikito looked as the wreckage fell around and not on them and smiled, seeing Izumi. Hold on tight, she yelled. Rikito wrapped his arms around Himiko the best he could. Izumi forced the shield to go under them. Then, twisting, she yanked it to her as more rubble fell around them. The bounced off the ground near her as she caught the bubble. Sending her skidding back some, she set it down or released the barrier. It's okay, Rikito, I have you, she said. Kanoko would never forgive me if I let something happen to you. Thanks, Izumi. He managed to get out, setting Himiko down gently as he could, his enhanced muscles from his quirk fading quickly. Izumi pulled a bandage from her belt, quickly pressing it to his head to staunch the bleeding. The sound of metal tracks could finally be heard as the building was now rubble. Looming over them was the 0-pointer, its fist rocketing down. Izumi threw up another barrier. Gritting her teeth, the thing hit hard, but Toshi hit her much harder. The barrier didn't budge. She smiled at the metal behemoth. You must try harder than that. My teachers hit me harder than that. One for all surged inside her as she pushed out with her shield, rocking the thing back. Getting to her feet, she stomped forward, a shield materializing under the 0-pointer and launching farther back. She ran towards the fallen behemoth. Launching herself into the air, she came and brought her fist down. A shield glowed brightly around her arm as she impacted the center of the down machine. The shield burst forth, punching a hole straight through the 0-pointer. Izumi wasn't finished. She opened a barrier inside the machine and placed one around the outside. The inside one expanded rapidly, exploding the metal beast. Slowly the containment barrier fell. Izumi was standing in the center of what used to be a 0-pointer. Rikito smiled as Izumi dashed to his side. Thanks, Izumi, I owe you a cake, he said, his body losing its battle with consciousness. Is the girl okay? I think so. She has a nasty knot on her head. I promise I won't tell Kanoko she was naked. Please don't, he said with a lopsided smile. I may not live long enough to bake that cake, he muttered as he started slumping to the side. Izumi smiled, using a barrier to catch him and lower him to the ground. She pulled out some more bandages and applied pressure to the head wound as Rikito passed out with what could only be called dignified grace. Recovery Girl was walking towards them. Izumi relayed what information she could as Recovery Girl took over the situation. I have them. Dearie, go get changed, and you're free to leave. I saw Momo waiting at the exit with your mother. Izumi smiled as she moved off. Momo and her mother were waiting for her. She liked that. Momo was going to be so proud of her. The thought made her feel like butterflies were loose in her stomach. Momo was disconcerted when the bath door opened, and Izumi walked in. They had done it numerous times before, but now Momo was acutely aware of her feelings for her friend. The sudden arrival of Izumi with a very small towel held in front, which was not doing much to hide anything, made the room much warmer for the heiress as she felt her head spin some. Quickly, Momo averted her gaze instead, looking down at the water and her nakedness, feeling self-conscious in a way she had never truly experienced. She sank below the tub's edge, hiding herself some. Izumi, of course, saw nothing of the turmoil she had caused in her friend. Instead, she felt like something was hanging in the air between them. Momo, slinking below the waterline while cute, made Izumi slightly disappointed that her friend was ignoring her arrival. Not sure what to do exactly, she said about her purpose of washing the grime away from the entrance exam. Momo, she called out. The heiress gulped and contemplated running away but steadied herself and responded. Yes, Izumi, I saw Bakugo today, Izumi said quietly as she began to lather her hair. All other worries immediately banished themselves from Momo's head as she sat up, focusing on the statement. Are you okay? Izumi just nodded. Can I ask how it went? Fine, Izumi shrugged. He said hello and stumbled over his words like he was nervous. He had this girl with him. His sister, they adopted her, and they met in the mental health facility he was forced to attend. She says he saved her by listening and stuff. Izumi's voice trailed off some. She wants me to at least talk to him once. I told him we should talk after the exam if we both get in. Izumi was rinsing out her hair. Momo could tell that the girl was using the water to hide some tears as Izumi's shoulders trembled slightly. Momo stepped out of the bath, went to her friend, and wrapped her arms around Izumi's shoulders. They sat silently, water cascading off them as Izumi let her tears wash away down the drain. The court order of protection had lapsed. I was sure that I would see him again, I just wasn't ready. Izumi turned her face to look at Momo. All these emotions came up. I was glad to see that he seems to have changed. Part of me wants an apology for all he did, but I also want to beat his ass. Momo could see the complicated emotions playing across her friend's face. You are happy for his possible redemption as proof that your faith was rewarded, Momo said, holding Izumi tight. She saw Izumi nod. You are owed an apology for everything he did. And if he doesn't give it, then that is proof that he may not have changed. And wanting to beat him up is natural. Izumi looked at Momo questioningly. He hurt you, Izumi. He is responsible for much of your pain and anguish. He could have done something so simple as to give you a note to his mother. It may have done nothing but could have ended your torment sooner. I know you. This anger won't consume you, but you don't have to hide it from me. You can always be open with me. I will never judge you and I will never leave your side. As Momo's words danced past the falling water, Izumi felt herself melting into her friend. Momo was this constant source of joy and comfort to her. She hated being apart from her. Seeing her every morning at school was the highlight. It was hard for Izumi to understand. She was happy to see Kanoko, but it wasn't the same. Whenever she would first see Momo, the butterflies would do a little flutter of happiness. The best was when she would wake up next to her. Those mornings when she would open her eyes and feel Momo next to her, or the first thing her eyes would see was Momo. Sometimes, Izumi would fall asleep next to her friend, and her whole body would heat up. Then there was the dream. Izumi would dream of being locked in a castle. The typical princess, she would try to escape but always get caught until this knight saves her. What frustrated her was that she felt in the dream that she was in love with this knight. This was why the knights had risked themselves for her. It was out of love. The dream would end as the knight removed their helmet for the cheesy climactic kiss. For years, Izumi never saw the knight's face or any features, but then slowly, as the dream repeated, she finally saw the knight's hair. It was black, then some skin, a flawless pale skin. Then Izumi saw everything. It was Momo. The kiss, the feeling of the kiss from her dream, followed her to the waking world. For days, Izumi found herself staring at her friend's lips, wondering if dreams would match reality. She didn't want to be kissed by anyone else. The boys they met or that she talked to made her nervous, and the butterflies danced, but for the wrong reason. But Momo made her feel safe, secure, loved, cared for, and special, almost everything she could dream of. Even now, she hadn't shared how seeing Bakugo felt with anyone or that she had seen him. She knew that she had to tell someone and that someone had to be Momo. She could be vulnerable with Momo, open, flawed, scared, and anything, and it would be okay. Izumi slowly freed herself from Momo's embrace, and a feeling of absence immediately filled her heart. Better? Momo asked gently. Much, thank you, Izumi responded. Let me get clean, and I will soak some with you in the bath. Momo nodded, making her way to the bath once again. They made some small talk before Izumi went into detail about the exam and everything. Momo felt a little pang of jealousy as Izumi recalled the encounter with Denki and the boy asking her out on a date. But that tidbit seemed to fly over Izumi's head. Inko called for them to hurry up or they would be late for their dinner reservations, bringing their attention back to the real world. Melissa shield. Melissa awoke in the infirmary at UA. As she stirred to consciousness, she felt a soft touch on her hand. Opening her eyes, she saw the brunette from the exam sitting next to her bed with a relieved look on her face. I am so glad you are awake. Recovery girl said you would be fine, but I was still worried. The girl said with a smile. Thank you for saving me. Melissa did her best to return the smile. That is what heroes in training should do. But you were the one who came and did it. The others ... they just ran away. The girl looked down before shaking her head and recapturing Melissa's gaze. I never told you my name. Ochako Uraraka, she said, her smile returning. Melissa shield. Ochako's smile seemed contagious, and Melissa couldn't help but reciprocate it. I am so happy to have met you, but I have to get going. People are waiting to talk to you and I need to catch the train home. I am sure you got in. And I hope I do, too. I would like to see you again. Ochako said, grabbing her bag. I hope you get in as well, Ochako, Melissa said, smiling as Ochako waved, making her way out the door. As soon as Ochako left, the door opened, and in walked her Uncle Might. Melissa was reaching for her phone. She smiled at her uncle and then frowned when she saw 18 missed calls from her father and 56 unread text messages. She didn't have to be a genius to figure out what it was all about. And judging by the look on her uncle's face, he wanted to address the same thing. Hello, Uncle Might, she said as calmly as possible. How was your day? It was going as expected till I saw this very familiar blonde-haired girl taking the practical exam for the hero course. He sat down on the edge of the bed. Melissa, that was both very dangerous and amazing. Melissa's head shot up at the last part. You should have said something. Let your father or myself know. Would you have let me? She said. I know my father would have said no. The hero fell silent. When I saw you in that hospital bed, and how close we came to losing you, I knew in my heart that something had to change. Melissa looked away for a moment. I always wanted to be a hero. I looked up to you so much. There was no way someone could give me a quirk, so I knew I had to step up and take a different route. No one can fill your shoes, but I can be a different symbol. A symbol of hope that you can if you truly want to make a difference in this world. Quirkless or not, powerful quirk or not. All Might internally winced at her mentioning that no one could give her a quirk. He could have. He could have stopped looking at Melissa like the fragile little girl who would run and follow him around and see her as the strong, determined young woman she was becoming. She had seen what had happened, and not knowing that he could have done something about her quirkless status, she instead went a new way. She came to a fork in the road and went straight. Did I get in? She asked quietly. I don't know, Melissa, he said softly, touching her shoulder. I have to abstain from voting for you due to our relationship. But you were amazing out there. I am sure that you got in. I am sure your quirkless status will cause some legal issues, but they will figure it out. Melissa, once it gets out, the whole world will be watching. Don't shoulder it alone. You did, she said quietly. Almost a hint of bitterness. I had a circle of friends that I trusted, and I should have had a bigger one. I may not be in this spot if I had shared some of that burden. Toshi heard the note in her voice. It stung some. He had hidden himself from her for most of her life, and it was only when death was around the corner that he told her the truth. He could say to himself that he had done it for her safety. No matter how true it would be, she would probably always see it as some betrayal or that he didn't trust her. If Izumi, Momo, and Kanoko got in, I wouldn't be alone. I like Izumi. She really ... gets it. Melissa said. Izumi is a great place to start, All Might said. Now call your father before he loses his mind. Once you are done, get dressed. We are going out to dinner tonight with Izumi and her family to celebrate the exam. Melissa nodded, turning her attention to her phone. I am proud of you, Melissa, her uncle said as he exited the room. Melissa smiled and felt warm as those words she longed to hear drifted down to her. Now the next words she chased were welcome to UA. Dinner. They arrived at the exclusive restaurant, with most of the Shimura clan feeling out of place. Momo, of course, had been here before. Shota was dressed in a nice suit, clean-shaven, and feeling very out of place as he extended his hand to help Inko out of the car. Both were dressed in black, with Shota accented in green to match Inko's hair. Momo and Izumi wore matching dark green dresses with a mid-leg slit that hugged them perfectly. Nimiri wore a similar style in dark purple, with Melissa in navy blue. They were escorted in and taken up the private elevator to avoid being seen by the other patrons, leading to a private room where Toshi was waiting for them. The three girls sat together and started talking about the exam while the adults smiled, Nimiri nudging Shota about the memories of youth. Inko, of course, took some pictures of everyone. Though feeling out of place, Shota was happy that he was here. Inko, being by his side, was drawing more out of him, bringing him more out of his shell, and watching Izumi grow from this timid twig to this robust young woman had been an amazing journey. He wondered if she and the others would end up in his class. Would he have a chance to guide them and help them grow and reach their full potential? He wanted Melissa in his class, a quirkless hero. It would cause such shockwaves that even he knew the world would be watching. He knew that Izumi shouldn't be in class due to his relationship, but he selfishly wanted her and her friends there. Watching the trio together and the sheer joy they carried with them brought back such fond memories of his school days till tragedy took that away. His curmudgeonly demeanor had been chipped away and softened by being given a glimpse of life he had never believed to be in reach. Seeing the strength that Inko and Izumi had shown over the years to come out of that situation and to find themselves here in this moment was a wake-up call for him. The chip that had rested so contently on his shoulder felt awkward and heavy. When he walked into his first session with Hound Dog, he thought the therapist was about to burst into tears. For so long, the burden he had carried with him from Aburo's death had eaten him, gnawed at his very soul. He buried his pain and ignored the pain that Hisashi and Nimiri had and were going through, expelling or demoting students to save them. Some needed it, but they deserved a chance to chase their dreams to grow and become better than what they were. The strength of a willingness to grow and a determination to succeed has been shoved in his face and made him see. Inko and Izumi had dared him not to notice, but he couldn't. Then there was All Might and his connection to the family. He respected All Might, but they never saw eye to eye. He was loud and bombastic until he got a chance to know the man. But he was gentle and subtle, a force to be reckoned with. He had to carry himself as a symbol of something infallible, incorruptible, unbreakable. But then he was broken, almost died, and everything changed. The man who always smiled didn't. The man who was always loud was quiet. Shota and he had begun to bond over the fact the fire breath was a complete piece of shit and needed to be kept away from Inko and Izumi at all costs. Watching All Might work when no one was watching was something to see, and intellect was hidden from the world, and cunning and wit were kept secluded from almost everyone. The fire breath disappeared. There was no word, nothing, and no one was looking for him. Shota asked All Might about it, and he said that fire breath was no longer a concern. Shota wanted to question it, but he chose not to. Now he was here at dinner. The only one missing was Hisashi, who was on his way. The family Shota had always kept at arm's length. The family he wanted but had not known, and the future he dared to dream were all around him. He looked at Inko and felt love well up inside of himself. She made him want to be a better hero, a better person, and a better man. That was a woman he wanted to spend the rest of his life with. The world's loudest peacock pulled him from his musings. But he didn't mind this time. He was happy to see his oldest friend. The meal was amazing. And with them being in a private room, Momo and Izumi could eat to their heart's content, a fact encouraged by Nimiri and Shota as this whole thing was on All Might's tab. The hero smiled, watching the girls eat as he watched them pull Melissa further into their circle. He was worried about how Melissa would react. If things continued along this course, Izumi would tell her about One for All. He hoped that any anger Melissa had would be directed at him and not at Izumi. Once the meal concluded, the music drifted in from the main dining area where the dance floor was. It took one pleading look from Izumi with a false lip tremble for All Might to agree to dance with her. After a subtle elbow from Nimiri and Hisashi, Shota asked Inko, who blushed as she held out her hand so he could escort her to the dance floor. Hisashi, in turn, asked Melissa, and Nimiri was smiling when Momo asked her to dance. As the dance ended, they switched partners and kept dancing in new conversations. Melissa and Izumi were confused about who should lead until Melissa took charge. Momo and Izumi found themselves dancing last, Momo leading Izumi in a simple waltz that they had practiced hundreds of times for Momo's courtship balls. Izumi giggled under her breath at how effortlessly Momo could take the lead. "Is there something amusing you?" Momo said, adding an air of sophistication to her voice, making herself sound slightly snooty. No, my lord, Izumi replied, sounding demure, looking up at Momo through her eyelashes, completely oblivious of what it was doing to her friend. I was just so mesmerized in your movement that I felt we were dancing amongst the stars with nary a person around to hear my heart beating. I make your heart stir, Momo said, doing her best to maintain her tone. Like no other, Izumi could feel her heart beating faster. The butterflies were threatening to make an escape and fly away. In your arms, feel safe, and I know I am protected and cared for. I don't think I could find that anywhere else. Izumi's mind was racing. The words were flooding the front of her mind, begging for release. She didn't understand it at first. As she looked up into Momo's deep black eyes, her gaze drifted to Momo's lips, the curve of her neck, the shape of her body. Izumi's mind and heart were about to explode. As it all came to the moment of clarity, a kick to the head, shakabuku, a swift, spiritual kick to the head that alters your reality forever. Izumi was looking at Momo, and it all clicked and fell into place. I love you, she whispered. Momo stopped and froze. It wasn't the normal I love you. It sounded different. It sounded like a dream or a declaration. She could see the look of panic on Izumi's face. She quickly smiled, took her friend's hand, and led her out to the private balcony. Nimuri saw the whole thing and began to run interference. The balcony. They emerged into the cool night air, the city lights laid out below them. Izumi was trying and failing not to freak out. Momo turned and faced her. Izumi was looking this way and that, contemplating jumping from the balcony, knowing she could use a shield pillar to save herself. Izumi, Momo's voice was soft but commanding, calling her attention. What did you mean? And in nothing at all, she waved her hands defensively in front of herself. I mean, I love you, like best friend ... and ... Izumi felt the world trying to fall in on her and that the whole planet was about to try and crush her. She had just messed up the best thing in her life, her best friend. After this was done, Kanoko would never talk to her. Melissa would probably look at her like a freak. Oh God, what about Toshi and her mom? I am in love with my best friend. I am in love with Momo. Oh God, she is a girl. I am a girl. She is going to hate me. I don't want her to hate me. Momo heard the whole thing. The internal rambling that was not so internal. It had been a while since she had seen Izumi mutter like this. Her heart was pounding and threatening to explode when she heard Izumi declare her love. And she broke when she listened to the fear. The same fear that Momo had experienced when she told Nimuri. Momo gently took Izumi's face and turned the still muttering girl face up. Momo stilled her exploding heart, gently leaned down, and kissed Izumi on the lips. Izumi froze. I love you too. Izumi slowly began to blush. It started at the tip of her toes and worked its way up her body till she swore smoke exploded from her head. But, Izumi protested as her mind was struggling to reboot. I love you, Izumi Shimura, Momo whispered. I am in love with you. I realized it and have been trying to figure out how to tell you, her voice becoming stronger and clearer with each word. I want to be with you. I want to be your girlfriend, the rock that you can lean on, the shelter you seek when it rains. Will you be my girlfriend, Izumi? Izumi could feel the tears. She fought them back as best she could. But it was a struggle. Izumi looked at Momo and just smiled. We should call Kanoko after we get home, but first. She reached out and took Momo's hand. Momo smiled as they walked back in hand. Nimuri smiled as Izumi waited until her mom looked at her. Mom, I am in love with Momo. She turned and looked at her girlfriend. And she is my girlfriend. Kanoko sat across from her friends in a small diner. They had asked to be seated in the back booth. Kanoko was not sure what Izumi and Momo wanted to talk to her about, but this was outside the top of her list. So you, Momo, she managed. Yes, Momo responded, her voice crisp. And you, Izumi. She turned her attention to her other best friend, who seemed to be trying to develop invisibility without much success. Why yes, Izumi replied, her voice a little unsteady. Is it weird that I feel left out somehow? Kanoko said, her head cocked to the side. Left out. Izumi managed to be a little shocked. You two have the hots for each other, but not me. I mean, am I not XY enough? What the frick? Kanoko said, mashing her boobs together. Her smile immediately betrayed her teasing tone. Kanoko looked at Momo, who was listening to her girlfriend rambles. She blushed at the more intimate suggestion, which had exploded to scarlet at the words threesome. Are you going to stop her? Kanoko asked, trying not to blush or laugh. It honestly was 50/50. No, I want to see where this goes, Momo replied. I can't be a homewrecker, that would be terrible. But I already told Momo she could still have Caliban from Sound of Fury. But Sato is nice and has always been so nice to me. And Momo, I wouldn't want to put him in that position. Also, he doesn't do it for me. He doesn't make it feel like the butterflies want to run rampant or explode like Momo. But Kanoko is very pretty, and I like her a lot, but I don't know if it is like that. Momo was the knight in my dreams. She was the one I wanted to kiss. And wow, reality is so good. So I don't think I am attracted to Kanoko like that. But I have to say she looks perfect in a swimsuit. Izumi, unaware that her internal monologue was not inner, looked at Kanoko directly. I am sorry, Kanoko, you are very pretty, but I am not ready. And I wouldn't be fair to Sato. Understandable. Thank you for your honesty, Kanoko managed before busting out in laughter. The confusion on Izumi's face just elevated it to another level. Izumi looked at Momo. Foursome, homewrecker, butterflies, the night in your dreams. That was all Momo said. The eep that escaped Izumi's lips as she went nuclear realized they had heard everything. Her hands flew to her mouth in fists, turning it into the cutest chipmunk face that Momo had ever seen. Quick on the draw, she captured the moment in a photo. It pops out of her cleavage, akin to the world's seized instant camera. Izumi then hid her face. Momo laughed and joined in with Kanoko. I don't like any of you, Izumi mumbled as Momo pulled her into a hug. Once Kanoko calmed down, how did your families take it? 2 nights ago dinner. Mom, I am in love with Momo. She turned and looked at her girlfriend. And she is my girlfriend. Momo smiled and looked at Izumi. So your plan was just to blab it out? Izumi blustered a little. I guess so, she replied with a wry smile. Melissa was the first to walk over and hug them both. That is so awesome, I hope you guys are happy together. Izumi was surprised at the quick reaction but joined Momo, hugging her back. Thank you, Melissa. I was terrified that you may think I was a freak or some sort of sicko. Why would that worry you so? Melissa said, pulling back some to look Izumi in the eyes. I want us to keep being friends. What you are doing is amazing. I want us all to do it together, to be the ones to help carry society after we graduate. Izumi's voice was rich with emotion and passion. You think it's amazing? Melissa whispered. We both do, Momo added. Izumi just nodded. You are going to change how everyone looks at being a hero. Melissa, I know you and Izumi are close. I hope we will develop a strong friendship as we get to know each other more. I want to be there to see the world's first quirkless hero knock everyone on their butts. Melissa smiled and teared up briefly before hugging the new couple tightly. I want us to be friends together. We all to be the top heroes and the new #1 second. Like a super powerful, awesome team that shows the world that we can do it, especially if we work together. That is so awesome. I want that as well. All of us in Kanoko and all the others we meet along the way. Izumi said, her face brightening. All Might sat back and smiled. While Izumi and Momo coming out was not what he thought would happen tonight, but the girls' bonding and friendship deepening, he did hope for. He was happy for the young couple. Momo was already aware of One for All. She had been there by Izumi's side since the girl had begun to go to school, and it was apparent how much she cared and supported Izumi. Also, though they would experience some kickback in their current school, it wasn't unheard of or looked down upon in the hero community. Midnight just smiled as she knew about Momo's feelings. And though she was unsure about Izumi, she had witnessed some things to believe that her niece was at least interested in Momo. Present Mike was happy for them. He was glad that Izumi was able to find someone she cared for. He was worried that the trauma of her youth would have taken that from her, but knowing that she was willing to open herself up and trust in that way was a huge milestone. Aizawa looked at the couple. He wanted to congratulate them but worried they might be making a mistake. It was an exciting place to be in. He didn't say anything. Instead, he thought about Momo and Izumi, their interactions, and how they treated each other. While he would have told them to pursue romance after UA, he also knew what could happen between now and then. He didn't want to see either of them suffer in that way or bear the burden of having not told someone how you felt about them and having that person taken from you. He regretted never telling Aburo how much he appreciated him for all he did for a young Aizawa. Before he responded, he looked at Inko. Inko rose and walked over to the young couple. Melissa stepped aside. Izumi took Momo's hand. Momo could tell that Izumi was nervous. That all disappeared when she hugged the two of them tight. All I have ever wanted for you is to find happiness and peace and live your life, Inko spoke softly. Momo, you have done as much for my daughter as we all and in different ways than we ever could. If, by being together, you two can find happiness and safety, then all I ask is that you treat each other well, talk about your problems, and don't be afraid of what anyone says. As long as you have someone who will support you and help shoulder that burden, that is all you need. She kissed them both on the forehead. I am happy for you both. The girls melted into the patent Inko hug and did their best to return it. Aizawa hugged them both. Listen, children, as long as this doesn't distract you too much from your studies, I am happy for you both. With all that out of the way, the celebration continued into the late evening. Momo spent the night, though it was a little awkward when they first climbed into bed together. Some light, feathery kisses made it all better, and they drifted off to sleep. Izumi felt like she had been asleep for hours, but it had only been a single hour. She reluctantly disentangled herself from Momo and went to get a drink of water. As she entered the kitchen, she saw her mother gazing out the sliding doors to the balcony. Everything okay, Mom? She asked. Inko turned and smiled for her daughter. Everything is fine, Izumi. Are you all right? I thought you went to bed. I don't know. I just woke up. I am still tired, but I wanted some water, Izumi said as she looked down at her cup. Are you really okay that I am gay or that I am in a relationship with Momo? That doesn't bother me at all, sweetie, Inko said as she turned from the door and walked towards her precious daughter. When I was in school, there was this girl, Kiana. She was a few years younger than me, but I thought she was so pretty. Also, I may have kissed a few girls in my time. Inko blushed, as did Izumi. So or were you gay? Izumi wondered. Bisexual would be a more accurate description. Inko leaned back against the counter. I find both men and women attractive, and yes, Shota is aware of this. Listen, baby, don't rush to label yourself. The world will have no problem doing it for you. Find what you like and who you love, as long as they treat you right, never let them go. I never dreamed I would want to be with someone again after the bastard. But I did, and I was ready to open myself up. It was terrifying but the right decision. Inko put her arm around Izumi's shoulders, laying her head on top of her daughter's. As long as you both are happy, that will matter in the long run. Be happy, Izumi. This life has hoisted enough bullshit on us already, so find your joy and hold it tight. I will, Mom. Izumi finished her glass of water. She turned and smiled at her mother. I love you. I love you more. Inko returned her daughter's smile. Now get to bed. Last night. Absolutely not, Momo's father bellowed. He got to his feet, knocking his chair over in the process. I will not allow this. He slammed his hand down on the table. You two will immediately stop seeing each other, and I will hear no more of this nonsense. Her father's reaction took aback Momo. It nearly brought her to tears. Izumi instinctively stepped in front of Momo protectively. Father, won't you listen? Momo said. There is nothing to discuss. You are my daughter, and I will not tolerate such foolishness. He turned to his wife. I told you, Kai, that letting her choose during the balls wastes time. But you insisted that she finds her way. And look where that has led. I am going to arrange a marriage and put an end to this nonsense right this minute. Gio, please calm down, Momo's mother said as she looked at her irate husband and the girls. She noticed Izumi's position in front of Momo, standing there protectively. I did just that, and look what has happened. I allowed you to talk me into letting her pursue heroics instead of business, and I agreed to let her choose her suitor from the proper candidate. She chooses none, and now she is here saying she has a girlfriend. His glare was dancing between his wife and the girls. This ends now. She is going to attend a business university. I will arrange a proper engagement for her. And this green-haired freak can leave this house and never return. It is no doubt her fault. She is confusing Momo. The word freak stung Izumi some. Momo noticed the flinch. Gio, be reasonable, Kai said, her voice raising as she got to her feet. Our marriage was arranged. He fired back. Yes, and you were not happy about it. Kai stood her ground. Yet we managed to love each other just as she will learn to love the husband I choose for her instead of. He waved his hand dismissively at Izumi. This, father, I don't want to be forced into a marriage. I want to pursue a course in heroics. Momo stepped forward, her hand over her heart. Izumi is whom I care for, and heroics is where my passion lies. Nonsense, Gio roared. This is an abomination, and it will not stand. You will do as you are told. You live in my house, and I am in charge. Momo's tears welled. Then goodbye, father. She took Izumi's hand. I choose her in the future that we will forge for ourselves. Momo, Izumi whispered. Goodbye, mother, Momo whispered, turning and leading Izumi away. Momo, you get back here, he yelled after them. This will not stand. I will cut you off. Gio, Kai yelled, don't do this. Momo didn't look back as she and Izumi fled from the house. She looked at her driver and offered a tearful smile as she and Izumi walked down the driveway. They had reached the gates. She looked to the guard, who looked away. The gates did not open. Take me away, Momo said through the tears that were now falling. Izumi hugged her and, using her shielding, put them over the gates. They looked back at the house and saw her father yelling from the top of the driveway, but his words were lost in the wind. Momo saw her mother on the balcony. Kai just motioned for her to go. The two girls fled back to Izumi's house. A tearful discussion between Inko and Midnight led to the women immediately offering to put her up. Momo lay in the room, wrapped in Izumi's arms, and bawled. She had never expected that sort of reaction from her father, that he may have been disappointed, but that was not what had happened. She didn't know how much time had passed till Inko came to the door. Momo dear, your mother is in the building. She is downstairs in the lobby and would like to speak with you. Do you want me to allow her to come up? Inko walked and sat on the edge of the bed. We can say no and ask her to come another day. Momo sat up and dried her eyes. No, I will talk to her, but please don't make me do so alone. Izumi immediately told her she would be right there, and Inko told her she would be in the kitchen if needed. Kai entered the penthouse apartment. The woman introduced herself as Inko Shimura, Izumi's mother. Kai bowed slightly as the woman led her to the living room, where his daughter sat waiting. Kai could tell her daughter had been crying. She wanted to hug her and tell her it would all be all right, but she knew she couldn't. She also saw Izumi there, looking at Kai as if trying to see if she was friend or foe. Hello, mother, Momo said, her voice a little harsh from the crying. Hello, Momo. May I sit? She motioned to a chair across from two girls. She waited for them to nod. I will not return and marry someone I do not love. Momo stated. I will not give up on heroics, and I will not give up on Izumi. Kai thought for a second before she proceeded. And if things do not work out with her, what then? Kai held her hand up to stave off the inevitable protest. Right now, you will sit here and say this will last forever because you are young. I am not discounting your feelings. But there is a chance that as you grow, you will change and, in turn, want different things. I will still pursue a career in heroics, and Izumi will still be my friend. Momo had her hand over her heart. You are right, mother. No one knows the future or can tell where our relationship will go. But I know that no one has ever made me feel this way. She makes me feel like I can do so much more than I ever thought possible. I deserve to see how far this goes. I need to know. Kai looked at Izumi. The girl took a deep breath. Momo makes me feel safe. Just being with her inspires me to do better. I don't know where I would be if your daughter hadn't been the one to give me a tour of our school or take a chance on me after everything. You are right. No one knows the future. I used to dream of a day without pain, but now I dream of so much more. Things may change, but the importance of your daughter in my life will never change. Your father's and mine marriage was an arranged marriage. In time we grew to love one another. Kai's gaze took a long off look. When we had you, Momo, we talked and argued long about your future, and in the end, he allowed you to pursue heroics. I did not want you to have to go through the process we did of learning to love each other, so I arranged the balls, in the hope you would find someone naturally. Kai gazed back at her daughter. It seems you have, though not in a manner that either your father or I would have thought. I am sorry for disappointing you, Momo said, her head drooping. You have done no such thing, Momo, Kai said, Momo's head snapping up. You are fighting for your dream and what you believe is the best path for you. I love you too much to take that away from you. But father, the Yaoyorozu came to my family seeking an arranged marriage. Their fortunes had taken a turn for the worse, Kai said. I will support you, and I will make sure that you can follow this dream. All I ask is if your father ever comes to his senses, please allow him to try at least and make amends. I know nothing will erase the memory of this day, but that is all I can ask. Momo rose to her feet, slightly unsteady, as she crossed over to her mom's waiting embrace. Today, Kanoko sat back in the booth. Holy hell, that was a roller coaster of a few days. Are you okay, Momo? Knowing that my mom has not abandoned me helps. But I thought my father was on my side. He was always so attentive and loving towards me. His change hurts. Momo held Izumi's hand and reached out for Kanoko's. But I believe in us and that we can do something great. Maybe one day he will come to terms with it, Kanoko said, taking Momo's hand. Now, enough sadness. We are supposed to celebrate getting into the UA. The girls broke into a smile, and for the next few hours, they put their troubles behind them and celebrated their accomplishments. Tomorrow, so now that we have the results, we need to decide who will be placed into which class, Nezu said with a smile. I have to say this crop of students is exciting. Vlad King leaned forward as the holographic display showed all the students who passed this year's exam. I know who I want, but there is a question of if you will allow it, Aizawa said, turning to Nezu. There will be questions of if you can be far. Nezu replied. There will need to be periodic review to ensure you are not being either too lenient or harsh. Would it be easier to place them in Vlad's class? It would be easier, but that doesn't mean I still don't want to guide them, Aizawa said. We have made some significant changes with the first years going to be living on campus. Nezu turned his attention to a model in the corner of the room. The girls in one section and the boys in another, but the same area. The model was of the new dorms. For the first few years, it was split like a U, separating the boys and girls areas. You could always put all the girls in one class, Nimori said with a smile. I wouldn't mind being that homeroom teacher. While it may help the boys concentrate more, it's probably not the best idea, Vlad said with a chuckle. Let us start with the recommended students, Nezu said, taping a few things on the panel before him. I want Yaoyorozu and Todoroki, Aizawa said. That would leave me with Yurashi and Takage, Vlad mused. I want Todoroki, and I will give you Takage. Those two had quite the dust-up during the exam, Nimori chimed in. It took a lot of talking not to get Yurashi to not go to another school. I am aware Todoroki is only using half his quirk. Yurashi called him out. I wanted him to do so again. We must discover why Todoroki, Endeavor's son, refuses to use his fire. I bet it has something to do with that scar. Vlad looked over to Hound Dog. I want him to see you on day one. Agreed, we need to address this issue. The sooner, the better, the pro-hero responded. They went back and forth for a few hours, with students bouncing back and forth. Aizawa looked at his class and rubbed his temples. He got what he wanted, but he got what he was also worried about. Class 1A, recommended students, Momo Yaoyorozu, Setsuna Takage. Entrance exam students, Mina Ashido, Ryuko Yanagi, Tenya Ida, Achako Uraraka, Kanoko Komori, Denki Kaminari, Melissa Shield, Ijiro Kirishima, Rikido Sato, Mizo Shoji, Kyoka Jiro, Fumikage Takoyami, Toru Hagakure, Katsuki Bakugo, Himiko Bakugo, Nito Monoma, Minoru Minda and Izumi Shimura. Class 1B, recommended students, Inasa Yurashi, Shoto Todoroki. Entrance exam students: Yosu Uwais, Senkaibara, Tagaru Kamakiri, Shihai Kirwaro, Itsuka Kendo, Yui Kodai, Suyu Isui, Ibara Shizaki, Jiroda Shishida, Nyaranjeki Shota, Ponitsu no Tori, Kosai Tsubiraba, Tetsu, Yuga Aoyama, Juzo Honuki, Hantasiro, Koji Koda, and Huryu Ren. Are you sure you want to put her and Bakugo in the same class? Midnight said as she leaned forward. I don't want him there so it doesn't force her to deal with any pain, as an easy cop-out. For the same reason that Vlad is taking Urashi and Todoroki. We need to see how they will react to each other. And for a selfish reason, I want to be there to nip anything in the bud before it starts. Aizawa replied, rubbing his eyes. I am looking forward to this year but also dreading it simultaneously. Vlad looked over his roster. He flagged a few students that he would need to focus on. Well, if things are not working, we can always shift students between courses. Yes, remember they are going to more joint courses this year. I want you all to encourage them to get used to working together, as we are all aware of what may be coming down the pipeline. Keed will also join us as a staff member this year. Mezu added. Asuka, in a different life, called herself Kiana or Lady Nagant. But Lady Nagant had disappeared years ago. The Hero Commission was still looking for her. She walked into the room, her long black hair with tufts of purple and pink tied in a braid over her shoulder. I look forward to working with you all this year, she bowed. The doors opened, and Lunch Rush walked, pushing a cart full of food and drinks. Let us welcome the newest staff members. All Might will be here soon, and let us toast to the new year, Nezu said, raising his glass. It was unusual for Izumi to be alone with Aizawa, but he had asked her to accompany him tonight. Izumi was used to him being around. He was her uncle, after all, for all those years, but he might be moving towards a new role in the future. They stopped as he dropped some paperwork at a police station and grabbed a bite at this small food stand near UA. This older couple operated it. The food was sublime and delicious. It had good portions and was a wonderful experience. Izumi made sure to fill this place away for a date with Momo. He was talking her around the shops off the beaten path near UA, giving her the tour of the hidden gems he had found. She was making tons of notes on her phone. It was an excellent bonding experience, much to Izumi's surprise. They had made their way to a cat cafe. The staff immediately recognized Aizawa, which made the girl giggle. They were in a private room when he took a deep breath. Izumi, I wanted to tell you now that I am going to be your homeroom teacher. He wasn't expecting the girl to smile and seem excited by that prospect or the warm feeling it gave him when she did smile and seem excited. I thought hard about it and wanted to tell you that things may be a little rough initially as I find my footing in handling you as a student due to our special relationship. I understand, Izumi said as a Persian kitty found its way into her lap, much to her delight. Aizawa glared at the cat for a moment, as this cat had resisted all his attempts to pet it. Prince apparently fancied girls, so if you seem harsher, I shouldn't take it personally. Yes, I am excited about the future you and your friends have laid out before you, and I want to see that grow. She noticed Aizawa steady himself. The other thing is that Katsuki Bakugo will be in your class. Izumi stiffened some. Did you choose to have him there? Yes, I did, Aizawa said, watching her intently. Why? She said, focusing her gaze on the cat. Of course, I am aware of the history between you two. I wanted him there for 2 reasons. Aizawa leaned forward. As your teacher, I wanted to see how the two of you will get along and how you both will react to the adversity. As someone who cares about you, I wanted to keep a close eye on him in case I need to step in. As you know, there will be a dorm system. Both heroic classes will be living together, so I need to know that you will be okay when you are around him in the dorms. So I guess by this conversation that we both got in. Izumi looked up and saw the man nod in the affirmative. It was hard to see him. I can't say that I am happy about him being in class, but I also am not angry. I want to move past what happened, but I need to know that he is a better person now, and being around him will allow that, so I can make sure it is not an act. That is a very mature thing to say, Aizawa said. Now you can say the other part. I want to punch him in the face so freaking hard. Izumi remembered to censor herself some. Thank you for telling me and caring enough to sit me down like this. You're welcome, Izumi. Aizawa leaned back. I do care about you, and I care about your mother. I want you to know that even though I will be your teacher, you can still come to me as a family when needed. Just tell me this is as a family, not my student. I will also do my best to keep those two things separate. Are you going to ask her to marry you? Izumi said, turning her attention back to Prince. The thought had crossed my mind. Would you be okay with that? He found his favorite cat trotting over to claim him. You make her happy and treat her right, so it doesn't bother me, she smiled. You're not so bad. Neither are you, kid, neither are you. Bakugo House. Hemi was rolling on the floor with Mizuki when Mitsuki walked in, holding 2 large white envelopes and shaking slightly. They are from the UA, she said, her voice rich with emotion. Katsuki, the letters from UA, has arrived. It was dead quiet in the house for a solid minute before they heard his door open, and he came walking down the stairs. Masaru emerged from his home office as the family gathered in the living room. Masaru put his hand on his son's shoulder. You put in the effort. Now it is time to see what the results are. Himiko looked at her brother and smiled. Do you want me to go first? He nodded, staring at the envelope on the table. Himiko took a deep breath and cut open the envelope with a small pocket knife. She pulled a holo disc from the envelope and set it on the table, taping the sender to get it to play. Greetings, MS. Bakugo, it is I, All Might. The visage of the #1 hero of Japan filled the screen. I would first like to congratulate you on overcoming such adversity in your early life. To come and stand where you are now is not an easy feat, so take pride in how far you have come. But enough with that, let us get to the real reason you are watching this. You managed to pass your written exam, but your math score was right on the border, so I suggest looking for some tutoring in that subject. All Might looked around conspiratorially. But do not fret, my dear, math was never my strong subject either. I mean, what is the deal with all those numbers? He smiled before resuming his original position. Now, onto your practical exam, where I must say that you were able to do well, scoring 17 villain points, which would not have been enough for you to pass. Himi had started to droop, but she immediately perked back up. There was another part of this test, and that was hero points, where you scored an amazing 30 points. The screen shifted to a highlight reel of her exam, showing her fighting robots and helping to save students from ambush attacks and getting injured when the 0-pointer showed up by pushing someone away from falling debris and covering another one with her own body. It showed her adapting and collecting people's blood, taking enough to change forms and keep moving. It also showed her naked and unconscious, being carried to safety. Everything was blurred, and her rescue had the decency to cover her in his shirt. Excellent work. Now, to address the immediate problem of the unwanted exposure of your body. Included in your acceptance package is an address for you to go and provide DNA samples as well as hair samples. I hate to say that you are going to get a rather drastic haircut, but it is for a good cause. We are going to make for you undergarments that will still be with you when you change back. And we will also be able to create your hero costume out of the same material. This is a lengthy process, so please get that submitted right away. As for why I am telling you all this, I will be your heroics teacher. I have joined UA as a member of its staff. So welcome to you, Hero Academia Himiko Bakugo. The disc went dark. There were hugs and kisses before they turned to Bakugo, who, with shaking hands, tore open the envelope, dumped it on the table, and just sat staring at the disc. I don't think I can press it, he muttered. You can do it, Katsuki, Himiko said as she came and sat next to him, putting her arm around him. Mizuki walked over and put her hands on his knees. You'll have to do so you can show me how to be a hero, the little girl said. Katsuki looked down at her and smiled. I do, don't I? He said as the little girl nodded, her face all serious. He reached out, and once again, All Might sprang to life. Katsuki Bakugo, let us get right to it. You passed your written exam in the top 5%. You also passed the practical exam with 66 villain points and 27 rescue points, earning you 3rd place overall. All Might paused. Now your path to this moment in life has been difficult. A lot of that is of your own making. You have completed and excelled at all the court-ordered rehabilitation. As you know, you will still be subject to quirk restrictions outside of heroic class. It is the opinion of the faculty that you will wear a quirk's present bracelet while on campus at all times. This bracelet will allow you some access to your quirk, but it will alert your overseer when you use it. I have thought about the person you were, the person the courts report you are, what your family has said. I have read in your submission packet about how sorry you were about what happened. Someone more talented than me said. All Might lifted a paper. Sorry. Sorry means you feel the pulse of other people's pain and your own. And saying it means you take a share of it. And so it binds us together, makes us trodden and sodden as one another. Sorry, it is many things. It's a hole refilled, a debt repaid. Sorry is the wake of misdeed. It's the crippling ripple of consequence. Sorry is sadness, just as knowing is sadness. Sorry, it is sometimes self-pity. But sorry, really, it is not about you. It's theirs to take or leave. Sorry means you leave yourself open to embrace, ridicule, or revenge. Sorry is a question that begs forgiveness because the metronome of a good heart won't settle until things are correctly set. Sorry, it doesn't take things back but pushes things forward. It bridges the gap. Sorry, it is a sacrament. It's an offering, a gift. I believe that you are sorry for your past deeds. But it is not my place to offer you forgiveness. There is one person you must seek that from. Welcome to your hero, Academia Katsuki Bakugo. Katsuki sat back, letting out a deep breath, as his parents came over to hug him and congratulate him on getting in. So, did she get in as well? Mitsuki asked. That is the impression I got, Masaru replied to her. I wonder how she is. She looked outstanding, Himiko said, shocking the parents. We bumped into her at the exam. She told Katsuki that they could talk then if they both got in. I sat with her on the bus to the practical and told her how he and the rest of you helped me. Himiko hugged Katsuki tight. Don't worry, Katsuki. It may not go smoothly, but I know you will have your chance to talk to her. I just hope I can show her. The night before the first day of school was unexpectedly emotional for Izumi. Her room was bare except for the essential furniture, as everything had been packed. It reminded her of her old room with only the barest of things. She wasn't expecting it to trigger a response like this. She just broke down, and the whole house and family finally calmed her down. In truth, she had felt this build up as soon as she had started packing. This left the greatest constant in her life, Inko. Through everything it had been her and Inko, the horrendous nightmare of before her quirk manifested to the joy of being accepted into UA, of knowing what it was like to be safe. That journey and discovery had all happened here. It wasn't that she thought she would be in some danger in the dorms at UA. Momo, Kanoko, and Melissa would all be there. It was the absence of her mother. Inko was touched, and her daughter had this incredible quirk made stronger by the inheritance of one for all from All Might that could produce shields capable of withstanding a Detroit smash. She was worried about leaving her mother behind. Izumi had never been without Inko. A sleepover was something else. It was always with the understanding that she would return to Inko. Her mother would be there at the end of whatever little thing she had gone on. Even when she came home late, her mother was seemingly there to ensure she was home before heading to bed. Inko was just as upset that Izumi was leaving the house. Yes, she knew it was because Izumi knew she was leaving, but her daughter was not home every night. Not somewhere she could check in on her to make sure she was safe. The two women took comfort in those simple things because they had gotten them through the dark times and into this period of being in the sunshine. It took them a bit, but once they were done, Inko smiled when Izumi took a deep breath and told her what she feared. Inko kissed her daughter on the forehead and told her about her similar fears. It made them both laugh and hug. Though Izumi did sleep in Inko's bed that night, cuddled in her mother's arms. The morning was simple, if not a little heavy, as Izumi and Momo stood in their uniforms looking at Inko and Midnight while they snapped pictures. The girls rode the train this morning to meet their friends at the gate for the first day instead of riding in with Midnight. Inko waited until they had left, Midnight as generously before she allowed herself a good cry. She composed herself when the movers arrived. She took a deep breath and returned to the office. She had her final exams to deal with, and then she would have to pray she made it in. Dr. Inko Shimura had a nice ring to it. Melissa Shield. She stood outside the gate feeling like a nervous wreck at times or a giddy young woman the next. She was very engrossed at her feet as she nibbled on a strand of her hair when she was startled by a hand landing on her shoulder. She almost yelled, but it was a definite eep. She glanced over her shoulder and saw Achako, who looked nervous. Melissa nodded and smiled. OMG, Achako. I knew you were going to get in. Achako's mood brightened. It is so good to see you. What class are you in? Achako nervously responded. 1A. She felt her whole body relax when she heard Melissa was in the same class. Oh, thank goodness. I am glad I will know someone at least. Do you know anyone else who got in? I do. 2 friends of mine. That is who I am waiting for. Melissa smiled. Oh, then I will wait for you in class, Achako said, slightly crestfallen. No, stay. I want to introduce you to them. They are super nice, I promise. Melissa's smile allowed Achako to relax some. Are you sure I don't want to intrude? She replied. I am positive, Melissa reassured her. They are also in our class, so you will meet 3 more classmates. Achako nodded as they started to talk a little about what they had been doing since the exam. This conversation was cut short when they heard Melissa's name being called. Achako turned and saw a girl with long green wavy hair, green eyes, and freckles who was very curvy and cute. Next to her, holding hands, was this tall raven-haired beauty who was just as curvy but had this elegance. Next to them was a girl who could have been Achako's cousin. In fact, Achako would have had to ask her mom about that. Her arms were linked around a young man who looked embarrassed but happy. Achako noticed he was tall, very muscular, and had a broad build. He has short brown hair that is spiked upwards away from his head. His eyes are small and square-shaped with small black pupils, and he has a pair of bushy eyebrows just above them. The young man has enormous, thick lips, slightly darker than the rest of his skin, and a notably large, round nose. What she liked was his gentle smile. It made her relax. Melissa patted Achako's shoulder. Izumi, Momo, I would like to introduce you to Achako Uraraka. She is in Wana with us. Achako smiled and bowed. It is nice to meet you. Izumi returned the bow. Izumi Shimura, it is nice to meet you, Uraraka. Melissa told us about you from the exam. Momo ye Urazu, Momo said, bowing. It is nice to make your acquaintance as well. Izumi turned and motioned to Kanoko. Melissa, you know Kanoko, but this is her boyfriend, Sato. Melissa smiled even more. Kanoko, glad to see you again, so this is the boyfriend you always bragged about. Sato blushed some and scratched his cheek. Kanoko returned her smile. Good to see you again, Melissa, and yup, this is him. Kanoko hugged his arm closer, making Sato blush just a little. Melissa turned to Sato. Melissa Shield, nice to meet you. She bowed. Achako introduced himself and bowed well. Then Sato introduced himself and bowed. For some reason, Izumi introduced herself again, making everyone laugh. Izumi smiled. "Can I call you Achako?" Izumi asked. Achako just laughed. "I would love it if everyone did. I hope we can all be friends." Momo smiled. "I hope so too. Now that all that is over, shall we head to class?" Everyone, feeling much more relaxed, started walking to class. Class 1A. As they entered the hall, they could hear a commotion from 1B. With relief, they all turned and went to their class. Izumi froze for a second when she looked at the back of the room and saw Katsuki sitting at a desk. She saw his eyes widen, and then he looked away. Momo gave her hand a gentle squeeze to reassure her. As they came in, she noticed Denki and gave him a wave as he walked over, followed by a boy with purple orbs for hair whose eyes seemed to linger on her a little too much for her comfort. She suddenly felt like her skirt was too short and she should have wore tights like Achako. "Hey, Izumi, I knew you would make it in," he said with a smile. "I am glad you made it in as well, Denki." Izumi returned the smile. "This is my friends Momo, Melissa, and Achako." Denki bowed. "Nice to meet all of you. I'm Denki Kaminari, but just call me Denki." "Sup Sato, Kinoko." They heard a cough behind him, and Denki smirked. "This is my buddy, Minoru Mainta." "Ladies, it is nice to meet ya," he said with a lisp, a wink, and a finger gun. The girls all smiled politely. "We should find out where our seats are," Melissa said, holding the hem of her skirt for some reason. Izumi excused herself and let loose a sigh of relief as she wasn't sitting near Katsuki. She wasn't ready for that yet. She bet that Aizawa had something to do with it. She went towards her seat. The girl sitting in front of her paused her conversation and smiled. She set her bag down. The girl's name is Mina Ashido. She appears average height, but her build is slightly wider than some of her other female classmates. Her skin is light pink, and she has somewhat square-shaped eyes with black sclery and yellow irises. She also has long eyelashes below and around the sides of her eyes. Her short, fluffy, and unruly hair is a slightly darker shade of pink than her skin, which frames her face. Additionally, she has two thin pale yellow horns that protrude from her head, hooked squarely and leaning diagonally to opposite sides. She introduced the boy she was talking to as her horn buddy, which made Izumi smile. He was a young man with an average height but a muscular and impressive physique for his age. He has red eyes that are slightly inward and a small scar just above his right eye. He also has small eyebrows and pointed teeth. His rather long hair is dyed bright red and spiked in all directions with gel, with two more pronounced tufts spiked on either side of his forehead like little horns. Izumi smiled even more when she made the connection about the horns. "I take you two know each other then," she said, taking her seat. "Oh yeah, Iji and I went to high school together," Mina said with a smile. "It is a pleasure to meet you both, Izumi Shimura," she said with a bow. "You can just call me Ijiro," the boy said with a smile. Izumi turned around and was about to introduce herself when she noticed the boy who had called out during the entrance exam for interrupting. He had a severe look on his face as if he was disapproving of everyone talking. Hello, I'm Izumi Shimura," she said. "Tenya Ida, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." That was all he said before he disapproved of the people talking. She looked to her side and saw a boy with slick blonde hair that got shorter towards the bottom of his head. He styles his hair by parting it to the right and leaving his bangs hanging over his right eye. His irises are a periwinkle blue, his pupils white, and his eyes are slanted downwards towards the far sides of his face. His eyes seemed half closed, accompanied by a smirk and head tilt, which gave him a rather contemptuous look that Izumi didn't care for. "Naito Monoma," he said. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Shimura. Should you require any assistance, don't be afraid to ask." "Thank you," Izumi responded, wishing that her friends were sitting there instead of Nito and Tenya. One was because they were men, and two, they didn't seem friendly. She was thankful when she looked forward and saw Mina, who smiled. "I know, right?" Mina said with a smirk, as if she read Izumi's mind, making her blush. "Are you a telepath?" Izumi whispered. Mina laughed, which made Izumi pout slightly. "So cute," Mina and Ijiro thought. "Nope, my quirk is acid," Mina said, still smiling but pushing down a giggle. "But I have always been sensitive to the unexplained. I have a way of just knowing things. Also, my astrology reading said that today would be one of the most important days of my life." Izumi was about to say something, but the Ijiro rolled his eyes. "Of course it is, Mina, today is the first day of UA. "No, she is so right," said a pair of floating clothes before Ijiro. "My reading said that today was something was going to happen, and it would be the greatest day ever." "Oh, you believe in astrology," Mina said excitedly. "What is your sign?" "I am a Gemini," the invisible girl said. "And you?" she said excitedly. "Leo," Mina said, just as excited. "My horoscope said I would meet a Gemini, Leo, who today would be one of my lifelong friends," they said in unison, squealing, and started chattering. Ijiro winced, the class froze at the sound, and Izumi laughed. Tenya tried to get them to calm down, but it seemed like they couldn't hear them. Izumi looked and saw Momo talking to that boy, Minta, who sat in front of her, and a girl with green hair and sharp teeth who said something that made Momo giggle. Izumi felt a little bit jealous for a moment, but it passed quickly. She saw Katsuki look her way again. Then turn and look out the window. She saw the girl Toga, whom Izumi met on the bus, pat his shoulder and moved to her seat at the front of the class. Kanoko was sitting next to Sato with Denki in front of her. Behind her was a girl with purple hair and what looked like earphone jacks dangling from her ears that seemed to be people watching. Izumi smiled to herself when the door opened, and Aizawa walked in, looking surprisingly awake considering the hour, properly shaved and his hair combed. All the conversations immediately stopped as he made his way to the front of the class. "Good, I didn't have to tell you to quiet down," he said as he placed his hands on the podium. "I am Mr. Aizawa or Professor Aizawa, the Hero Course Overseer for 1A. To prepare all of you for a future as pro heroes, we have designed this course to optimize every use of your time. Much like high school, you can consider this class your homeroom, where all your core classes will be taught, except for your hero class, practical quirk training, and hand-to-hand combat, of which I am your instructor." He paused. "I am in charge of this course. I have the final say on your advancement or removal from the hero course. I wouldn't say I like to waste time, so that we will begin with the quirk assessment exam. You will find a UA athletic uniform at all your desks, get changed, and meet me on the athletic field. You have 15 minutes to get changed, or you will be removed from the hero course. Fail to impress on the exam, and Izumi, Kanoko, Melissa, and Momo grabbed their uniforms and started walking out the door. Ochako and Sato quickly followed by the rest of the class. Girls' changing room. "So, is he serious about removing people from the hero course?" Ochako said as she slipped her uniform off. "That doesn't seem very fair. Normally, I would say it was a logical ruse to get us to push our quirks and abilities to take this test seriously," Momo responded. "But Professor Aizawa does have a reputation for demoting or even expelling students." "That is rather disheartening," said a young woman with pale skin. She has pale gray hair that reaches her chin and is parted on the right side, covering most of the left side of her face. She has dark circles under her blue eyes and a small mouth with full lips. "Riko Hinagi," she said with a bow before continuing to get changed. "That is some old bullshit," the girl with purple hair and earphone jacks added. "Kyoka Gyro." "I agree," Himiko said, trying not to stare at Izumi, who was down to her bra and underwear. "I mean, we all worked hard to pass the test. How exactly is it fair to put our asses on the line the first day?" The other girls all took the chance to introduce themselves as they changed. "Does anyone know how a quirk assessment test even works?" Toru asked. "I mean, I am invisible. I don't think there is a way for me to get even more invisible. I mean that we all just have to try our best," said the girl with a toothy grin. Izumi looked at her. She had surprisingly large, upturned, dusky green eyes, long lower eyelashes, and notably long and pointed teeth. Her hair is dark moss green, growing wavier and thinner the lower it gets. It reaches just below her shoulders, except for a short clump that hangs in the center of her forehead. She was attractive and seemingly funny. Maybe she didn't have all the baggage that Izumi felt, maybe Momo. Izumi shook her head and felt like an idiot. She knew that Momo cared for her and that she was acting like an idiot for no reason. She finished zipping up her uniform. Momo walked over and whispered, "Are you all right?" Izumi smiled and nodded as they headed out to the athletic field. "Exam only took you 12 minutes. Next time, I expect it done in 10, Aizawa said as the last student hit the field. "Now you are going to do all the normal physical fitness tests you have done all your lives. But this time you get to use your quirks." He held up his hand, immediately quieting them down. "I know that some of you are going to say that your quirk doesn't lend any benefit to this. And to that, I want to say figure something out. It would be best to start thinking of ways to use your quirks beyond what you have been doing. This isn't a game. This is your first step to becoming a pro hero. I always want your best. If you don't belong here." Melissa raised her hand. "Sensei, am I allowed to?" "Of course, Miss Shield. Always use everything you have to your advantage," Aizawa said. Melissa smiled. Koyo's activated, she thought. Command code Kappa Rho Alpha Tau Omicron Sigma. Her legs were now wrapped in a white shimmering metallic fabric with golden boot. Golden tribal lines ran from her left bicep over her shoulder and down her hip into the strange pants. The gold looked flowing and moving. The gold jewelry she was wearing and her bra and undershirt dissolved, and her legs were now wrapped in a white shimmering metallic fabric with golden boots. Golden tribal lines ran from her left bicep over her shoulder and down her hip into the strange pants. The gold looked flowing and moving. The class's gaze on her made her blush as Izumi said what was on their minds. "You look so cool." Melissa smiled at her friend. "Where is the rest?" Aizawa said. "I am not allowed to carry it all on me," she replied. "I am still working out a more efficient transformation unit." "Understood. Since you are all dressed for the exam, why don't you start us out with the softball toss?" Aizawa said, tossing her the ball. As long as you stay in the circle, anything goes. Melissa stepped up and took a pitcher's stance and reached back and threw the ball as her body went into motion. Izumi had to say that it was beautiful as everything rippled like water and raced up her body to her arm as the ball launched like a missile. A resounding thum was heard upon her release as everything flowed back. That was awesome, Ochako yelled, breaking the stunned silence. I am in love, Minta said, as hearts formed in his eyes and drool ran down his cheek. That was truly amazing, Melissa, Momo said, congratulating her as she stepped out of the circle. Seeing it in action is just breathtaking. Melissa blushed. 120 kilometers, Aizawa called out. Now, all of you are ready to show me how you go beyond. Plus ultra. His class roared. Inko, what are you doing to me? He thought. This was a very different approach than what he usually used. It was something Inko had been talking to him about. He was slightly irritated by the smiles he saw on the kids, but he also saw the determination to try and figure out a way to do better than their classmate. More carrots, less stick. Izumi looked up at the digital board to see who she was running with. It was her and Bakugo. She looked around and saw him talking with Aizawa, Katsuki and Aizawa. Professor, may I be assigned to a different running partner for the 50-yard dash? He said after he had asked to approach. Why? Aizawa said, keeping his tone neutral. I am sure you are aware of Izumi and I's past, Katsuki said, choosing his words carefully. I don't believe it would be good for her to have my quirk going off right next to her, and I don't believe it will be good for me either. Sooner or later, you two will have to confront each other and use your quirk while in proximity, Aizawa retorted. I understand that, Professor. Katsuki took a deep breath. It is difficult seeing each other after everything. I am just asking for a little leeway. Just for today, for the both of us. Denied, Aizawa said, dismissing the boy back to the line. And Mr. Bakugo, if you choose not to use your quirk during the race, consider yourself removed from the hero course. Come on, Izumi, he thought. Minus 50-yard dash. Izumi was nervous as they came up to the starting line. She saw Katsuki try to open his mouth a few times, but nothing came out. Her heart threatened to come out of her chest, and she started to sweat. Before they walked to the line, she felt someone grab her hand. She turned and saw Momo. 30 seconds, sensei. She called out, pulling Izumi to the side. The class was watching, slightly confused. Izumi, take a deep breath. Izumi stared at her, vacant-eyed momentarily, as Momo's words sounded like a jumble. Izumi, she said a bit more forcefully. Breathe for me, Momo said. Izumi took a deep breath. You are going to be all right. He will not hurt you. He is just trying to run his race. Momo put her tilted his head so their foreheads were touching. It is okay, Momo repeated. Izumi felt someone grab her hand. She turned and saw Kanoko holding her hand. You are going to be just fine, Kanoko said. Now is your chance. Show him how far you have come. Kanoko squeezed her hand. Or does Momo have to kiss you right here in front of everyone? Momo and Izumi both blushed. Do you want me to? Momo whispered. No, not yet, Izumi whispered. Instead, she hugged them both for a second before they separated. I can do this, she said with a little bounce. Sorry, sensei, she called. She walked back to the line. Izumi closed her eyes and let one for all flow through her, her entire body starting to glow. It began from her chest and spread out all over her body till little orbs floated from her fingertips, the white lines of UA. Uniform glowing from the light. Beautiful, Himiko muttered. It was just like in the waiting area for the exam. Himiko wasn't aware that her sentiment was echoed by a few of her classmates, including her brother, who shook his head and got into his stance, both arms behind him, palms out. As the buzzer sounded, Izumi pushed off. She heard the explosions ignite, but they were already behind her. She didn't notice the enormous gouge she put in the track from her push-off. She crossed the line and skidded to a stop. 2.01, the machine announced. 3.89, it announced again. Katsuki stopped and looked at Izumi as the glow faded from her. Izumi gave him a nervous smile before returning to Momo and her friends. She jumped up and came to a stop, making everything bounce in front of Momo and Kanoko. Thank you, she said, suddenly hugging them. After that, Izumi could relax and focus for the rest of the tests. The most shocking thing was when they saw Nito using other people's quirks. He wasn't as proficient as Momo in watching him create a scooter for the distance run, but he passed out right afterward. Ochako for the ball throw, where she had just negated the gravity, he did the same but turned and puked. He went to copy Melissa for the ball throw but froze and stared at her. You don't have a quirk, he exclaimed, which caused everyone to freeze except Momo and Izumi, who came up to stand behind Melissa. Melissa took a deep breath. You are correct, though I wish you hadn't just shouted that out for the whole class. Professor, are you aware of this? He said, pointing at Melissa, his finger shaking. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. In what world do you think I wouldn't be aware of such a thing? He clapped his hands together loudly. Listen up. The class all turned to him. Ms. Shield is, in fact, quirkless. She scored second on the practical portion of the entrance exam and second in the written exam amongst all the first years, losing only to a recommended student. She is looking to write history and is already on her way. If any of you have a problem, please see me about transferring to general studies. I will not tolerate any quirk discrimination, whether for lack of quirk, type of quirk, or any other nonsense. Mr. Monoma, since you needed to announce Miss Shield's status, why don't you share your quirk with the class? Nito glared at the professor for a moment. Copy. So unless you can copy a quirk, you are quirkless yourself. Nito nodded. So without a quirk already at hand for you to copy, you would be going into a battle quirkless. Nito just nodded. So before you go pointing your finger at someone who is horrified, then remember that while you probably suffered the same insults as you grew up when you said those faithful words, I want to be a hero, you stand here just like she does, ready to lay it out on the line for all to see and for a hope at a better tomorrow. Now, instead of that being said, let's continue with the exam. She was all smiles as she took the top place in the results, followed by Setsuna, Melissa, Momo, Katsuki, and Nito, who was surprised when his classmates still allowed him to use their quirks, even giving him some warning about drawbacks. As the results were announced, he walked over to Melissa and bowed. I apologize for my behavior, before exiting the field. Girls' locker room. The girls were all chatting as they walked into the locker room. That was so stressful, Toru shouted as she started to pull off her gym clothes. My quirk didn't help me at all on those tests, but you still managed to score well on them, Himiko called out. I couldn't even use mine. Yeah, I didn't see you use any quirk, Kyoka said. What is your quirk? Transformation, she said. She knew it had to come out sooner or later. I can transform into a copy of anyone, but I need blood to do it. Do you get their quirk? Momo asked as she tossed her gym clothes in the laundry. I so need a shower. She grabbed a towel and headed for the showers. Izumi sighed. Momo, I want to take a shower as well. Would you mind making me some undergarments? She called out, heading towards the shower. They should warn people that we will have gym on the first day. Of course, Izumi. Anyone else? Momo said. They won't be anything fancy, but they will be clean. All the girls shouted their agreement as they approached the showers. So it doesn't bother anyone that I need blood for my quirk, Himiko said, stunned. They all just shook their heads at her. I expected someone to freak out. Why? Setsuna said, strolling into the shower room. You need what you need. You can have some of mine if you want. Himiko was taken aback, but she heard Mina, Kyoka, and Toru all over the same thing. Toru walked up next to her. I have a selfish reason for it. Himiko looked towards the invisible girl in confusion. If you can't copy someone's quirk, I was wondering if you took some of my blood and transformed it into me, would I be able to see what I look like? I haven't seen myself since I was 5. Himiko felt her heartache. While she had been villainized for her quirk, this girl had spent most of her life unseen. The bracelets and outgoing attitude made much more sense now. Sure, Toru. Do you want to do that in your room after we get moved in? Yes, please, Toru said. She wanted to hug Himiko, but she also realized they were both naked at the moment. The girls got a good laugh when Kanoko handed them mushrooms to use as deodorant till she saw Izumi and Momo do it without a second thought. Kanoko smirked. Mushrooms are magic. Quirks are bullshit. Kyoka muttered. I feel you, sister, Toru added. Kanoko handed a handful of nutrient-rich ones to Momo and Izumi, who smiled gratefully at their friend. The two hung back for a moment to eat the mushrooms before joining their new friends for lunch before they headed to the dorms. Momo had gotten up to leave when Izumi grabbed her hand and said, Is everything okay? Momo asked. I would like my kiss now, Izumi said shyly, looking up at Momo through her eyelashes, making the heiress's heart thump. Momo stepped closer and tilted Izumi's head. She watched as Izumi closed her eyes and waited for Momo to close the gap. When their lips met, Momo was surprised that Izumi parted her lips, inviting Momo in for a deeper kiss. Thankfully, Momo could keep a cool head and pull back before they were discovered when Set and Mina came looking for them. You two okay? Set asked. Izumi smiled. Yes, I just needed to talk to Momo about something real quick, Izumi said as she walked past them. Let's go eat. I am so hungry. Momo sputtered when Izumi quickly flipped up the back of her skirt before exiting the room. Dorms. They met the rest of their class in the lunchroom before heading to the dorms. They came up to the massive building. It was shaped like a U, with one side for the boys and the other for the girls of both heroic classes. The main floor had a massive standard room, game room, laundry facilities, gym, study rooms, a gigantic dining hall, a kitchen, and 2 giant baths. A split staircase leads to the divided gender areas. Each side had its own kitchen and standard room. There were also 2 smaller rooms with bean bags and televisions. Elevators and staircases led to the higher floors where their rooms were. They saw their room assignments posted. Izumi was thankful when she saw that her room was across from Momo's at the end of the hall on the top floor. They were looking at the chart when they heard people coming up the stairs. Man, I hope the girls from 1 are nice, they heard a voice say. They would have to be an improvement over most of our classmates. Ribbit, another added. To think they almost started to fight, said another with a noticeable accent. I just pray that they are nice, and there are more of them, the 5 of us, added the 4th. They have to be better than all those hotheads in our class. As they came up into view, the 5 girls of 1B stopped and stared at 11 girls from 1A. The one who was talking, athletic young girl with fair skin, cerulean eyes, and bob-shaped hair cut to her shoulders. Her hair is side-swept to the right, with shorter strands hanging above her right eye. Oh, that is some bullshit, she exclaimed, throwing her hands in the air. What is it, Yui? Kiro said. There is a girl who is short and slender with giant hands. Her facial features resemble a frog, with a wide mouth that dips down in the middle and oval-shaped eyes with large black irises and visible lower eyelashes. Her hair is a dark sea green and very long, reaching her waist, with the ends tied together in a large bow. She has 2 clumps of hair framing her face that are shoulder length and shorter bangs between her eyes that are partially swept to each side. Oh, I see what you mean. I am Tsuyu Asui, but please call me Tsu. Yui, said the first one, with a wave. A head of orange hair came up next. Itsuka Kendo, said a girl with a slim build, teal eyes, and long orange hair tied into a high ponytail on the left side of her head. Her bangs are divided into 3 clumps around her eyes, and some of her hair sticks up in large tufts at the top of her head. You can call me Itsuka or Kendo, either work. There is a short girl with a round face and a short muzzle that resembles that of a horse. She has thick, wavy blonde hair that reaches halfway down her back and some shorter bangs hanging down her forehead. Her eyes are large and round, with a Prussian blue color. Additionally, she has a pair of tall, lyre-shaped, pale tan horns on her head. Her calves are notably rounded and shaped similarly to those of a horse. She has brown hooves for feet and a short horse tail poking out from the end of her tailbone. It is nice to meet you. Please, my name is Pony, she said carefully. She turned and looked at the other girls, and when Itsuka gave her a thumbs up, she jumped up and down happily. The last person I saw was a girl of medium height. Her hair was made up of green, thorn-covered vines wrapped around her forehead several times in the shape of a cross. The vines extended just above her waist. She had cute dark green eyes with long lower eyelashes. She bowed. I am Ibara Shizaki. It is a pleasure to meet all of you. The girls from Wana all took turns introducing themselves. Sounds like you had a rough day, Set said with a toothy grin. Did your quirk assessment test go wrong or something? Quirk test, Itsuka responded. No, we just had orientation and counselor meetings. You had a test on your first day, Ibara said as the girls from Wana nodded. We just have some troublesome classmates. That sucks, Achako responded. Some are nice, but a few are loud and want to fight, Pony said. But we are glad to meet you all. Nina smiled. Hey, how about after we set up our rooms, we can have a contest to show off our rooms and get to know each other better? That sounds like fun, Kiro, Sue responded, placing her finger near her mouth. Also, we can sit and talk about our pet peeves since we will be living together. I would hate to do something to make the others angry. That is a wonderful idea, Sue, Momo beamed. Wow, they are loud, Kyoka said. Glad I am not on the boys' side. She held up her jacks. It's excellent hearing, and they are arguing in the standard room. The girls all departed for their rooms, getting their stuff unpacked. They were mostly done when they heard Midnight's voice summoning them to their shared room. They all came down to see the rated R heroine standing there with a smile. Hello, ladies, and welcome to the UA dorms, she giggled when they all responded. Hello, Professor Midnight. Okay, so I am going to go over some things for all of you while Vlad King and Professor Aizawa are talking with the boys. And then we are going to talk to all of you together. She winked. Okay, so this is your shared kitchen. It is up to all of you to figure out a cooking schedule and chores. You are all responsible for your common floor and the baths on the main floor. Deep cleaning for the bathrooms will be done by UA every month with 48 hours notice sent beforehand. On each floor is a supply closet with cleaning supplies and a vacuum. Also in the closet, you will find some feminine hygiene products. Birth control is available at the nurse's station, and some are under the sink in each of your bathrooms. She winked at the girls. Ibara stammered. Premarital sex is an activity that shouldn't be being indulged in, let alone promoted by the school. We just want you all to be prepared. You are all 18 or about to be 18, and a bunch of hormonal young adults. Things can happen. She wagged her finger at Ibara, whether you plan to or not. Now, I know some of you are already on birth control as is recommended by the UA. But for those of you who are not, I would recommend doing so. Not only can it protect you in case of sudden hormones, but it can also help in cases of unwanted activity. All the girls went silent. Tomorrow after school, there is an optional class that I am offering for all of you. I highly recommend that you all attend as we will be going over how to deal with, handle, and survive unwanted activity. I know this is a topic that none of you want to think about, and I pray that none of you will have to deal with it, but this is a topic I cannot afford for you to be ignorant about. So please consider attending the class. There will be a few guest speakers, defense training, and dinner. All the girls nodded. Sorry to be a buzzkill, Midnight said, but I suggest you girls take the chance tonight to get to know each other and share your hard limits. We had already planned to, Professor, Momo said, making Midnight smile. It was Tsu's idea. Excellent, Midnight clapped. Basic things. Campus curfew is midnight. After midnight, you must come in through the south gate and check in with security. Your ID badges will allow you access to the dorms after 9 p.m. Also, after 9 p.m., she turned and tapped her badge by the entrance to the top of the stairs, and a set of doors closed, blocking access. The boys' badges will not open those doors, and your badges will not open their door. You have to be let in. Breakfast and lunch are served in the cafeteria every school day, so you must prepare your dinners. It is up to all of you to figure out a cooking schedule. There are 15 of you. The kitchen will be stocked weekly with food. The list can be modified, but keep it within reason. Lastly, you are expected to handle any minor disputes yourselves. Anything criminal, of course, report it immediately. I am available to you all 24 hours a day. She pulled out her phone, hit a button, and all the girls' phones beeped. You all have my personal number now. Now let's head downstairs for another lecture and some food. Welcome to UA Girls Hero Course dorms. The students stood, girls on one side and the boys on the other, as their teachers reviewed the dorm rules. That was not an accurate description. While the girls seemed to be united on their side, the boys did not so much. The 1B boys, most of 1A, seemed to get along just fine. A heterochromia teen with white and red hair was off on the side. What stood out wasn't his leave me alone or die, nor the scar that marred his face. At first glance, one would have mistaken his look for an attempt to murder anyone who dared to look his way. But Izumi knew that look. His eyes would dart to movement, and his body would tense when moved. Izumi recognized that look. Izumi observed a tense atmosphere in the classroom. Most students glared at each other, but the central tension seemed to be between him and a tall, muscular young man. The young man had dark brown hair that was buzzed and black eyes. Between them were 2 to 3 groups of 1B who looked like they didn't want to deal with either of them while they had their things to sort out. The only thing that she seemed to they could all agree on was they were staring at one like there was unresolved business. When their teachers presented the food, had each student introduced themselves and left for the night, some boys who didn't seem wrapped up in other drama came over to talk with some of the girls. Momo was surprised when Izumi immediately walked across the room to Shoto Todoroki. She remembered the boy and his outburst with Inasa. The tall boy with the buzz cut. Inasa had walked over to Momo, cutting her off from following Izumi. She noticed that Denki had been heading their way, but his gaze followed Izumi, moving through the crowd. MS. Yaorazu, it is a pleasure to see you again, Inasa bellowed. It is a pleasure to see you as well, Momo said with a slight bow. I honestly didn't expect to see you here after the dust-up in the finals. Well, I was indeed going to seek my education elsewhere. I encountered the principal before I left. And after a long conversation, he was able to change my mind. He threw his head back with a hearty laugh. Though I wish my class assignment was different as I will now have to deal with him, he glared at Shoto. I will not let him poison this school with his arrogance. Momo winced at the volume the young man seemed to use with every word he spoke. Inasa, as I am standing directly before you and not across the athletic field, might I ask you to lower your voice? It is a bit much. I do. He paused. I do apologize, Ms. Yaorazu. Would you mind terribly if I referred to you as Momo in an attempt to deepen our friendship, as I have been referring to you as Inasa? That seems more than fair, Momo replied with a polite smile. She saw the young man's face light up like a Christmas tree when she did so. That makes me enormously pleased, he beamed. Shoto grabbed some food and ate out of the way, staring at the assembled students when he noticed a green-haired girl approach him with a plate in her hands. He sighed and rolled his eyes, wishing she would walk away. She probably was some sycophant of his father who recognized his name. Hello, she said politely. I am Izumi Shimura. What do you want? He snapped. He watched as her hands tightened on her plate for a second. Shoto Todoroki was it? Izumi said, keeping her tone friendly. You are the son of Endeavor, are you not? Shoto ground his teeth, about ready to explode at this annoying girl. She was no doubt trying to curry some favor with his father through him. It must be difficult having him for a father, Izumi continued. I imagine the expectations he put on you must have been intense, shall we say. Shoto paused as he was about to tell her to leave. When overbearing fathers come home, they have this aura about them. This tension fills the air as they demand answers to whatever they had commanded to be done in their absence. Shoto stared at this girl, seeing a combination of pity and understanding in her eyes. And when those answers are not satisfying, they lash out with words or sometimes actions. It doesn't affect you. You could handle it if I did. But the other people have nothing to do with whatever you failed to do for him. Those are the ones that suffer, so you try to make him focus on you if only to save them. Shoto was stunned at her words. Who are you? He managed to say. Izumi Shimura. But I used to be Izumi Midoriya. My father was the pro-hero Fire Breath, she responded. He just stared at her. He had heard about the news and the horror stories that had emerged when it broke. He used to wish that something similar would happen to his father, that someone would film what he said or did. The news had struck his father. They had tightened the reins. No longer did they attend school outside the home. It was all private tutors from then on out. I may be wrong, she continued. I could just be talking out of turn. And if I have offended you or your family, I deeply apologize. But I remember that I just wanted one person to listen. If you need to talk, I will be around. Sorry for disturbing your meal. She bowed and walked away. Shoto couldn't say anything, but he stared at her as she disappeared into the crowd around him. He finished his meal and headed to his room. Once inside, he started searching all he could about Fire Breath and his daughter. The first thing that showed up was a video. He sat and watched as a thin, frail, emancipated girl who looked nothing like the one he just spoke to went into battle against her father. Momo eventually guided Inasa to get food. She was walking towards a table when she saw Izumi emerge from the crowd with her plate and sit near Sato, Kanoko, Denki, and Mainta. Momo walked over and sat beside her girlfriend, and Inasa sat across from them. It wasn't long till others from the class began to join them. Soon, all of the students, minus Shoto, were sitting and eating. Izumi looked around the table and smiled at all the future heroes she would one day fight beside and looked to for support. She looked down towards the end of the table and saw Katsuki and Himiko sitting together. Himiko conversed with everyone around her. She could see Himiko trying to drag Katsuki into the conversation. But he didn't seem to say much. He would look up occasionally at Izumi and then back to his meal. Izumi realized Denki had asked her a question, but she had been distracted. I am so sorry, Denki. Can you repeat that? I was wondering what your favorite food was, Denki said with a smile. Oh, that is easy, Katsuden. She smiled. I love it. My mom makes the best I've ever had. Mama Inko's Katsuden is amazing. Kanoko said. She even makes one with mushrooms for me. That is just heavenly. Give me a big juicy burger any day. Melissa said, laughing. I can eat those things day and night. A good hamburger is amazing, Ochako said. My dad makes this one with cheese in the patty. It is so good. The entire conversation shifted to hamburgers, who enjoyed them, and how. Pony quickly pointed out that her home state of Texas had the best burgers anywhere on the planet. Melissa countered with some place in California as having the best burger. Then, the debate began as the two blonde girls debated this subject as if it were a matter of national security. The laughter became contagious at that point, relaxing everyone with the possibility of Inasa, who still seemed stiff as a board. Momo had introduced him to Tenya Ida, who had taken a seat near them. Momo was familiar with Tenya from a ball the two had attended. Momo had found him nice enough but was unattracted to him, and now she understood why. But after she introduced them, she skillfully let a few topics slip from her lips, and they were discussing the matters furiously, ignoring most of the others around them. Girls' dorm. Once dinner was concluded, everyone pitched in and cleaned up before the girls left to go to their dorms. Once there, it was time for the room competition, Mina declared, and when Momo produced a plastic trophy for the winner, she couldn't help but smile as the girls cheered like she was offering a sizable monetary reward. The first victim was Ibera. The girl let them into her modestly decorated room, which was focused on the large crucifix over her bed. They were also surprised, though none could say why, by the posters of an old movie, Casablanca, a boy band poster framed and signed. Mina and Tori were fawning over the poster, talking about which boy they thought was best, and a few other girls commented. Tori was next. Her room was bright and vibrant, with fluffy pillows everywhere. Feather boas draped over the backs of chairs, and lead disco ball hanging from the ceiling, and a few strange abstract posters hanging on the walls. The room was lively and cozy, with an oversized beanbag chair in the corner. Kyoka blushed when the girls entered her room. They were silent, staring at all the musical instruments around. The walls were adorned with band posters. 2 of them were from a band called Deep Dope, including a third behind the door of their lead guitarist, which sent Kyoka blushing harder and driving them out of her room. I understand, Momo whispered to Kyoka. Caliban, Sound of Fury. Kyoka smiled. Oh man, is he hot? And their guitarist. Cookie, the way she plays the guitar, they both said simultaneously, which caused them to laugh. Kanoko's room was this mix of the typical things you would guess that a girl had in her room. Still, there were also these strange boxes around the room where she grew mushrooms, mushroom posters, and far more stuffed animals and figures than anyone would have dared to think existed in the world. Of course, Momo and Izumi were not surprised. The teasing was of the photos of her and Sato. The competition was paused as inquiring minds had questions about the couple, leaving Kanoko blushing and giggling as she gushed about her boyfriend. Sue's room was next on the docket. She apologized before she opened the door, telling everyone that she tended to keep her room a bit warmer than most due to her quirk. The room was warm but not unpleasantly, so her room had a few touches of stuffed animals with posters depicting tropical locations. Sue told them that her dream was to go on vacation to the different locals on her posters. She proudly answered questions about the pictures of her family that were on her desk and next to her bed. Ryuko's was a step in a land of mystery. Not really, but the room did have some black velvet art pieces, along with a large poster of the American pro hero and music artist Julian, or his pro name was Darkness. Kyoko was relieved she wasn't the only one with a musical crush beside Momo, and Ryuko lit up when Kyoko knew some of his music. Momo was drawn to the girls' bookshelf where all kinds of mystery and supernatural thriller books lined the shelves, all hard copies with their gold lettering shining. Ryuko also had an extensive collection of movies similar to her books. Satsuna proudly led her classmates into the time that the land forgot when dinosaurs ruled the earth, she exclaimed as they entered. Kyoko loved music, Kanoko loved mushrooms, and Ryuko loved the unexplained. Set loved dinosaurs. Every aspect of the room was in homage to them. There was this particular charm and, to it all, this childlike fascination that she had carried with her. Her exuberance was enchanting. She had stuffed versions on her bed to go with realistic depictions that adorned her shelves. One could trace the evolution of her infatuation with the extinct thunder lizards. Ochako sighed as they entered her room. The girl felt, by far, it was the most simple of everything they had seen so far. But she brightened as the girls admired her different space-themed merchandise, including her galaxy projector that looked like her favorite Hero 13. The girls gushed about the well-read books on space and the fascinating collection of sci-fi novels. Ochako, who had grown up poor, had dreaded showing her room ever since the contest was announced, but the way her classmates were acting alleviated that worry and nearly made her cry with how welcoming it all was. Ryuko fell in love with Himiko's room. The dark gothic vampire motif fit the girl well. Everywhere one looked, testaments to the vampire genre littered the room. Himiko proudly showed off her vampire hunting kit and her collection of books. Everything from severe forays into the genre to some downright silly entries. Himiko's four-post bed was adorned with rich black velvet curtains, purple and black bedding, and a mountain of pillows that made some girls jealous. The piece of resistance was a collection of what appeared to be handmade plushies that she had made herself of her favorite vampires. The chibi characters got the girls fussing and praising the blushing Himiko as Sue, Pony, Ochako, and Izumi expressed interest in learning to craft their own. Itsuka Kendo's room was in homage to the girls' love and dedication to martial arts, with weapons displayed on the walls. Workout weights in the corner and a pull-up bar over the bathroom door helped to reinforce the girls' love of fitness. It wasn't all workouts and martial arts. Itsuka blushed as the girls pointed to the brightly lit vanity table and the overflowing collection of dresses and hats that spilled out some from the closet. Momo stepped back as the girls stepped into her room, hearing the questions of whether it was a bedroom or a museum. The luxury of the furnishings had most of the class staring at the heiress in disbelief that it was her room. That was until Momo was betrayed by Kanoko and Izumi, who pointed out that the impressive collection of novels was littered with an overabundance of romance novels. Once that was done, it all came together for the class, and the room was modeled after what one would imagine a romance heroine's room was like. The teasing was good, though she swore revenge on Kanoko and Izumi as they left the room. Izumi proudly let them tour her room. It was decorated with a few hero posters, just All Might and Midnight. Only a few of her critical stuffed animals had made the trip. The girls fussed over the old teddy bear that seemed to rule over the others, a stuffed rabbit from the festival that Momo had won for her, the All Might plushie. Aside from heroes, there wasn't an overall theme to the room, it was just a girl's room. The walls had more family photos than anything, pictures of her, Kanoko, and Momo. It conveyed that Izumi perfectly and that her family mattered to her. Yui's room was modest as well. The big surprise was the massive computer gaming and streaming setup. It took up most of the room and the glow of the LED lights added to the atmosphere. Yui, who was quiet, perked up when Mina and Pony also talked about gaming. Seeing how their classmate lit up when sharing her hobbies with her class was cute. It was what this whole contest was about. Mina had masterminded it as the perfect way to show your classmates who you were. Mina's room was a cross between Ochako and Ryuko's, with a dash of Toru for good measure. The room showed a love of space, but unlike Ochako, this love was not centered around celestial bodies. It was a tribute to the xenomorphs of legendary cinema. The stark contrast of the chest-bursting monsters with the vibrant pillows and bedding was interesting. Like Toru, a giant beanbag was tucked into the corner with a mountain of stuffed animals suspended about it. Frilly pink and neon throw pillows lit up against her black comforter. The large makeup case is sitting next to her bed. And the way Mina gushed about her collection of models and books is all in tribute to her xenomorphs. The neon glow of her gaming computer from her desk added to the ambience of her room. Pony took them to her home in Texas. The colors and motifs screamed the American desert. True to her comments, she also had an impressive gaming rig, leading her, Mina, and Yui to compare specs and start talking about processors and graphic cards. Pony's room paid tribute to her favorite entertainment source, action films. The posters on the walls showed the action stars in all their glory. Like Izumi, there was a collection of family photos and a photo of a slightly younger Pony with the legendary American hero Stars and Stripes. Where Izumi had All Might, Pony had Stars and Stripes. Pony, of course, had to promise to show the girls how to use a lasso on their next day off. The final contestant was Melissa, who opened the door and stepped back. Walking into her room was like walking into some futuristic room on a show about deep space exploration. The walls were all metallic, and various tools and screens were everywhere. Half the wall was dedicated to her 6 monitors for her computer, making the gaming girls drool. When Melissa showed them the holographic keyboard and visor setup, they nearly fell from the shock. When asked about books, Melissa pointed to the tablet in her bed. All digital, aside from a few All Might plushies and an ancient velveteen rabbit. Everything else was digital. Even the weights in the corner didn't look normal. They all made their way back to the standard room to vote on who had the best room. Himeko was flabbergasted at her victory, though she did ham it up for her acceptance speech, leaving everyone cheering and laughing. The girls all sat and enjoyed each other's company, laying the foundation for a chore wheel and cooking schedule. Mina quickly established a group chat, and Momo insisted that everyone email their culinary preferences so they could have them on file in case of allergies or severe dislikes. The girls all headed up to their rooms after that. Much to Momo's delight, Izumi decided to sleep with her tonight. Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.